meaning we have to change, we can always improve, we have to grow. Marcus Aurelius says to keep on being the person you've been is like being a chewed up, torn up gladiator in the games, just begging to come back tomorrow, despite the fact that they're losing, despite the fact that it's not working. It takes courage to change, to admit that you have a problem, to focus on where you can grow, to focus on where you can need to be made better. So courage isn't just running into battle or a burning building or being a whistleblower. It's also looking yourself in the mirror, seeing where you have problems, seeing where you can be made better, and then focusing on getting better there, on embracing change, being brave enough to do that. You can't be a coward. You just cannot be a coward. The first virtue for the Stoics is courage. It's the virtue on which all the other virtues depend. Doing the right thing requires courage. What is the point of wisdom if it's not to give you insight as to what to be courageous about? So you could be brave, so you could go out and be fearless in whatever it is that you do. And whatever it is that you do, I promise you, it will be better the less motivated, the less informed by fear that you are. This is my new book, Courage is Calling, Fortune Favors the Brave. I spent the last 2 years on it. It's the first book in a 4-book series I'm doing on the cardinal virtues. All of these books go into writing something like this. I think you should buy it because I think it's my best book. But if you want signed copies, or if you want a signed actual page from the manuscript that I did while I was writing it, you can get that super limited edition. Obviously, we're not making more of them. You can't buy them anywhere. You can get that if you pre-order the book now before it comes out at the end of September. You're going to dailystoic.com/pre-order. A Stoic doesn't have to stuff their emotions down. The idea is that you don't let those emotions overwhelm your life or override your ability to make rational decisions. People think they know Marcus Aurelius, and we can imagine even in ancient Rome, where the emperor, the most powerful, important man in the world, they had statues of him. He was seen and worshipped by crowds. I think one of the beautiful, fascinating things about this figure, who lived, nearly 2,000 years ago, is that for all that we do know about him, he's been immensely studied. His private thoughts come to us in the form of meditation. Despite 2,000 years of fascination, of contemporary fame as well, he's still giving up his secret. I'm Ryan Holiday, and not only have I written a number of books about Stoic philosophy, but I've been lucky enough to speak about Marcus Aurelius and the Stoics to the NBA, the NFL, sitting senators, special forces leaders. But I've been now on a 15-year journey to understand Marcus Aurelius. Since I first read him in my college apartment as a 19-year-old, to reading him a little bit even this morning, he's always showing me something new. And so in today's episode, I want to talk about that. The things that you don't know about Marcus Aurelius, but certainly should, on a level that helps us understand ourselves a little bit better too. The first thing to understand about Marcus is that he lived through a plague. People sort of vaguely understood that the Antonine Plague happens in Marcus Aurelius' time. That's why it's called the Antonine Plague. But I think it's only going through the COVID-19 pandemic over the last couple of years that helps one understand the way that an event like that would have shaped Marcus. One of my favorite quotes from Marcus, he says, there are 2 types of plagues. There's the one that destroys your life and the one that destroys your character. Quote holds true. There are people who maybe they didn't get COVID, but they caught something much worse. Conspiratorial thinking, cruelty, indifference to other people. But Marcus's life is shaped by the plague. It's also an opportunity, a crisis for him to respond to as a leader. Actually, one of the things he learns from his stepfather, Antoninus, was to listen to experts. And this is why Marcus puts Galen, the great medical mind of his time, in charge of the pandemic response. But also the exercise of memento mori for the Stoics, the idea that life is short, that you could go at any moment. This is something Marcus would have experienced firsthand. He witnessed death all around him. Constantly, millions of Romans died in this horrendous plague. And ultimately, we think even Marcus Aurelius died of it. And his last words are a reminder to his friends who were crying over his deathbed, not to think of him, this singular individual, but all of the people who died of the plague and all of the people who would eventually die, including potentially his friends themselves. We have this image, of course, of the Stoic as the emotionless robot. So you might be surprised to learn that Marcus Aurelius was a little bit of a crier. Several of the stories that we have about Marcus, and we don't have many, involve him crying. He cried when he lost one of his favorite tutors. He even cried, it was said, openly in court one day when a pleading attorney mentions the immense death toll of those lost in the Antonine Plague. But Marcus was a crier, and life demanded, I think, tears from him. In some cases, he lost multiple children, he outlived his wife, he was betrayed by a close friend. A Stoic doesn't have to stuff their emotions down. The idea is that you don't let those emotions overwhelm your life or override your ability to make rational decisions. But you have to be kind to yourself, and you have to let yourself feel things. You might not know that Marcus had a little nickname. His nickname was Verismus. And this comes from the Emperor Hadrian, who notices the potential in this young boy and decides to set him up and train him to be his eventual successor. But he calls him this nickname. It's a play on the word truth or truthfulness. Marcus was the most truthful. Even as a young boy, he was surprisingly and refreshingly honest. And perhaps that's what made Hadrian select him to one day be king. Marcus was a bit of a crier, but he was not a good sleeper. And in fact, if you read Meditations multiple times, he talks about struggling to get out of bed in the morning. This isn't just because he's like us and getting out of bed in the morning was difficult. It's because he had trouble sleeping. He was not a good sleeper. He was a chronic insomniac. And I think that actually makes his drive to get up early in the morning to meet the day, to do his job, it makes it more impressive. He didn't have an easy time of it, but ultimately this insomnia is a thread running through Marcus's life. One chronicler of Meditations notes that it was in the midnight dimness that Marcus made his great contribution to philosophy, that he wrote his Meditations. Marcus had a sense of humor. Again, the stereotype of the Stoic being joyless, emotionless, that's wrong. In one of his letters to his tutor Fronto, he talks about this prank he played on a shepherd. But one of my favorite examples of Marcus Aurelius' humor is he jokes in Meditations about a man so rich he had nowhere to shit in his house. His house was so filled with stuff that he didn't have any room, and Marcus was mocking him. But I like the idea that this dour and serious Stoic still had room in his life for literal toilet humor. I mentioned earlier that Marcus had things to be upset about in life, and he did. And one of those was the betrayal of him by his best friend, his most trusted general, Avidius Cassius, who declared himself emperor. And this put Marcus in a serious bind. Obviously, you can't allow, as king, someone else to declare themselves king. And Marcus had to find a way to respond. And he did it in typical Stoic fashion. He said, it's an opportunity to treat someone well who has not treated me well. And he says, ultimately, to teach Rome how to respond to civil strife. And that's what he does to the best of his ability. Ultimately, Cassius himself is betrayed, which is what happens when you do terrible things. He himself is betrayed and assassinated. And we're told that Marcus wept, again, having lost the opportunity to forgive and be merciful to his friend. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says life is warfare and a journey far from home. And again, it's important to understand that parts of Meditations are literal. And in this case, Marcus is referring to the decade plus that he spends on the road. His predecessor, Antoninus, almost never leaves Rome. Marcus has to spend 12 years touring the empire, not for sightseeing, but touring the empire because he was at war. There's a famous story of Marcus returning one day to Rome, and a cheering crowd greets him, and they remind him that he's been gone almost 8 years. Marcus has to put up with a lot with his life, but he would have loved to spend time with his philosophy books, with his family, with his friends, in his beautiful palace. But life had other plans. I think the most remarkable thing about Marcus that people don't know, first off, that his father was not emperor. Marcus is chosen to be emperor. Hadrian selects Marcus, but realizes that Marcus is too young, so he chooses a placeholder to train Marcus for the throne, Antoninus Pius. And so Marcus is groomed for power. He trains for it. It's not this thing he gets by birthright, but there's a complication, which is that one of Hadrian's earlier potential predecessors had a son, and this son potentially thought that he was entitled to the throne, or other people thought he was entitled. So Marcus ascends to the throne. He's clearly the most qualified, the most trained, the most desired, and he has this potential rival. And we know historically what kings do to these rivals. They kill them. But Marcus does the exact opposite. The first thing that Marcus does with absolute power is name his stepbrother, someone he has no relation to whatsoever. He names him co-emperor. Can you believe that? The first thing he does with absolute power is give half of it away. And they rule effectively together as a team. I imagine Marcus going, look, it is a tough job. There's more than enough responsibility to go around. I'm gonna share it. Marcus Aurelius lost 8 children before they reached adulthood. No parent should have to bury a child, as they say. Marcus Aurelius buried 8. And somehow this didn't break him. Somehow this didn't destroy him. How is that? But I do think there's one interesting Stoic exercise that Marcus Aurelius learned from Epictetus that perhaps helped with this. Epictetus said that as you tuck your child in at night, you should say to yourself, they might not make it until the morning. And the idea wasn't, oh, my children are gonna die, I should detach myself, I should write it off. I think the idea is that while you have your children, be present for them. Don't rush through bedtime. Be there for them. Soak them in, don't take them for granted. And so we can imagine it being some solace, not enough, but some solace, that as Marcus dealt with that horrible loss, he could at least comfort himself that while he had them, he was there and present for them as best he could. Marcus may have had all the trappings of success and power, but he didn't care about them. He said famously to the Senate that all of this is yours. I don't even own this house. But the truth is, even from an early age, Marcus slept on a hard mattress. He preferred the country life. He was a humble man. He lived a simple life. When his mother died and left him a lot of money, he gave it to his sister. He was tried to be generous. He didn't need much, and that made him a greater man. Marcus is, of course, famously associated with Stoic philosophy. He's considered the Stoic emperor, but Gregory Hayes, one of his great biographers and translators, is my favorite edition. Hayes points out that nowhere does Marcus explicitly identify with the Stoics. He, of course, quotes the Stoics. He, of course, says things that the Stoics said, but he suspects that Marcus would have been more of a generalist, that Marcus would have actually identified as a philosopher. What Marcus loved was philosophy and wisdom, and anything that could help him get closer to the good life, to truth, to justice, to wisdom, to courage. But Marcus identified instead more as a philosopher than a specific school. I mentioned Marcus's kids. I think his wife, Faustina, is worth pointing out as maybe something you didn't know about her. He was married for decades, but he seems to have actually loved his wife. I think this is partly illustrated by all the children they had together, that he was a man, a human, with human urges, but that he seems to have genuinely loved and supported his wife. Even when people claimed she was unfaithful or tried to spread rumors about her, he accepted her and loved her and put it all out of his mind. Most marriages for professional politicians are not good ones, but Marcus's seems to have been great. You might not think of Marcus as a guy who doubted himself, who had what we now call imposter syndrome, but in fact he did. We're told that when Marcus was informed he would one day be the emperor, he broke down, again in tears. He doubted whether he had what it took. He thought of all the bad kings in history, all the terrible things that they'd done, and he wondered if he could escape that, if he could still be a good person and be a king. So this is him doubting himself. He questioned whether he could do it, which I think is good. If you think, of course I can do it, I'm great, everything I do turns to gold, I don't think that's the right attitude. It's good to question yourself. It's good to have doubts. But then the day before he ascends to the purple, as they say, Marcus has a dream. And in this dream, he has shoulders of ivory. And this reminds him, he's stronger than he thought. He's strong enough to bear this. His shoulders can bear the load. And I love this image, the image of the ivory shoulders. You too are stronger than you know. We're stronger than we know. And that's what Marcus realized, and that's what helped him get over his imposter syndrome. Marcus has what might be the most magnanimous and impressive garage sale in history. In the depths of the plague, as Rome's treasury is depleted, as the economy is falling apart because of the devastation of the Black Death, Marcus holds a garage sale. He walks through the imperial palace and he marks goblets and jewels and robes and couches. He and his wife's most valuable possessions he sells on the lawn of the palace. Not to raise money for himself, but to raise money for Rome. He doesn't care about the trappings. Remember, we talked about the simple life. Marcus's love of the simple life allowed him in this great moment to demonstrate an example of selfless leadership, of eating last, of putting others first. And I think it's one of the great moments of his life. We tend to think of philosophers as bookish, but Marcus was a nerd and a jock. He fought, he wrestled, he rode horses, he hunted, even with Hadrian. He was a man's man in that sense, but he was also a lover of wisdom, lover of poetry, plays. We see this in meditation. And I think it's a reminder, you don't have to be one or the other. You can be anything you want to be. Just be yourself follow the interest that you have. There's a great expression though, mens sano in corpore sano, basically strong mind in a strong body. And I think that's what Marcus was. Marcus was someone who never stopped learning. There's a great story about Marcus towards the end of his life. He's an old man. One of the rare moments that he's there in Rome, he's leaving the palace carrying some books with him, and a man says, "Marcus, where are you going?" And Marcus says, "I'm off to see Sextus the philosopher, to learn that which I do not yet know." And the man marveled how amazing it is that the emperor, the most powerful man in the world, is still taking up his tablets and going to school. And that's how you have to think about education. Marcus's life is changed by a single book, in the same way that my life was changed by someone recommending Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus to me. Junius Rusticus, this is Marcus Aurelius' philosophy teacher, hands him a copy of Meditation. And he thanks Rusticus in Meditations for introducing him to Epictetus' lecture. He said, for loaning me his own copy. I just love the idea that all of history is shaped by this chance book recommendation. It's not just a recommendation, right? I'm sure lots of people recommend lots of books. Epictetus has been recommended by lots of people. It's that Marcus followed it up. He read the book, and most importantly, he applied it. Marcus's own book, Meditation, he was writing it to himself. He had no idea this would be published, that we would be talking about it today. He might well be mortified, right? This isn't a work of published performative philosophy. It's the private notes of the most powerful man in the world. Although Marcus was Roman, and the Romans spoke Latin, he wrote to himself in Greek, because it's a more beautiful language, because Greek was the language of the philosopher. And again, it's just a remarkable achievement that even a single passage in this book is intelligible or usable or universal as it is, because he wasn't thinking about you at all. When Marcus says, you do this, you should do this, you need to stop doing this, he's not really talking to you, he's talking to himself, but he's doing it so specifically and earnestly and authentically that it has impact and resonance with all of us all these years later. The last thing you should know about Marcus is how he departed from this world. Marcus supposedly spends the last minutes of his life telling his friends, "Why are you weeping for me? Think about the plague," he said. "Think about the people it's claimed. Think about your own fragility and mortality." That, we understand, was said in the last moments of his life. But even the last pages of Meditation point at this as well. He says, you've lived your life as a great citizen in a great city, 500 years or 100. What's the difference? The laws make no distinction. And he says, now you're being sent away. Why is that so terrible? He said, like the curtain coming down on an actor, but I've only gotten through 3 acts. He says, yes, this is a drama in 3 acts, a length fixed by the power that created you and now directs your dissolution. Neither was yours to determine. And then these are the last words that he publishes, and they're worth remembering and carrying with us today. Those are just some things that you probably didn't know about Marcus that I've benefited so much from learning over the years, and I continue my study of him. I've read this book now 100 times. I've read biographies of Marcus. I've studied him 1,000 ways from 1,000 angles. And we have some other good videos, which we'll link to, where you can figure out how to read Marcus Aurelius and other things you should know about him. But I wanted to leave you those unexpected facts about Marcus Aurelius, and I hope they leave you something to chew on. If you want to learn more about Stoic philosophy, totally for free, you can sign up for a daily Stoic email. It's 1 free email every morning. The best of Stoic wisdom, dailystoic.com/email. The biggest empire is not Rome or America. The biggest empire is ourselves. And this is a story about 2 men who were able to command that empire, and in so doing, became worthy of the immense power and responsibility that fate had foisted upon them. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've written a number of books about Stoic philosophy. I've been lucky enough to speak about it to the NFL, sitting senators, special forces leaders. I talk about this story, especially in the new book, Discipline is Destiny, the Power of Self-Control. For nearly 25 years, a Roman named Antoninus had clawed, fought his way to the very top
of Rome's political system. There was only one man above him. This was the Emperor Hadrian, who ruled for years with wisdom, but certainly an authoritarianism. And there was an issue. Hadrian does not have a male heir. So he makes the surprise decision to name Antoninus his heir. They have no blood relations. What does he see in Antoninus? All we know, one anecdote, is that Hadrian supposedly sees Antoninus helping his elderly father-in-law up a flight of stairs in a time when people would have killed their own father to get ahead. This idea of a powerful, important Roman helping an elderly, frail old man, it strikes Hadrian that there is an inherent goodness in him. Hadrian says, "I have found you an emperor, noble, mild, obedient, sensible." He says, "Not headstrong or too young, nor careless through old age, Antoninus Aurelius." And so this is what Antoninus has wanted his whole life, a thing that almost no one in history ever has or ever will be given. Again, absolute power handed to you because you earned it through who you were. And yet this was a cruel trick, because for everything that Hadrian had seen in Antoninus, he saw something else, even better, even more decent, in a young boy named Marcus Aurelius. He finds that Marcus has this remarkable ability to tell the truth. He's like the little boy in the story of the emperor's new clothes. He speaks truth to Hadrian when no one else will. Hadrian comes to nickname him Verismus. When Hadrian adopts Antoninus so he can succeed him as emperor, it comes on the condition that he in turn adopt Marcus Aurelius. And that really all Antoninus is a glorified throne warmer. Now we know from history how something like this will go, right? Hadrian will die, and the first thing Antoninus will do will be to eliminate all of his rivals, to get rid of this boy who he's not related to, who he shouldn't even care about, who's really just an impediment to Antoninus's legacy and his family line being passed on and on. We see this today in sports. Brett Favre doesn't want to train Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to prepare and train and mentor the replacement for him. And that's in sports where there's so much less at stake. And yet, again, given absolute power, Antoninus can do anything he wants. What does he do? Over the next 23 years, he grooms Marcus Aurelius to succeed him, to not just take power, but more importantly, to be worthy of power, to be one of the greatest emperors in history. There's this story we hear about an exchange between Antoninus and his wife. She's sort of thinking about all the things they can afford now. And he says, "I'm sorry, we have even less now than we did before," believing that his wealth and his power and his obligations now lay to the Roman people and to the boy he was to train. The one North Star for Marcus Aurelius his whole life is the example of Antoninus. The root word of discipline actually comes to us from the word pupil, meaning you're a student of something. Conversely, that you have someone who's a pupil of you. And I think this is what's so key about Marcus Aurelius's and Antoninus's relationship. Marcus writes that he had the ability to both refrain from and enjoy the things that most people are too weak to refrain from and too inclined to enjoy. Of course, life hands Antoninus power and success and good looks and all of these things. But what strikes Marcus Aurelius about his mentor, how gracefully Antoninus takes these things. He says, if they were there, Antoninus took advantage of them, and if not, he didn't miss them. He never let go of an issue, a topic, a decision before he was sure that he understood it perfectly. Marcus notes how he was able to defer to experts, to listen to them, but also to have a strong sense of his own capacities, not just when to listen to them, but when to ignore them. He didn't go on tangents, he didn't bore people, even though people would have put up with endless amounts from him. He never indulged that. He tolerated being questioned. He liked the back and forth. There's something striking about Antoninus that he never tours the expanse of the Roman Empire. It's not because he didn't like to travel. It wasn't because he had business. He understood even that imperial baggage train was an imposition and he didn't want to impose on people. And one thing Marcus never notices, he never sees it once, despite all the stress of the job, he never once sees Antoninus lose his temper. Hadrian at one point loses his temper with a secretary and he stabs the man in the eye with a pen, something the emperor then could get away with. There's no repercussions. And yet Marcus says of Antoninus that he never exhibited rudeness, he never lost control of himself, he never turned violent. Gravity without airs. He was a man of immense self-control. When Seneca says that he is most powerful who is under his own power, that's what Antoninus was. And you really couldn't imagine then a better teacher for someone like Marcus Aurelius, right? If you think of Marcus Aurelius and someone like Nero, they have very similar paths. They lose their parents at a very young age. They're thrust into power. They have Stoic teachers. Seneca teaches Nero. Junius Rusticus teaches Marcus Aurelius. But what's the difference then? Why is Nero so awful and Marcus so great? The answer is Antoninus. In 161 AD, Antoninus comes to the end of his life. Hadrian probably thought he would rule for a few years. Antoninus was an old man. That was the idea. Marcus was too young. Antoninus was too old, but he does come to the end. His final words, equanimitas, or equanimity. This is what he's passing along to Marcus Aurelius. It's now his turn to wear the purple, to carry the load, to be the man that Hadrian saw in him. Marcus is supposedly so terrified at this thought at first that he goes to bed weeping. But he has a dream that night. I think you could imagine Antoninus visiting him in this dream. Marcus sees in the dream that he has shoulders of ivory. This is him realizing that he is strong enough to carry the load, and in fact he has to carry the load, fulfilling the destiny that Hadrian had set out for him all those years ago. Now, Antoninus had been blessed with wonderful, peaceful times. Antoninus does not have to spill a single drop of blood. Marcus Aurelius's reign is marked by floods and war, invasions, a terrible plague, one thing after another. One ancient historian says Marcus Aurelius does not meet with the good fortune that he deserved. In fact, his whole reign is marked by a series of trouble. And yet the same historian says that he comes to admire Marcus Aurelius for the very reason that these troubles don't break him. In fact, Marcus never loses command of himself, never loses control of himself. He survives, and so does the empire. But as cursed as he was in that sense, you would argue he was blessed with the example and the guidance and those long years of apprenticeship under Antoninus. And now it's Marcus Aurelius' time to bring those ideas into practice. Now, the first thing that Marcus does is write out of Antoninus' playbook, right? Part of a quirk of Hadrian's odd, unprecedented succession plan, there's this other guy, the son of someone that Hadrian had once thought could succeed him, a man named Lucius Verus. Now, Marcus Aurelius is the same age roughly as Lucius Verus. And although it's very clear to Antoninus who deserves to be emperor, it's kind of not clear what to do with Lucius Verus. Now again, Marcus Aurelius could have been the bloodthirsty Machiavellian absolute tyrant that many emperors were. He could have assassinated, gotten rid of his rival. Instead, he appoints Lucius Verus, his stepbrother, only on paper, to be co-emperor. The first thing Marcus Aurelius does with absolute power is give half of it away. The next thing he does is give Antoninus a nickname. He names him Antoninus Pius. He deifies his stepfather, and it puts down in the record just how truly great and holy and humble this man was. And then Marcus Aurelius has to get to work solving one problem after another, which he does with the same kind of calmness and self-control and poise and dignity and goodness that he learned from Antoninus. Marcus Aurelius points out how trivial the ambitions of most emperors and powerful people actually are. He says how much more philosophical it is to take what we've been given and show uprightness and self-control and obedience to God without making a production of it. In the depths of Rome's Antonine Plague, what does Marcus do? He sells off the palace furnishings. He doesn't spend the treasury's money like it's his. He protects it. He reaches into his own pocket so other people don't have to suffer. The work of Marcus's life is to be like Antoninus. He writes in Meditations that he wants to never be swayed by pleasure or pain. He wants to be purposeful when in action, free from dishonesty or dissimulation, and is never dependent on action or inaction from anyone else. He wants to be self-reliant in that truest sense. He wants to cultivate a certain kind of indisputable immunity from the dice rolls of fortune. And even as an old man, he continues to learn and study philosophy to try to be the man that Antoninus wanted him to be. There's a story about Marcus Aurelius leaving the palace. A friend stops him and says, "Marcus, where are you going?" And he says, "I'm off to see Sextus the philosopher to learn that which I do not yet know." The man is amazed. This is one of the wisest, most powerful men in the world, and he's taking up his tablets and books and going to school like an ordinary student. But this was the kind of humility and grace that Marcus had learned from Antoninus. This was his interest in what other people had to say. This was his interest in experts. During the depths of the Antonine Plague, right, going back to Antoninus and the ability to defer and listen to experts, the first thing Marcus does is appoint one of Rome's great medical minds, his doctor, Galen, to be in charge of the response. He doesn't think he knows everything. He doesn't let politics get in the way. He tries to listen to the people who know what they're talking about. And there's another passage in Meditations that echoes of Antoninus. Marcus Aurelius says, "Concentrate every moment like a Roman." Right? He says, concentrate on the task in front of you like it's the most important thing in your life, like it's the last thing you're doing in your life. If you had asked Marcus to define what a Roman was, he would have defined Antoninus. It's one of the most remarkable stories in all of history. Two consecutive emperors, not related by blood, who managed to not just be decent and good at their job, but to not be corrupted by the unlimited power in front of them. Now, why haven't you heard of Antoninus? It's a good question. If he was so great, why don't you know who he is? Well, in some ways, Antoninus is really a victim of his own success. First off, he is eclipsed by Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius is so beloved that he overshadows the man who trained and cultivated him and protected him. If that hadn't happened, Antoninus could have been remembered for all of history if that was something that mattered to him. Think of the months August and July. These are named after Augustus and Julius Caesar. Well, the Senate so loved Antoninus in his own time that they offered him the chance to name a month after him and his wife. This was preposterously egotistical. To a Stoic, it's also utterly meaningless. Who cares? But in truth, Antoninus's real legacy was his life. You know, there's that expression that no man is a hero to his valet. Marcus Aurelius is closer to Antoninus than his valet. And yet, he not just sees him as a hero, he adores him, he loves him, he worships him. He was his hero. Because Antoninus did the hardest thing there is to do in philosophy. Actually lived by what he talked about. He lived up to the standards he set for himself and believed in. And more importantly, he gave Marcus Aurelius the tools to do the same. And this was true multi-generational impact. Tragically, impact that Marcus Aurelius is not even able to replicate in his own life. We see his son Commodus fall terribly, shamefully short of the standards that Marcus set for himself. Marcus isn't able to be the kind of father or guardian or mentor that Antoninus was for him. And what sets Marcus Aurelius up to be so great? It's that he had this North Star, superior to all the masters and teachers that he was given. The historian Ernest Renan says, Marcus had a single master whom he revered above all, and that was Antoninus. It was because Marcus Aurelius had by his side the most beautiful model of a perfect life, one whom he understood and loved, that he became who he was. You know, when we think of discipline, we think of discipline as working out, eating well, controlling your temper, and of course it's all these things, but the deeper, most profound level of discipline, the magisterial discipline, as I call it in the book, is this. It's one thing to not do stuff that you shouldn't really do. But so much of what we don't do or we judge in others, we're not even in a position to do. Marcus Aurelius and Antoninus have unlimited power. They can put people to death. They can start wars. They can build enormous monuments to themselves. They do none of this. They focus on the job. They focus on doing their best. They focus on being the best people that they could possibly be. And that's their legacy. That's what discipline is really about. That's what we have to cultivate in our own lives. And ultimately, that's what Stoicism is about as well. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email. One bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free, to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years, and I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email. is stable, not even what's right here. The infinity of the past and future gapes before us, a chasm whose depths we cannot see. I probably missed the brilliance of that until I saw him read it, but it stuck with me ever since. And actually, when we illustrated this edition of Meditations, I tried to capture that. The time flows like a river, and you just think of it rushing past. You think of Marcus Aurelius writing it near the Danube. Water is clearly this repeated metaphor and analogy in the Stoics, and it can teach us so much. And most of all, I think it can both humble and inspire us. Marcus Aurelius talks about being jarred by circumstances, messing up, failing. He talks about the idea of a rhythm, coming back to the rhythm. And I like this idea. I think Stoics talk about the logos or the way. You think of the logos, the kind of rhythm of the universe being the way, something you come back to. So even if you screw up, it's always there. The metronome is always there. The rhythm of the music is always there. You want to come back to it. Like a lot of people, I have a tendency to overwork, to overdo, to overcommit, to take things too intensely. Marcus Aurelius warns himself against this in Meditations, and it's stuck with me always. He says, in your actions, don't procrastinate. In your conversations, don't confuse. In your thoughts, don't wander. In your soul, don't be passive or aggressive. In your life, don't be all about business, right? Don't be all about business. If you want tranquility, you have to do less. It's about doing less. It's about saying no more. The question we have to ask ourselves constantly is this essential? Because most of what we do and say is not essential. And when you eliminate the inessential, he says that's good in and of itself. But secondarily, you get the benefit of doing the essential things better. You have to say no. You have to say no. Multiple times, Marcus used a word that I totally missed, like, for instance, to move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind, only their delight and stillness. Stillness is a very Eastern word, but it also has roots in Stoicism. Ataraxia, apatheia, this idea for the Stoics of not being disturbed by external circumstances, by internal circumstances, not caring what other people say, not caring what other people do, getting to a place of stillness. This is clearly what Marcus was studying philosophy for and where he wanted to get. Stillness, though, it is this idea that Marcus returns to over and over and over again, probably because he had so little stillness in his busy, chaotic, crazy life. He wants to be like the rock that the wave crashes over and eventually the sea falls still around. I think of that metaphor all the time. The world is going to be crazy. All these things are happening, but what you can have is a certain kind of strength and stillness and inner fortitude is the ability to be calm amid the turbulence, to be still even as the world is spinning around you. Everything lasts for a day. The knower and the known. This is a pretty interesting observation from a man who was the most famous man in the world in that time. A man who's still so famous, you can buy coins with his face on them on Etsy. They survive as historical documents worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. This is a guy whose book still pops on and off the bestseller list, whose search engine show have an all-time spike in popularity. But Marcus Aurelius would also remind himself that posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He's not around to enjoy it. What matters is, was he deserving of that in his own time? Was he good then? Is he famous for the right reasons, for doing good stuff, for being a good person? So we can imagine when Marcus comes to the end of life and realizes he's going to die, I wonder if he thought about the passage that he wrote in Book 10:36. He says, it doesn't matter how good a life you've led, there will still be people standing around the bed who will welcome the sad event. His point was, if you're doing this for validation, if you're doing this to be loved, if you're doing this to be remembered, the rewards for doing the right thing have to be the right thing. You can't be doing it to be liked. You can't care about what other people think. You can't try to please everyone all the time, be everyone's favorite, especially as a leader, especially as a leader. So Marcus had to constantly be aware of this. And I wondered if, when he actually came to the end of his life, if he thought about the fact that maybe secretly some of these people were glad he would be gone soon, and if he had to come to terms with those words that he'd written so long ago. In Book 4 of Meditations, this is 437, it says, on the verge of dying and you're still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced that external things can harm you, still rude to other people, still not acknowledging the truth that wisdom is justice. I just love the intensity with which he's addressing himself. Marcus, again, isn't perfect. He's still struggling with it. He's saying it's the end of your life and you still haven't gotten this right. And he's repeating to himself who he wants to be, how he should be, And I think, and this is the important part, he's also saying it's not too late. It's never too late.
It's funny, Marcus is, I think, meditating on memento mori to root himself in the present moment. And you do notice that Marcus talks about the present moment over and over and over again in meditations. He's reminding yourself that it's the only thing you have. It's the only thing you can lose. I think that's because he, like us, found it so easy to get distracted, to think about the past or the future, to worry about this, to regret that. And the consequence of that is you're losing the only thing you have, he's saying, which is right now. The fruit of this life, Marcus says at one point in Meditations, is good character and acts for the common good. Elsewhere he talks about those epithets for the self. Those are two pretty good ones, right? That you should be good character always, and do good things for other people always. And to Marcus, that's what he was striving to do always. Good character, good deeds. It's hard to come up with a better summation for a good life than that. There's a pretty amazing story about Marcus Aurelius. Pretty late in life, he's seen leaving his palace in Rome. He's carrying these tablets, and a friend says, "Where are you going?" He says, "I'm off to see Sextus the philosopher to learn that which I do not yet know." The friend marvels. He says, "Here's the most powerful man in the world, even as an old age, picking up his books and going to school." I think that's, in effect, what Marcus is. He remains a student. It's his notebook. It's his exercise book. It's his workbook. He's doing work on himself even as an old man. And the fruits of that come down to us. It's just so wonderful to think of Marcus even as an old man. Maybe some of the lines in here he learned from Sextus the philosopher. He thanks Sextus philosopher in book 1, the Debts and Lessons chapter. So the idea for Marcus was that you always stay a student. We know that Marcus Aurelius doesn't want to be emperor. In fact, he breaks down and cries when he is told he's going to be emperor, because he knew how many bad emperors there were. And I also think he probably had a little bit of imposter syndrome. He wasn't someone who sought out power, and so when power came his way, he wondered if he could do it, if he had the skills, if he was strong enough, smart enough, firm enough, ruthless enough. But before Marcus becomes emperor, he has a dream, we're told. And in that dream, he dreams that he has shoulders made of ivory. That was to him letting himself know that he was strong enough to bear the weight. He could do it. And in Meditations, we catch him reminding himself of that lesson that he learned many years ago, early on, before he'd taken power. He says, "Remind yourself that if it's humanly possible, know that you can do it also." These people aren't better than you. They're not given some gift that you don't have. They became who they needed to be. They gave themselves the shoulders of ivory that Marcus Aurelius realized deep down he had all along. The Stoics speak of this idea of the inner citadel, this sort of part inside yourself that can't be touched by externals. Good news, bad news, good fortune, misfortune. Marcus Aurelius writes that stuff cannot touch the soul. And I think that's what we see, despite all the things that we know happened to Marcus in his life, all the good fortune that he did not meet with, all the misfortune that he did not deserve, nothing touches the inner goodness inside him. That's what meditation shows. It shows that despite the filth, the dust, the stress of life, what remains is the goodness. He keeps that pure, bubbling up always. There's just no one that Marcus speaks more highly of in meditation than Antoninus, or more consistently. Antoninus takes up a bigger chunk in Meditations than Marcus's mother, than Marcus's family, and he comes back to it later in the book. Antoninus is a gift from the gods in Marcus's view. He's older than Marcus, they have no blood relation, but they have this long apprenticeship with each other. Marcus seizes this for all that it could be. He studies Antoninus. He was the model, Ernest Renan says, of the perfect life for Marcus. And so that's why repeatedly in Meditations you see Marcus talking about what he learned from Antoninus, what he learns from his adopted stepfather. And I think having a hero like that is just so important, and it's why Antoninus takes up such a big chunk of Debts and Lessons. Sometimes when I sign copies of the Daily Stoic, or when people want me to sign their copies of Marcus Aurelius, which is a weird thing I could have never imagined 15 years ago, I write that one of my favorite quotes from Marcus Aurelius. He says, "Fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you." Or I shorten that, I do my version of it, I say, "Fight to be the person philosophy wants you to be." That to me is the struggle of Marcus Aurelius. He wants to be what Antoninus knows he could be, what Rome needs him to be, what philosophy, what Stoicism thought he could be. And that was the ideal, the standard that he aspired to be like always. Meditations is filled with self-criticism, with pushing himself to be better, calling himself into account. Again, Marcus Aurelius is incredibly powerful. People told him how amazing he was. They worshipped him as a god. And the more successful, the more important, the more beloved you are, the more important it is to have this practice. No one could tell Marcus what he was doing wrong, what he needed to do better. He had to do that. I think the same is true in this world that we live in, where we have wonderful freedom, where we don't live under a tyrant, where there is no authority monitoring everything we do and say and think. But that doesn't mean we should do whatever we want to say and think or do. We have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to follow that process ourselves. In the middle of meditations, and there's a couple others sprinkled around, you see Marcus Aurelius talk about loss, specifically the loss of children. And this is something he knows intimately well, tragically. Think about what it would be like to bury a child and how much that would affect a person. Marcus doesn't do this one time or two times, but 6 times. He loses all of his male heirs except for Commodus. Just brutal. In the most tragic and painful of circumstances, a medical procedure that goes wrong, the plague, childbirth, infancy, it's just one thing after another for Marcus. Yet not only does he continue to get out of bed every morning, he writes this book with such grace and love, purpose, he could have been broken by this. He had every reason to be broken by this. No one would hold it against him if he had been, yet he wasn't. And to me, that's both a testament to the philosophy itself, but also a testament to his incredible and inspiring character. The Emperor of Rome would have had beautiful palaces. Marcus, from a rich family, would have had access to country estates, and he could afford the finest resorts or retreats. And he reminds himself, though, that people who try to get away from it all are chasing something that doesn't exist. Like that Buddhist idea that wherever you go, there you are. You can retreat into yourself anytime you want. He says you can find replenishment and rest and relaxation inside your own soul. And I think that's what he's doing in meditations, that's what he's doing in books, that's what he's doing when he would go on walks, when he would look at the world poetically. He realized that he didn't have to flee to some exotic location. All the things he needed and wanted were right there, and they weren't external things at all. They were inside of him just as they are inside all of us. Seneca talks about how the greatest empire is self-command, being in charge of yourself. If you can see Marcus Aurelius, this guy who controls literally an enormous empire, struggling with that same idea, realizing that, yeah, I can make the army do this, yeah, I can purchase that, yeah, I can make the Senate do this, but that the real power, the real thing to focus on is, am I in command or control of myself? There's a story about Hadrian getting mad, losing his temper, and stabbing a secretary in the eye with a pen. He could get away with that. Nobody cared. Marcus doesn't do anything like that. There's no stories like that about Marcus. Marcus realized that, yeah, there was only a few people who were ever powerful enough to be emperor, but fewer among the emperors was a man who was in command of himself. And as Seneca said, no one is fit to rule who is not first in control of themselves. That's what Marcus strove to be, and in many ways, that's what meditations was him trying to get a little bit better at. I might have repeated myself in a few of these, but then again, Marcus repeats himself a lot through meditations. Because he's not writing a prescription about all of the philosophy. He's not trying to tackle every situation or problem or facet of Stoicism. He's trying to talk about what he needs, which seems to be reminders of his mortality, which seems to be why he shouldn't lose his temper, which seems to be about controlling his ambition, which seems about taking the long view or seeing things big picture. Meditations is not complete or comprehensive. It's a book about the things Marcus needs the most, just as your journal should be repeatedly coming back to the themes that you need the most help with or the things you're struggling the most with. That we can read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, the private thoughts of the most powerful man in the world, is just an incredible fluke of history and good luck. He had no intention of publishing it. He'd probably be mortified that we're reading it. Just even think of how unlikely it is that a thing written on, wax tablets or parchment 2,000 years ago manages to survive to us. How many good things had to happen, how many flukes of circumstances and good fortune had to happen for us to get there. It survives to us primarily because the Romans were good record keepers, because someone decided not to toss this book of philosophy out. They probably ignored Marcus's final wishes, but also because a chain of monks, all nameless, all forgotten, recorded, wrote over and over again, translated Marcus's works, and eventually enough copies of it survive that it survives to us. So my final thought as we step back from these lessons of meditations, the final lesson I think we can take from the existence of the book itself should be a note of gratitude. We're so lucky. You run the same process again 100 times, 99 of those times you're not going to get the book surviving. We are so lucky. It is a black swan of black swans
wonderful fluke of circumstances that works out to our benefit. And that should both humble us and make us feel really, really fortunate that we get to read and learn from this wise man in such a deeply personal and vulnerable and helpful way. That's why I wanted to bring this leather edition out, which I think you're really gonna like. You can check out how to get it below. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email. 1 bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years, and I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email.
But if you look at the most valuable companies in the world, they have, in a single year, all of them have had a 40 to 97% correction. Amazon went down 94, 97% from 99 to 2001. Facebook was off 72% in 2022. The difference now is if those companies go down, they're such a big part of the market. If they sneeze, the global economy could catch a cold. So I think the technology will absolutely survive. I do think it's seminal, it's breakthrough, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to incur a pretty massive correction from a stock market perspective. Also, let me catastrophize for a moment. Your generation and the majority of investors right now are under the impression that any breakthrough in technology results in a small number of companies over time that are able to use IP, distribution, ability to raise capital, to sequester and capture trillions of dollars in market cap. E-commerce, that's Amazon, eBay, Shopify, social media, whether it's, obviously Meta or Snap or YouTube or AI. The problem is that what we forget is there have been seminal technologies that have not necessarily resulted in any small number of companies being able to capture shareholder value. Let me give you some examples. If someone said to you right now, for the next 36 months, you either have to go without AI or jet transportation, what would you pick?
Without jet transportation or without AI?
Prop planes for the next 3 years.
Oh, no,
or AI?
I would keep the AI.
Okay, hands down, jet transportation. I use AI every day. I invest in AI companies. Jet transportation is much more important to me. I think that's skirting along the surface of the atmosphere at 8/10 the speed of sound has unlocked emotional and financial well-being across the world. It's an unbelievable innovation. If you added up all the shareholder value, the losses and the gains, the profits and the losses, right now, as we sit here now, the entire airline and jet manufacturing industry is at break even. It still hasn't made money. If you look at all the airlines that have gone out of business, if you look at the government subsidies of all the jet plane manufacturers, it has been a shitty business. It's at zero. PCs. I was on the board of Gateway Computer. I realized that's the weakest flex in the world.
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know what Gateway is?
No.
Oh, God, I feel so old. It was his company, Ted Waite, who was sort of the Michael Dell of his generation, figured out a way to assemble computers in, I think, South Dakota, and it became this hugely valuable company. It was the second, when I was on the board, it was the second largest computer manufacturer by volume in the world. We were ahead of Apple. We got sold for $600 million, or maybe 760, which is what Alphabet will lose in about 3 trading seconds or gain today. No one's been able to capture a lot of money around PCs. People say Apple. No, it wasn't PCs, it was the iPhone. Vaccines. I think vaccines are the second greatest innovation in history, only bested by the American middle class. Millions of lives saved through vaccines. Moderna's down 90%. There's no one company that's been able to sequester shareholder value. So my thesis is that there's a 1 in 3 chance that AI becomes as important as vaccines, as important as jet transportation, as important as PCs, but there's no one or small group of companies that are able to capture shareholder value. Why is that? AI puts AI out of business. And that is, if you look at the convergence of the technologies, all the models are converging.
Yeah.
The AI reverse engineers any feature And basically, they all started with this delta. They're all converging towards the same thing. So I wonder if the big winner or the stakeholder that wins in AI is us.
Yeah.
And that is, we have amazing vaccines, PCs, transportation, but a small number of companies haven't become worth trillions of dollars. And I wonder if the same thing might not happen with AI, with open weight models out of China, with basically great models that are for free. My prediction would be to go short the AI ecosystem from a shareholder standpoint, or from a stakeholder standpoint. I think it's going to be great. And let me back up. I think a more important technology in terms of how it's going to change the world is not AI. Every year I say this is my technology of the year. In 24, I said it was AI. 25 and 26, I've had the same technology that said this is more important than AI. Any guesses? Talk about this a lot. You would not know this technology or use it. That's a hint.
Okay. Testosterone replacement.
That hurts because you know I'm on it. That hurts.
Okay, no, okay, Ozempic. Okay,
GLP-1.
GLP-1s, yeah.
Talk to somebody who's on GLP-1 and uses AI every day and ask them which one they would give up.
Yeah.
I think GLP-1, if you look at what's really going to have an impact on people's lives and what will create more shareholder value, I think it's GLP-1 than AI. And a lot of people much smarter than me say, you're full of shit, AI is going to change everything. I don't. I think GLP-1 is more important technology than AI. And my thesis is there's a 1 in 3 chance that AI ends up being more like vaccines than e-commerce or social, and that it's going to be impossible for a small number of companies to capture all the shareholder value they're raising money at. The other kind of what I'll put, fun to speculate or catastrophize. If someone were to say the U.S. economy crashed in the next 24 months, or valuations came down not 30%, but the market dropped 40 or 50%, which has happened before, I wouldn't think it's because of its misadventures in the Middle East. I think there's a decent chance if I were advising Xi in China and I saw America as a real adversary and said, we are sick of these guys messing with us, treating us so poorly, these ridiculous tariffs, very difficult to understand what they're thinking or how we deal with them. I would do what I think they're doing, and that is I would engage in modern day steel dumping. So back, I think it was in the 80s or the 90s, China wanted to ramp up. They wanted to consolidate the global steel market, so they began dumping cheap steel into the U.S., and U.S. steel manufacturers could not compete. And the idea was price it below market, consolidate the market, and then you get margin power. That's basically what Amazon and Netflix have done. They've sold you $1 worth of goods for 80 cents until they wrapped up the market, then they started raising prices. I think China is beginning to engage in what I'll call AI dumping, and that is they're going to have a series of open weight models. About a third of corporations now are supposedly using Chinese lightweight open weight models that are cheaper. If I were Xi, I would just dump cheap AI into the US market. And the moment large corporations start announcing they're not engaging these multi-million-dollar site licenses with Anthropic or OpenAI, they're using these inexpensive Chinese models, and the market realizes that there's no way they can justify these incredible valuations, I think the US market crashes, because 40% of the S&P now is directly or tangentially related to this giant bet America is making on AI. The majority of GDP growth over the last 2 years has come from AI CapEx. If that slows down, we're immediately in recession.
That's such an interesting idea that if you're sat in China as a leader now, you go, do you know what? Give Americans cheap AI and you'll kneecap their economy.
100%. That's what I would do.
It does make sense.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense. I've heard a lot of founders get quite scared that there will be an economic crash in the next 12 or 24 months because of the overinvestment in AI. And investors are going to start to realize that the returns just aren't there for a lot of these companies that have raised at 100 million valuation that on an idea. And so the market will contract. And if the market does contract, what does history tell us that the individual should do? The person listening, the average person in such a market, because they're scared they're going to be laid off. If all this investor money suddenly contracts, investors go risk off. They might be laid off.
Well, again, so Jamie Dimon was asked, what is the definition of a recession? And he said something that happens every 7 years. Your generation isn't used to a recession.
No.
I was on the board of the New York Times, and within like 60 days, 70% of our revenues went away. 2008, the credit crisis, advertisers, 70-80% of the New York Times revenue was advertising. In May, we're doing X million in revenue.
And then you join the board and then...
Yeah. No, I think I joined the board. I joined the board at exactly the wrong time. I raised $600 million to become the largest shareholder in the New York Times, and overnight I turned it into $200 million. Yeah, that was a learning experience for me. Anyways, just about the time I started having kids, God, that was stressful. Anyway, they basically within 60 days lost 70% of their ad revenue, and we had to go and find a Mexican billionaire to basically Carlos Slim to bail us out. Your generation really doesn't know what a recession looks like. Like, everything stops. Imagine 70% of your subscription and advertising revenue from 1 month to 1 month declines. What would that do to your business?
You'd have to consider letting people go, and you'd have to cut costs. And
But here's the thing, to a certain extent, it's healthy. You start developing all these fatty deposits, and the best time to start a business is coming out of a recession because people are cheaper, things are cheaper, people have a new way of looking at stuff. And also for your generation, people don't realize, I mean, quite frankly, if I'm a 28-year-old who's talented and doesn't have kids and dogs yet, I think a recession that takes down the asset prices might not be the worst thing in the world that happens to your generation. Because when '08 crashed, when there was the crash of '08, we let the banks fail. We bailed out the banks, but we didn't bail out the economy. And I was coming into my prime income earning years. I was in my early 40s. And I was still lucky enough and talented enough to make good money. So what did I get in 2009? Amazon, Apple, and Netflix for $8, $10, and $12 a share. Those companies have 20x'd. We don't let anything fail now. We bail out the markets. Where do you and your colleagues find value? Like, what's cheap right now? Where do you find value? And here's the thing. There's two parts of your life from a financial standpoint. There's investing part of your life, and there's harvesting. You're in the investing part of your life. There's a certain advantage to getting to invest when asset prices are low. There's nowhere for you to find value.
yeah,
I'm pretty comfortable saying Apple or NVIDIA aren't going to 20x from here. Where do you find value? Real estate? What, Brooklyn is $3,000 a square foot? So while you're in the investing part of your life and you can survive a bit of a shock, I don't know if, quite frankly, a good thing to happen for your generation wouldn't be a correction in asset prices, because the economy has an unbelievable malleability and resilience to reform, reshape, and come back. Recessions usually don't last longer than 18, 24, 36 months. And I think a correction in asset values would be good. But what we decided, the leadership of my generation has decided, we'd rather pull out your credit card and artificially prop up the markets through deficit spending or bailouts. They're talking, we mentioned Spirit Airlines, they're talking about a $500 million government loan to Spirit Airlines to bail them out. That's nothing but you transferring money to me. Because who owns shares in Spirit? People my age. Who's trying to buy shit for cheap? People your age. It should be allowed to go out of business. It should decline in price. Asset value should go down. When we bailed out every baby boomer owner of a restaurant or a small business in COVID, that just robbed opportunity from the new graduate of a culinary academy who wanted her shot to go buy a restaurant for pennies on the dollar. Everyone in my generation has had those asset dips where if you were resilient and coming into your prime income earning years, you could buy assets for a lower price. We've decided that the government is here to bail my generation out and smooth out our assets, make sure that our assets never go down by too much. All that does is rob opportunity from your generation.
you wrote this book, the Algebra of Wealth: A Simple Formula for Success. Brilliant book. And linking to what you were just saying there, where are you investing now? Like, if you're a young person that's trying to defend your money, or just really anybody at any age that's trying to find a place to put your money where you'll make a return, I guess there's actually two questions here, which is the investing part, and then like, how do I set myself up just to make more money? Especially if there's going to be an economic collapse, things might get a little bit uncertain. I think I heard you say before that less people are leaving their jobs. It's harder for entry-level people to get into newer roles potentially at the moment. So in such a world where there is uncertainty, and I want to make sure that I don't go broke, I have $10,000, let's say, and I want to make sure I increase my earning potential. What's one's advice for those dual strategies?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing. So, and it's different. I'm at a point where I'm not looking to get rich. I'm looking to not get poor. So I just diversify like crazy. I don't invest more than 3% of my net worth in any one thing.
Yeah.
And I've been diversifying out of the U.S. market into Latin America and European markets. Because the reality is nobody knows. The only Kevlar against the unknown, which is everywhere, is diversification. Now, a younger person can take more risks, right? I mean, what am I doing? I'm diversifying and I'm investing in Pokemon because I do it with my son and he loves it. And I think collectibles are actually the only place where there's value right now. Everything to me just looks crazy overvalued. I look at everything and think, that's going to get cut in half. Oh, that's going to get cut in half. But you always want to be in the market. It's very hard to be a stock picker. So if you're your age, you're a talented entrepreneur. You're investing in yourself. There's no ROI like finding a business you're good at, trying to invest, and working your ass off. That's how you get wealthy in this for young people in this generation. Or you find a company that's going fast, you do well there, you get stock options. But the key is to make sure that a
Before you
certain
said
amount of your
something
income never
bad,
comes
no,
into your
I-
hands. People your age can't
I
save
have
money.
to switch it.
If
my
they get $100,
PC.
they'll spend 105.
It is pretty
So
addicting.
the key is to find
because
every
it's more
matching
addicting than
program
Pokemon
or
Champions.
every vehicle or
Well, I think
hack,
less
make sure you
people
never see
watch
the
me
money,
play this
and
because
from an
less
early
people
age,
know how
it
to
goes
play
into
this.
low-cost index funds. Take
Yeah.
30% of your capital
Less people
and have fun
like
with it.
enjoy
Buy
watching this.
NVIDIA, whatever you want. Do you think you're smarter than everyone else, and then you're going to find out you're not,
I
and,
know,
and the
is that
market
ranked
outperforms
matches?
you. But how do you get rich? The only answer I have is slowly. And that is figure out a way to make sure that money every month is invested
I think
in
it's ranked
low-cost
matches.
index funds. In terms of trying to pick the next big thing, oh Christ, your guess
Basically,
is as
right
good as
now you can
mine.
get
I
Aussie
just
Kino,
don't.
which
And anyone who
doesn't
tells you
seem to
they
be very
know
good.
doesn't know. So
you can
I know how to
Aussie
get you
Kino.
rich. That's the good news. The bad news is the answer is slowly, and it requires some discipline.
Oh.
But people your age, just find out a way to start saving when you're a teenager,
you
25
could
bucks a month,
try
and in your
Typhlosion.
20s, 100, then 500, then 1,000. And regardless of whether you have a platinum
can't- I
record,
don't know if
or
this
a
is
best-selling
ranked
book,
match.
or a podcast empire,
You could
you're
try
going to be
Typhlosion.
fine. But I can't look at a sector and say, oh, it's AI.
Typhlosion's
AI is
a new
overvalued right
character.
now. I don't know. Your job is to find something you're good at, to focus such that you can be
I don't
great
think
at
it's
something
ranked
which commands
matches.
margin,
I'll try it.
to show some discipline, save some money, to diversify like crazy, and then to let time take over. Because I look at you and I think, oh, I'm like Steven. I'm a young entrepreneur. And then I look at the mirror, I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm
I
5
always
years
play
from
with
death.
Zapdos because
It goes, but it happened in a blink. So take advantage of that. Because if I gave you a magic
But
box,
for sure,
instead, if
less
you
people
put,
watch
like, you're
this.
making
I
real
think it's
money
'cause
now.
a lot of
If
people
you put
haven't played it
$100,000
before.
in a box, by the time you're my age, it's going to be worth $1
Typhlosion,
million.
Feraligatr, and Meganium
And imagine
are
that
in the game
that
now.
box is like a second. 100,000 in, a second, it's $1 million. This to this feels like a second. So how much money would you put in that box?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So the moment you have some capital, just think about trying to, at a young age, show some discipline and put some money in that box. Because it just, compound interest is just, it's staggering, the power of it. But trying to predict where you should invest other than investing in yourself, additional skills, certifications, investing in relationships, trying to do as many nice, kind things for other people, I think that compounds, especially when you're younger. People remember people who helped them when they were younger and maybe not that powerful. I imagine you're very loyal. The person who gave you $5,000, do you resent the money they made? No.
I actually emailed them this weekend. It's called Alistair, thanking him again, sent him a big letter for
That because that person took a chance on you.
Yeah.
There was a certain amount of kindness there, right?
It wasn't even the 5,000. It was that a smart person said, "I believe in
I
you,"
believe in you.
and that meant that I could go back to my mother who was ignoring me and saying, "Look, this smart person believed in me, and therefore it made me believe in myself." That's really the investment they made.
That's everything. And they took a chance, and it probably was, they wanted a return, but what they wanted to do was help out a young man.
Yeah.
Those people, your opportunity to make those investments as a young person, whether it's helping someone get a job, being kind, a kind word, a kind text, telling them how impressive they are, whatever it might be, that stuff, it's like investing. It compounds. And you wake up at 50 and you find those relationships are really powerful assets. So look, I don't have a silver bullet here. Save money, diversify, compound interest, invest in relationships early. Those compound too.
This
All
no
the
likes
most
play it does
important
not play like an
decisions you made that
NPC as
resulted
well.
in the biggest sort of wealth upside for you, and they could be any kind of decision. It's not like I invested in this, but just, I don't know, a philosophy, a mentality, an approach that when you look back on your career, you go, it was that was the biggest step change in my money.
Well, my superpower is I've gotten shot in the face a couple times, personally and professionally, and I mourn and I get up and I go try and raise money again and start another company. I had an e-commerce incubator. It was basically out of business 6 months from starting it.
My
My
teammates
e-commerce
quite
company
bad.
went
They don't
public
know where
in
they are.
2002. It went through restructuring, which is a fancy word for bankruptcy, in 2008. I started a video delivery company that went out of business. I mean,
Typically, they're supposed to
you know,
score
people
with
talk about
you,
their
so
successes.
you're not the only
I
one
think
scoring.
generously, I'm sort of like 3, 4, and 2. I've had more losses than wins, every time I've been rejected from a school, had my affections weren't returned from a potential romantic partner, I got fired, I had a company go out of business, I had investment. I've always been able, and I think this is the key skill, I think you have to do whatever you need to do, whether it's be around people who care about you, exercise. You have to be able to stand in front of a metaphorical mirror and go, I can add a lot of value to a company. I can raise money again and start a business if I need to. I can make someone really happy. That's been my superpower. So the seminal moment in my professional success was a willingness to say, okay, I just got shot in the face. The whole world says I'm a failure because my business, I raised a ton of money and I had to call my investors and say we're shutting down. That's humiliating. It's public failure. I mourn, and then I go out and I raise more money.
This
and I try another
eruption
company.
is quite.
Because only
quite
1 in 7
OP.
businesses
It looks like a
succeed.
mega move.
So I started 9. And I knew at some point, if you work hard enough, I mean, you can't guarantee
there's
success.
no
but so much of
special-
it is out of your control.
Special, super effective.
You just want to step
in
up
this
to the
game.
plate as many times as possible. You want to have a great swing. You want to be in shape. You want to be a good person. But a lot of it is resilience. I have a lot of really talented friends who came up through the alternative investments community, masters of the universe, making $1, $2, $3 million a year working for hedge funds in the 90s and the aughts. And then they went out on their own, raised a bunch of money, hit some bumps, and then closed their funds. Or they had a business. I have friends who are entrepreneurs who left a good job and started a business.
Snore
and
like
they
his
get
bank.
stuck. These are people who've never known anything but success. They got into an Ivy League school. They got a great job. Everything has been this. And then they hit a failure and they lose their mojo. They just get stuck. They can't get over it. They lose the confidence to go out and raise more money. And that's the key. The key to success is getting shot in the face and then just getting up again.
Damn.
I'm 30 years old. How old are you, Scott?
I'm
That's
61.
all likes.
You're actually
It's
61.
for you
No, I'm
can't
not.
really
Yeah,
win
I'm 61.
61
It's the
though.
testosterone therapy.
No, I didn't think you were 61.
appreciate
Pretty
that.
one. It
I
depends
thought
how
you
bad
were
they are.
a lot younger
62.
than 61.
62 in November.
If you'd said to me anywhere between
Oh,
49 and 61, I think I would have believed
but
you.
this eruption is super
so-
OP.
I'm sorry, let me take that out. I'm 49, Steven.
What is it that, you're 61, I'm 33.
Yeah.
What is it that I don't know as a 30-year-old that I'm going to find out in the next 30 years that I should know? What is the most important thing that I should know about the next 30 years?
Nothing's ever as good or as bad as it seems. You've raised a ton of money. You're on fire right now. Be humble. Because a lot of this is out of your control. If there's AI dumping in the US or this war gets out of control and the market shuts down, this goes away.
Yeah.
And it's not your fault, but nor is your success. So when things are going really well, be really humble and invest a lot in other people and realize, be careful not to believe your own press. In 1999, my company was going public. I was looking at jets. I just thought I was the man. I wasn't very
Where is
kind to my
your-
ex-wife.
Your head on.
I really thought
yesterday.
a
I'm
lot
not
of
sure
myself,
if I finished
and
it.
I credited my character, my grit for my success, without crediting enough to how lucky I was, that I was in the right place at the right time. So be humble when you're successful. At the same time, when you fail, and I failed a lot, realize a lot of that isn't your fault too, and forgive yourself, and move on. So a lot of your success and a lot of your failure isn't your fault. And when you look
Damn
back on your life,
Pikachu. I
when
don't
you
even
look
know
back
if this
on the
is
biggest
ranked match.
disappointments, in my senses, I don't know much about you. In my senses, you haven't had a lot of
I
tragedy
can't
or real
because
disappointment. at least
I
professionally,
accepted
things
some
not
random
good for you.
person
When you look back
invitation on this game
on the most disappointing
online.
things that happened to you in this decade,
Online
you're not
friendly
going to be
request.
disappointed about the thing that happened. You're going to be disappointed about how upset you were.
But it's
So,
pretty hard to
Forgive
2v1.
yourself and realize this will pass. Because at the end of life, people wish they'd allowed themselves to be happier. They think, I wish I had not beaten myself up over that breakup, over that loss of job, over that loss of money. They're upset about how upset they were, not about what actually happened. So nothing's ever as good as bad as it seems.
Why doesn't he run away, man?
And
I
to
never understand
really
why he
try
doesn't
and
run away.
Embrace
He runs
an idea
away,
that
then
is
comes back.
embrace
He's supposed to run
relationships.
away.
And that is, I got on a hamster
You should
wheel.
technically
I
run
just
away,
never
'cause,
had
like,
enough
he's not
money.
gonna survive.
My whole identity was professional. And from like the age of 25 to 45, I don't think I established many healthy relationships. I just didn't invest in them. I was always good with friends. I always stayed in contact. But I kind of woke up in my early 40s. I just decided I wanted to move to New York and not have any obligations. I got divorced. I didn't say left my friends, but I had enough money. I was living like a caveman, just occasionally leaving for food or alcohol or a good time. And I liked having absolutely no obligations and no connection to anybody. I actually enjoyed it. And then I realized, I started reading a lot of literature on happiness and longevity, and I realized if I do this, I'll be dead at 55 because I don't have any connection to anybody. And
No,
so I
that
started
is.
investing
I
in
think it's this
relationships,
guy's move.
started
This guy is freaking
making an
move.
effort to reinvigorate
Oh, damn.
friendships.
He killed both of
Really
us.
started to think about thoughtfully.
See,
about,
AI.
I wanna
If I'm
be around
fighting against
people a lot
AI,
more.
it's not
I was
like that.
becoming very much an introvert
Okay.
and isolated. I mean,
So basically, if you get
Yeah,
ground on
I
in
was
this
like a
game,
poor
they get
version
a
of Howard
huge
Hughes or
advantage,
something like
even
that.
if you're in the lead.
so I would say really focus on as
Damn,
much as
this
you
is
can,
bad.
relationships.
So
investing in
basically,
them.
we were in the lead, but they got
in
the
your
ground
30s,
on,
I mean, it's super
and it's double
rewarding, it
points
pays off.
right now.
But more than anything, just forgive yourself.
And become a dad?
Well, look, I didn't want to have kids, so, and I think you can be happy without kids. I kind of got forced into it. I was with someone
Yeah,
who
fucking
much higher
Pikachu.
character, much
That
more attractive
Pikachu.
than me. And she
Yeah, they
decided
play
she wanted
better
to have
than
kids, and I
AI.
said, I'm never getting married again. And she's called my bluff
Basically,
and said,
you can't do
don't
anything
have to
when
be married.
you faint.
something else.
Especially
Anyways,
later game, it's like
so
20 seconds.
I didn't want
It
kids.
says we still have a lead though.
But now, and this goes back to purpose. Everyone talks about finding a purpose. And the way I approached life, which was really screwed up, is I approached it from a capitalist standpoint. I want more out of this friendship than I'm getting. I want more out of this investment than I invested. I want to pay this employee less than the value they're creating. I saw everything as a transaction
Basically, I have
that
to
wanted
defend
embrace.
now.
And what I figured out is that finding your purpose is finding that thing that you
think
can
we're in the
never
lead,
get
so we just
a,
have to
a
defend.
real positive return on. What do I mean by that? I will never get a positive return from my children. They're never going to be up at 2 a.m. worried about me, right? They are costing me so much money. I don't care how nice the senior home is that I'm putting them in.
Oh,
The amount of
They're all at
love,
the end.
concern, and anxiety I feel over my boys.
so they
It would
KO'd
be
everyone.
almost impossible for them to
Even
return.
though we lost the ground on.
And
So
that's the
typically
point.
in ranked matches, if
I
you
finally
lose,
have something where I
if you
feel like
lose
that
the middle
sense of
boss,
purpose.
it's
the most loyal, proud Americans are
it's
veterans.
quite- you
Because there's
basically
no way
pretty much
America
always
really
lose the game.
Pay them back for leaving their
because
families.
at the
and
end
risking
you get double
person.
points.
That's
and,
an unparalleled investment. They'll never get that.
defeating the
investment
boss
back.
gives
But
you
what they get
a
back
buff.
is purpose.
So we won
And I
anyway.
didn't realize that finding something you were so passionate about, whether it was a nonprofit or saving dogs from kill shelters or getting involved in a woman's right to have bodily
Says we
autonomy,
should
where
be-
you
be
give so
friends with-
much,
They're
that
all
there's just no way you'll ever
fairly
really
decent.
get at the kind of tangible ROI.
You know,
And what
I was
realized
playing
is
against
when you
AI
find
earlier.
that,
That's
that's
why
your
I was on.
purpose. And I didn't realize that. So having kids for me has given me purpose.
Because there's
I enjoy
two
it, but
events
that's my
on,
thing
which is
now.
annoying.
I
'cause
realize that's my
I
job.
need
is to
130
overinvest,
more
is not to measure it because
coins
I'm just
to
not
get
gonna get that
Articuno,
back.
and there's
So
a Typhlosion event.
for me, having kids has
to
been
get
my
the character,
purpose.
and that's it.
Also, building something
No,
with a
it technically
partner
doesn't
is
matter.
really rewarding. It's like you travel a lot. Inevitably, I don't know if this happens
Mm.
to you. I always get upgraded to the presidential suite when I'm alone. And it's like it doesn't happen. If you don't have someone to share with, it doesn't happen. And the most rewarding businesses, the most rewarding things in my life have been when you build something with a co-founder or you build something with a partner. And when you have kids who go
It's
up and
playing
down in
against
terms of their
AI, that's
health and
why.
well-being,
But it's quite,
and they end up
it's more
being good
addictive than
kids,
Champions.
which my
Champions
kids
is
are,
not that addictive.
and you've built that with somebody, that's immensely rewarding. It's like
Pokemon, so-
the most rewarding businesses I've ever had have been with co-founders where we build something together and it pays off. It's just so rewarding. And when you don't build something with someone else, when you build it on your own, it's like getting upgraded without anyone there. It's like it didn't happen.
It's so true.
So
yeah.
what I tell any man, there's never a good time to have kids. You want to be somewhat financially stable. That was my problem. The biggest source of stress in my life was when I had kids in 2008, when I went broke. That was hugely stressful. And I think you want to make sure you have not only a
Probably the
partner you're
quickest
committed to,
one.
but I didn't realize how important competence was in a partner. Because once you have kids, it's like operating a Panzer tank division. There's a lot of moving parts, and you have to have a competent partner. But I think if you're economically somewhat secure and you have a competent partner, for me, I'm not going to tell anyone what to do. Having kids has given me my purpose, hands down the most rewarding thing I will ever do. That is the last thing I will think about when I die.
I see so much emotion in you when you talk about it. Your
Yeah, very
eyes
emotional about it.
filled with
Yeah.
tears as you start talking about your boys.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot about you because I've interviewed you a couple of times now and I've read your books and so on. And
It's a very grinding game.
I find that
might just
fascinating
turn it
because I
off
don't know what it
because
is. I don't know where that
I
emotion
shouldn't be
comes from. Because
spending
lots
too
of people
much
sit here and
time on
talk
it because
about
I
their
played
kids,
it in the
right?
morning too.
When the minute you started mentioning them and the impact they've had on you in terms of helping you find your purpose,
So how
I can
come
see
you
the emotion
finished
in your eyes.
earlier
Yeah.
today?
Well, there's some things that surprised me. One,
Let's see.
I didn't fall in love with my kid. I didn't love my kids when they first came out into the world. You know, I felt a sense of responsibility and anxiety. I did not like having babies. I was able to be selfish up until that point. I didn't feel this immense level of love and support that you were supposed to. I fell in love with my boys. It was a sort of slow, incremental thing. And like, I mean, for me, and I think everyone's a little bit different. The reason I'm just
On it.
fascinated and obsessed with my
well,
older
on it
one
with
is
the
he's
cleaning
me.
today. It's fun to watch.
I look at him, you know.
This is against
the
AI,
bad skin he
so
had
playing
in his
against
junior
humans
year,
is a lot
it's
less.
Scrawny, 6
Because
foot
humans
one,
are, I
130
think, better,
pounds.
more
The way he
consistent.
laughs, I'm like, when I hug him, I'm hugging me at 17 or 18. It's like so rewarding. And that's why I love him so much. My second is a different species than me. I observe him with fascination because I can't get over the fact that I made that because he is so different than me. So I'm fascinated by him in just such a different way, right? My oldest
damn.
is a pleaser. Used to come into the bedroom on a Sunday.
Blast
and get
Toys
in
is
bed with
really
us and
good
stand up
in
and
this
say,
mode.
"Let's make
It's
a plan."
basically
I'm like,
volleyball.
where are the cameras?
You have to
This
go
is
to
like
the
a
spot
home- this
where
is
the
like
electrode's gonna
homework
fall, and there's no
right?
Pokemon there, then
My
they
youngest
score.
is a terrorist assessing the
bad
household
if
for
they score.
vulnerabilities so we can strike when we're at our weakest. The only one recommendation I make to anyone who has a kid, have two.
So it's like you
is
you
it's
have to get the
fascinating.
Pokemon in the
only thing I
ball
can
where there's an
guarantee when I
X.
meet
If
someone
there's no
with one
Pokemon
kid,
there, then they score.
Okay, the only thing I know
So
about the second.
Blastoise
will
is
be
good because
entirely
it can
If you want to believe in nature,
move
over
Pokemon from
nurture,
their
have
place
two
using
kids.
Surf.
Because they just could not be more
So
different, and it's
so if there's no
fascinating.
Pokemon there, then
we
you
just
score.
haven't treated our boys.
Well, I'm doing this 'cause I need
We just
to-
haven't birth order, whatever.
basically need to
There's
level
something in
up
the
my
batter.
character
First Lady
in,
Obama, Michelle Obama, said something that really struck me.
But this is against AI,
said they
but
come
it
to you.
works against humans too.
You know,
so you watch
I
that.
forget. I think you've had
So
that guy on.
I'm doing
the-
this 'cause
the child psychologist guy.
I'm on
We
solo
think we're
mode.
engineers and that we get
And
to
I
make the
need
sheep.
like
we don't. We're
I
shepherds.
need to
we
make
get
my
to point them in the right
this is
direction.
what
We
I
get
mean
to pick what
it's a
food they
grindy
have.
game because
But they come to you. Oh
I
my
need
God, I've seen
this
that, and I
shooter
like to
ticket
think-
thing to
I
power
always
up
thought
my
that
Pokemon.
kids
But this is
were
only
gonna
in
be super
solo
into World War II
mode.
movies and CrossFit. 'cause
And
that's
this,
what Dad
I'm
was
on
into.
like
They just wanna
the
hang
reason I
out.
logged
No,
in
no,
is
no.
because
The
I only
reason
have
I'm up
3
at
more
night looking at
challenges to finish
Pokemon
off.
cards is because
this
my
random
kid is
person wants to
interested in
invite
it.
me
What
to
you
do a
realize as a
match.
dad is if you want to be a good dad,
I don't want to do a
you
match
have to
though.
lean into their interests. I'm not fascinated by Pokemon.
but, like,
it's not something I will do.
Basically,
with
if I
kids out
do
of the house.
this, I can
Like, what you
get.
realize is
This is
you
what I
have to
mean is a
engage in
grinding
their
game. You get like
interests
210
and get into
thingy,
it. And
and
it
I
took
need
me a while because I was very selfish.
I need to power up the thing.
to fully
But it's pretty
embrace
pointless,
that.
it's just-
I hated giving
just
up
this
my
mode is
weekends.
hard.
I liked having fabulous brunch with interesting people. I liked going to St.
This
Bart's.
solo mode is
All that
hard. It
went
says
away.
the
I was in it for
recommended
a while.
combat power is
And then there's a
16,000.
certain
I'm
ease
at
and
11
relaxation that overwhelms you. where you're
11,000. But
like,
this
I'm not
this
trying to
mode
be
is
fabulous.
is
I know
easy.
what I'm doing this weekend. I'm going to
So,
some lame birthday party for 4-year-olds.
that's why
and
I
I'm
have to
taking
do
my
it
kid
a
to the
couple of
soccer game.
times.
And there's a
to get
certain
the
ease about it.
shooter
It's
thing, but
relaxing
it's-
and liberating.
I think it's fairly
Building
quick. I don't know if it's
something
2
with
to 3
somebody.
minutes.
Seeing the way they evolve is
So it
just
says here,
fascinating. It's just fascinating.
recommended power
Things they start
combat power
asking you.
14,000, but I'm at
And
11,000.
you find your purpose.
But
So
typically,
I would
think it's
recommend it to
easier
anybody,
the more
but I also
combat
want
power
to be
you
clear,
have.
it's not one size fits all. Some people can be very happy not having kids.
So many of the themes we've talked about
Anyway,
today,
it's
especially at the end
super
of this
grindy
conversation,
because
are
like
in your
I think champion.
new book, Notes on Being a Man, How to Address the Masculinity
It's basically
Crisis,
you
Build
doing the same
Mental
thing
Strength, and
over
Raise
and
Good
over
Sons.
again.
I've had so many of my
I
friends,
do think
actually
it's
both
made
men
for
and women,
kids.
talk to me about
It's
this
made for
book,
kids who have
because I
infinite
think so many
time.
of us have been looking for a
do
roadmap on
this.
exactly these subjects. Notes on Being a Man.
Um,
Some of the
there's an
themes
easy
are
mode,
here
but I'm
back
on the
of being
harder
kind,
mode.
about being a good dad and what that means. But a lot of the stuff you said about getting out of the house and really attacking the world and who one should become in such a world. So I highly recommend anybody who is raising sons, who is a son, who is a father, or just wants to understand what it is to be a good man in the modern world, gets this book, and I'm going to link it below.
Thank you.
All of you. It's been such a smash hit, and it's really rare that some of my close friends will send me messages.
grinding
about one
games, you
particular
like
friend
it.
about
So
this
I'm
book.
I,
And I think
I'm
it's
doing
a
this because
testament to the
this is
impact
the
it's had
quickest
on the
one.
world.
Normally
So
games can
thank you
take
for
10
writing this. I know
minutes,
you
but
took a
this
long
one
time to
is
write
I
this
feel
book.
like
We
it's
talked
only
about
around
it
2 to
a
3
couple of
minutes.
times when we had
I don't want to
conversations.
spend too much
But
time
it is finally
getting the
here.
freaking thing.
Who is it for?
I write with only one objective. I hope my sons read my stuff in 30 or 40 years.
But
and
Blastoise is
feel
the
like
main
they
scorer on the
understand
team.
me
So if
and
you
the
get
world
rid
a
of
little bit better. That's
Blastoise
it. And I
like
use it as a
this,
means of trying to
if
be
I do that,
fearless, 'cause
then you can oh
there's so
damn.
many comments and so
He
many,
went back
such
into
a narrative
place.
out there
I was
trying to
hoping
shape
that
your views around the
you can
orthodoxy
get him
that
off the thing.
whatever your political
Oh,
leanings
yeah,
are.
he
It's
just-
pretty
it automatically
easy
went
to
off
be
the thing.
intimidated into having a certain narrative. So I try to
I
write as
think
if no one's going to
humans-
read it but my sons in 20
It also works against
We
humans
have a
too.
closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question for the next, not knowing who they're leaving it for. The question left for you is, in one sentence, what is the most challenging setback you've experienced, and what's the lesson you want to pass on to others?
That's easy.
Okay,
My
win.
mother dying.
That was quick. I think
and
that's only around 2
you
minutes.
can never tell your parents how much you love them too much. Forgive them, and my mom died slowly, which is bad for her, but it was good for me because
Then I
nothing
need-
went.
What is the emotion you're experiencing?
I miss my mom terribly. I'm a middle-aged man who hasn't gotten over the death of his mother. Fight of my life. Raised me on her own. Secretary salary. Gave me confidence.
He misses his mom.
Everything.
I mean, when I guess when you
Is
literally
there a way
can't see
to-
them
you said
again.
you're a
now.
middle-aged man that hasn't gotten over the loss of his mother. Is there
I
a
don't
way
know how
to?
humans say
I don't
like,
want
oh,
to.
you see them
I think the
in heaven, but like,
receipts
what if
for
heaven
love
doesn't
is
exist?
grief. I hope my boys feel the same way about me. Hasn't gotten in the way of my life.
And you truly by
makes
yourself.
me be
I mean, yeah, you can't.
More bold with my emotions. Yeah, I don't. I see it. I used to see it as a problem. I went to grief counseling. Now I see it as not a bug.
I also
but as
feel
a
like
feature.
parents are probably. It depends who you
The-
have.
the
with
receipts
parents.
for-
They're the only people
for
that
love are grief and
actually care
anxiety.
as much. 'Cause
And so what I would tell
I guess
every young
'cause
person is
you
I
have their DNA.
I hope they have a lot of joy in their life. I also hope they have a decent amount of grief because that means they have people they love immensely.
Oh damn.
Amen. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Steve. Good to see you. Congratulations on your burgeoning empire. Jesus Christ, man. This is out of control. God.
Say this every time.
Every time I come here, I'm like, where are the helicopters? Like, it's like pretty soon I'm going to see like a nuclear tower power plant powering next to me. It's just amazing. And you're like everywhere. At one point I was I was at the airport with my boys and I'm staring at this like 100-foot like testimonial deal. And I'm like, make it stop. God. Jesus.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out, and I bet you might love it.
What's that building looking Pokemon? Oh, it's Crustle. So basically they have skins in this game that gives them different clothing.
Try to
It's a
be
crab.
the thing that you want to see in the world. Don't try to reform other
It's
people.
I
Don't
think
try
it's
to
from
convince
I don't
other
know which
people. Get to
generation. It's
work,
basically after fifth,
get moving.
maybe fifth
That's how you
generation.
get
But
better. That's how you improve. For as long as there have been human beings, we have been recording wisdom, whether we're carving the quotes in rocks or tattooing them on our arms or putting them up on inspirational posters. We've been looking for advice on how to live. And that's the journey that I've been on. I've been writing about Stoicism now for more than 15 years. I've spoken to everyone from the NFL to the NBA, sitting senators and special forces leaders. But one of the things I do when I give these talks, and one of the things I do in my own office, is try to record pieces of advice, quotes, ideas that I can return to always, that I can try to live my life by. And so in today's episode, I wanted to give you 20 or so quotes that I think will change your life, that I think are worth writing down, recording, whether it's in a commonplace book, whether you're putting it up on your wall, or you're tattooing it on your
didn't
arm.
recognize it.
These
Yeah,
are
it's a
things
crab.
you want
I
to
don't
remember
I don't
always.
use it often, but Blastoise is quite good in this game because it's a defender.
Theodore Roosevelt said that
And,
we all must either wear out or rust out. My choice is to wear out. I think it's this idea that, use it or lose it, right? No one would have thought early on in his life that Theodore Roosevelt would have even been in a position to rust out.
because he was born with this crippling
which one
case
I
of
forget.
asthma, and he was sickly and frail. He basically realizes his father tells him as a young man, look, it doesn't matter how smart you are if you don't have the body to go with it. And he decides that he only gets one life, and
Defense
he's not going to
increases
spend
by
it sitting around being
0.88.
frail, being weak, not being able to do things. And so he gets to work building his bodies. His father puts a gym in their house. There's no one who looks at the life of this man, his cowboy days, his writing
should be
days,
grinding, 'cause I've done
his time
easy
as
mode.
president, his time after the
It is
presidency. Nobody looks at this guy's life
But-
and says he wasted
know,
it, right?
I'm
Nobody
stuck on
says
these
that he
three.
left anything on the table. When I think about
they wanna
rusting
do-
out or wearing out, I just think
They wanna
about
do another
seizing the
match.
day, not waiting for some.
Because it
future
is
when you're
more
gonna do
fun
something,
playing with other
getting to
people than
work,
AI.
doing what you can, resting at the end, not in the middle. Don't defer till later. Put in the work now.
Change proof.
Epictetus says it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that
Some
matters.
random stuff.
To me, this is the essence of Stoicism. It's not what happens, it's how we respond
Give more
to what
presents.
happens. And I think the Stoics are so good at encapsulating this complicated philosophy in such a distilled, key way.
Missions.
It's not what happens, it's
Participate
how
in
you
ranked
respond.
match 5
I have another
times.
video about this idea that you
Participate in
control how you
battle
play,
with friend.
what the
Oh,
refs
okay,
do,
so
how the
you
weather
get
is,
points.
how you're feeling, where the coach decides to position you. You don't control any of that. You control how you play. We don't control what happens to us in life. We control what we do about what happens to us in life. That's where our power is. That's what's up to us. Marcus Aurelius says the best revenge is to not be like that, right? And he says this as a guy who experiences a coup, who's slandered, who all sorts of bad things happen to, right? And so what's he going to do? Is he going to debase himself by being like the people who did wrong to him, or is he going to be above it, right? Is he going to stick to his principles? Because what the Stoics believe is that the people who do wrong, even if they are rewarded for it in some ways, are ultimately punished by it.
The matches
Right?
are
Think
quite
of the
long
worst
though,
people
so I
you
think
know,
it's
the
super
people who
grindy. It's like 10
screwed
minutes.
you over the most
It's more
in
fun
life.
to play
Ask
with
yourself, would
people.
you really want to live
This is
in
solo
society?
mode. It's
Right?
just
Would
against.
you really want to be them? No, you
scripts.
wouldn't, because you know deep down it's miserable to be them. And you could get away
But
with
they,
the
they
things
give
that
rewards to
they do.
this
But
solo
that's
mode,
not
which is
why
also why
you don't do them.
I'm
You
trying to do
don't
it.
do them because you know it would degrade you. It would
I don't know,
make
maybe
you
you can
worse.
try it, but I
That's
think
what Marcus Aurelius means when he says the best
more
revenge is
like,
to not be like that.
I
try
played
to
games like
remember
this as a kid. It's
always
more like a
when I'm going
raid
through
kind of
things,
game.
When I'm
I
attacked,
crashed.
somebody screws me over. But look,
So you can-
I gotta
you can play
deal
on
with
the
this, I
Switch.
gotta
I'm
figure out
playing
my
it
way
on the
through it. But what I'm
PC.
not going to do is
'Cause I think
debase
I'm
myself
using
in response to it. And
custom-
that goes back to the Epictetus
custom,
thing. Don't control what happens. We control how we respond.
Custom-
We don't want that
what's it called?
response to
Custom,
make us worse as people. There is
You have a
good
PC too.
in
So
everything.
I installed it on my
Only we look
an
for
Android
it. Laura
emulator.
Ingalls Wilder lives an incredibly
Oh,
difficult
you built
life.
it.
She's a
Okay,
pioneer in
I also built
Florida,
this PC
in the
myself.
Midwest, on the prairies. She deals with the worst things that nature can throw at a person. As the Stoics say, our life is dyed by the color of our thoughts. Are we going to choose to see the good in a situation? Are we going to choose to see what we can respond with? Are we going to see where we have an opportunity? Or we're going to focus on the things that were taken from us? Are we going to focus on the negativity? Are we going to focus on the pain? Or are we going to focus on what we're going to do about it? And the first thing we can do about it is to see some level of positivity. The Stoics believe that the wise person could find good in anything, could turn anything into some kind of good. And that's what this idea means. Heraclitus says that character is fate. And what that means is who you are determines what you're going to do.
Oh, you might
the
fall.
traits you nurture,
Oh, damn,
the
fucking
code you
slide
live
up,
by,
man.
the things you hold to be important. That's what you can bet on, and
It's
it's,
an
also
AI
what
side
other
up
people
too.
are going to bet on.
So I
To
think
me,
their
the other
moves are
part
more
of
predictable.
character's fate is just remembering, as the Stoics say, you
What
don't
other-
go
I mean, I can't
expecting
see it,
figs
but
in
what
winter.
other
If
games
someone
do
has
you
shown
play?
you
Just
what their
this.
character is,
This
who they are,
Pokemon Go
you have to believe
and
it. Don't expect that they're magically going to change. Don't expect that you're going to be the
I'm
exception as
Polyphobia,
far as
the one.
interacting with them goes. What you see is
it's
what
an
you get.
AI side, like so.
what
I
that
think humans
means
are
is not
smarter.
that you write other
They're
people
not-
off, but I
they're-
think it's
because
that you
it's
focus on
obviously just a
cultivating
script
and improving your
playing this.
character so people see what they're going to get when it comes to you and what you know you're going to get when it comes
So basically,
to
in this
yourself.
game, if you take them out, you get experience points, which levels you up in the game. And
Nassim
each game you
Taleb is
start
one of my
from
favorite
level
writers.
1.
If you haven't read The Black Swan or Anti-Fragile
also-
or Fooled by Randomness, you absolutely should. But he says, if you see fraud and do not say fraud,
But
you
the AIs are not
are
very
a fraud.
very smart.
Meaning,
like that
that
AI
if you see something that's
Wigglytuff
wrong in the world,
disappears.
if you see something that's not true, if you see someone being abused, if you see someone doing something unethical, and you simply look the other way, you are part of the problem. You are guilty as well. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, and remember, you can commit an injustice by doing nothing also. You can be corrupted by, you can be complicit in an evil happening by not saying anything. And I love this quote because it cultivates an important Stoic idea. Stoicism isn't just knowing what's right, but it's speaking up and doing what's right. And so if you see something that's wrong in the world, you have to speak up. There's been times that I haven't done this in my life. I talk about this in Courage is Calling, and I look back at that with great shame and embarrassment. The things I'm most proud of, even though they cost me, even though they were hard, are the times that I saw something was wrong and I did something about it. If you see fraud and do not say fraud, you are a fraud.
There you go.
How does Ralph Waldo Emerson get so smart? It's by learning from everyone that he
you need
meets.
to take
And
out
his
4
quote is a
Pokemon.
great one, and I think it's a worthy motto. He says, every man I meet is my master in something, and in that I learn from him. Right? So everyone is better than you at something. We can learn from every single person we meet. If you go around thinking that you're superior, if you go around thinking that you're perfect, if you go around thinking you're better than everyone, you will not learn. That's not to say that someone is better than you at the things you value, right? That's not to say they're better than you at all the most important things, but there is something that they are better than you at. And that's what you want to find. You want to look for that. You want to learn from everyone, from everything. This is how you get better, right? The person who is always learning is always getting better. The person who thinks there's nothing left to learn is in a sense correct,
KO
because it
free
becomes
Pokemon.
impossible for them to learn anymore.
There's no free.
I love Cheryl Strayed. She's
is
a
it
great
four?
writer.
Four
She says
KO
all
Strayed.
sorts of brilliant things. If you haven't read her
It's
book,
not
Dear
actually
Sugar,
easy
you
to get a
absolutely
4
should.
KO
In one of the
streak.
letters in that book, she says, look, this isn't your responsibility, but it is your problem.
Against
I remember when I was
AI.
learning to drive and I started to go through some intersection, and then another car went, and I remember telling my dad or the driving instructor, I forget who it was, I remember saying something like, but I have the right of way. And they said to me, it doesn't matter who has the right of way if you get in an accident. Meaning, it doesn't matter who's right, it's still your problem. And I think that's what she's saying here. So when we think about who's to blame, we love blaming, right? We love pointing fingers. But it doesn't matter because now it's something you have to deal with. And I think this is kind of a metaphor for life. So the question is, what are you going to do?
Knockout
Are you going to
free
complain?
Pokemon.
Are you going to
No.
litigate the blame?
Also
Are you going
doing
to
this
wish
is
it was
trying to
otherwise?
complete
Are you going to
quest.
resent it? Or are you going to get to work solving
need
it?
to
Don't worry
deliver the
about whose
final blow.
responsibility it was. Don't worry about who to blame. Just solve it. Marcus Aurelius says, let's waste no more time arguing what a good person is. Just be one. Right? Philosophy does ask a lot of provocative questions. It can be easy to get caught up in debates about right or wrong. It can be easy to get distracted with just theoretical debates about whether there is such a thing as right or wrong. But ultimately, a Stoic just takes action. Show, don't tell. Right? So you can spend a lot of time talking, you can spend a lot of time chattering, you can spend a lot of time trying to convince,
Damn it,
or you
man.
could just embody, you could just be
They
it.
fucking
And again, what do you
disappear.
control? Do you control definitions, or do you control your own actions, right? So just try to be the thing that you want to see in the world, as that quote goes, right?
Weirdly
Don't try to
tough. I
reform
don't-
other people, don't try to convince other
Psyduck's
people.
a
Try to
support in this
reform
game,
yourself. Try
but
to
it
be
keeps
what
using
you want to
surf,
be in the
so
world. Try to focus
just
on what you
disappear.
control.
Maybe we could use Wigglytuff.
In the Bhagavad Gita,
I
one
mean,
of my favorite
Sylveon's
quotes, and
also
something
looks
I
like
try
it's
to
made
think
for women-
always
women
of
to
as a
use.
writer is this idea that you're only entitled to the action, never to its fruits. I control the book that I write. I control the work that I put into the book. I control even the effort that I spend marketing. How many copies it sells, what awards it wins, the recognition that it gets, if it's appreciated now or appreciated 100 years from now or never. None of that you control. And when you detach your interests from what you don't control, it actually gives you more energy and a deeper love for what it is that you do. So as a writer, I'm trying always to focus on what's up to me. I'm trying to focus on process, not outcomes. And I think you really find this in great people, that they are far more concerned with process than they are with outcomes, because that's what they control. Epicurus is seen as this sort of lover of pleasure, but that's not really what it was. I think his ethos is best
Why the
captured
hell
in his
did
quote
they
when he
not
says,
score?
self-sufficiency is the greatest of all wealth. You know, people talk about this idea of fuck you money. Like, one day in the future, I'll have so much I won't have to care about anything. But really, it's about meeting your needs.
Swine
And when
up.
your
Yeah,
needs
there's
are
a
met,
mammal swine
then
in
you're
this
playing
game.
with house money. And I think that's
that
what
your favorite Pokemon?
self-sufficiency is about. Getting the things
Mammal
that you
swine.
need,
It's a defender
not being
Pokemon.
dependent on external things, not needing more. And in fact, for the Stoics, the definition of poverty wasn't a certain amount of money. It was the need, the craving for more and more that made someone truly impoverished. Jose Ortega says, tell me what you pay attention to, and I will tell you who you are. Goethe has a similar version. He says, tell me who you spend time with, and I will tell you who you are. Right? We are what we put our mind towards. We are dyed by the color of our thoughts. We are shaped by our inputs. So if you watch divisive television, you're
Okay,
going to
I
be
think I've
divisive
completed the
and
quest now.
polarized. I think most
to
people have
win.
a toxic, unhealthy media diet, worse than their actual diet.
So I
And
had
we
to
wonder why they're
deliver the
unhappy,
last
why
blow
they're
to
easily
Groudon.
misinformed, why they get riled
This is
up,
also
why
why
they're
I'm playing
angry.
this. But
This is
it's
just
against
no
AI.
way to live.
I think it's more fun against humans. So now I
Zeno
just
says
need to
better
win.
to trip with the feet
Because basically
than with the
completing
tongue.
this
You can
gives
get
you
back
like
up after you've fallen. You
it's
cannot
super grinding. Completing
unsay
this gives you
what
like the
has
50
been
license
said.
points.
So I
Oh, they
think part of the
surrendered. That
reason
makes it
the Stoics
easier.
are quiet, why they always say less than necessary, to
AI
use Robert's
surrendered.
term, is that they don't want to say the wrong thing. They'd rather be quiet and be thought stupid, as the expression goes, than open their mouths and remove
But the
all doubt.
points.
The self-control required to just not voice every
Yeah,
dumb
surrendering
opinion
saves
that
me
you
time,
have,
right?
not
'Cause it's like
blurt
an extra
out
minute.
a thought 2 seconds after you
But
have
basically,
it.
I
This is
had to get
important. When I
those
think about
free.
what I've said on
So
social
basically,
media,
each
the
one has a
stuff I
mission,
regret the most
and sometimes
is the
you only
stuff
complete
that I
once.
said
And this
in the
one
heat
I
of
only
the moment,
complete
not the
only.
stuff that was planned.
You have to like
right?
win one battle,
Not the
defeat
stuff
5
that came out
legendary
of a
giants. I don't know how to
discussion.
defeat 5
And I think
legendary
that will be
giants.
true
though.
for you. So step
That's a
back,
hard
think
mission to
about it,
get.
don't rush into it, and you will not only be happier and more successful, you will do
Maybe I'll
less
watch a video.
that you are embarrassed
How
by.
do you do that?
Napoleon said,
Defeat
"Space,
5
I
legendary
can
giants. Let me get some water. Some girl. Oh, I don't know if she's using AI voice. Some girl explains how
I've
you do
received
it.
a lot of comments asking for guide for this stage. I hope this video will help you. This stage is just as difficult as the boss rush, because you have to last hit 5 Regis in a single match. If you've tried this stage but are having trouble defeating your opponents, you can skip the 3 stars rating for now, upgrade your combat power first, and come back later. If you are not a Darkrai user, better to use Dark Void plus Nasty Plot because this moveset is pretty easy to learn. I recommended using special attack specs because this item is very helpful in early game. The quest you should prioritize is to last hit 5 giants or 5 Regis. There are a total of 6 Regis that spawn before final stretch, if you defeat them in time. At 8-minute mark, Regidrago will spawn. Get ready to the center area before Regidrago spawns and watch out for Gengar because he usually comes to steal.
Oh, she has
After
high.
defeating Regidrago, focus on getting a full stack before top and bottom Regis spawn. This is the hardest part because you have to be there on time and land the last hit.
Okay. I'm sure this creator's using an AI voice because it doesn't sound. Okay,
After getting
thanks.
the second Regi, you should head straight to the other one. But if you're late, you'll still have a chance with the next 3 Regis.
It's a stupid quest where they make you have to deliver the last hit to like random bosses that spawn on the map, and there's like 3. Like I think Regieleki.
You should always keep your eye on the minimap and head straight to where Regi is about to spawn.
I'm sure they're using an AI voice. It doesn't sound normal. Oh. Tinkaton. Golden. This person has 60k subs. So you basically have to keep running around the map until it's a little bit annoying.
Back later. If you are not a dark ray in your opponents, you can skip the 3 stars rated stage but are having trouble defeating.
3-star. Yeah, it's hard to get the defeat 5 legendary giants thing. And they make you use Darkrai. Legible all Pokemon. So I can get 50 Unite points. So I need 270 more points to get either Dragapult or Gyarados. That's why I'm doing it. Unite build. Dragapult. Which one's better? Gyarados. I think Gyarados is better than Dragapult. Dragapult. Oh, I've seen people use Dragapult. Where's Dragapult? Dragapult is a C. So I guess I'll get Gyarados then. It's not Mega Gyarados. There's Gyarados and there's Mega Gyarados. Let's see, there's no energy.
Recover time never. Robert Greene talks about this in the 33 Strategies of War. He says, trade space for time, right? Time is the most valuable thing. Time to think, time to plan, time to regroup, time to prioritize, right? This is all really important. If you're only thinking about moving ahead, if you're unable to ever back up, if you're unable to change directions, if you're unable to give up a game, you will not be successful. You can't go back in time and prepare more for something you should have prepared for. And Napoleon was really brilliant at trading space for time. And I think we're so bad at this. We don't value time. We have to remember what Seneca said, that time is our most precious resource, and that we spend the thing that we can never get back the most frivolously. And the things we purchase for it are some of the least valuable things.
Foul place, no.
Warren Buffett says you never know who's swimming until the tide goes out. I think one of the things I take from the Stoics is the idea of preparing for reversals in fortune, understanding that these reversals in fortune are inevitable, and that to take the status quo for granted, to live outside your means, to live recklessly, to assume things are always going to be this way or always going to get better, is naive and misleading. But you have to understand that most people, unfortunately, do live that way. And so if you go around comparing yourself to those people, or you let them quicken your pace because you think you have to keep up with them, it's like it's screwing with your compass. And it's only going to be in the midst of a market correction or a bit of adversity or some change that you're going to realize that these were really bad people to mark yourself against, that these were really bad people to let screw with your compass. If you know you're making good, solid decisions, that you're living within your means, that you're valuing what's important, that's enough. Don't focus on what other people are doing. Don't let them distract you. Run the race that you're on. Don't swim naked, because the tide will go out.
I don't know. I've not decided.
Benjamin Franklin
it's
says
quite
that
expensive,
we search
maybe.
others for their virtues.
Someone told me you can meet a
and we search
billionaire
ourselves for
and
our
Steve
vices.
Butler and
Marcus Aurelius
people like
said
Daniel
something
Priest.
similar. He says,
Although
tolerant with others, strict.
I met a guy at a
yourself.
networking event.
And from
He
what
sent
we
me the
understand
event.
from
That's
Marcus
why I know
Aurelius,
of it.
He lives by this. He manages to
You
find,
probably have
as,
to book
as
a
Franklin
place, but
says,
unless you're going for
virtues
one
in
day.
flawed people, puts them to work in service of the empire. His strictness is contained to himself, as one biographer says. But everyone else, he tries to find a way to work with. He tries to put them to good use. And that's what I want you to do. Stoicism is not a philosophy for judging other people, for holding them to your standards. It's called self-discipline. What's the standard you're holding yourself to? That's what matters. The poet Juvenal says that the world was not big enough for Alexander the Great, but a coffin was.
You have
His
to pay
point was
separately.
that for all of Alexander the Great's insatiable need to conquest, all of his accomplishments,
that the whole world was not enough for him. In the end, like the rest of us, he was buried in a coffin. And this is just, I think, a really important reminder that, one, you can't take any of this stuff with you when you die. But two, that none of us are immortal. None of us are more important than anyone else, right? Memento mori, the Stoics say, none of us are exempt from this great equalizer of death. And we should think about that constantly because it puts everything, at least for me, in perspective.
Body barrier. When
Churchill says that
move.
to improve is to change, and so to be perfect is to change often. I think the point is that you can't fear change because all improvement comes from change. And if you are afraid of change, you will not get better, right? Everything you have gotten better at in your life, every good thing, in fact, that's ever happened in your life has come from change. And yet, what is the thing we all fear the most? We fear change. It's ridiculous. If you look back at an earlier version of yourself and you're exactly the same as that person, that should embarrass you. That's humiliating. That means you're not getting better. It certainly means you're not perfect. So we should embrace change. All good things come from change. Do bad things come from change? Of course. We shouldn't fear change because change is how we get better.
He's always saying philosophical stuff.
Judge not, lest you be judged. This comes from the Bible. I think it's most beautifully expressed in Lincoln's
I'm not really
second
trying out,
inaugural when he's trying to
casual
speak
match,
about
so maybe I'll
binding
try it
America
to see
back
if I
together.
like using it.
He goes, look, obviously
Thank God
slavery is
Bell.
horrible. Obviously one has to have
It
blinded
depends what
themselves and
change.
contorted themselves into this insane
Thank God
position to
Bell.
think that slavery was ever okay. But look, let's judge not lest we be judged. There are plenty of things we're guilty of. There's plenty of ways we were complicit in what those other people are guilty of. Try not to judge, be understanding, try to leave other people's mistakes to their maker, as Marcus Aurelius says, and focus on where you can improve. Seneca, who's actually born the same year as Jesus, says that you look at pimples on others when you yourself are covered in sores.
That will scare me.
Right? This
I mean,
also
like,
goes to this Christian
my
idea
job
of why
forced
point out
change
the
upon
splinter
me,
in your
so
neighbor's eye when there's
when I had
a
a job,
log in
that
your
was
own.
forcing change.
Focus
I think
on
anything-
your mistakes.
anything where it's
Don't
kinda
judge.
southern,
Leave other people to their own things. Focus on
where
where
you're
you
unprepared
can
for
get
it.
better.
I think that is probably causing fear. Vanguard Bell.
In War and Peace, Tolstoy has this quote that time and patience
Big
are the
root.
strongest warriors. In my book Conspiracy, I talk about this 10-year campaign of Peter Thiel to destroy a website that he thought was ruining American culture.
Dude,
The idea
I
that
currently
this
sell stuff.
would have been done
I
in
sell
some
stuff
foul swoop.
on eBay.
That
I
this
do.
would have been done in a
Well, I used to say
single
I do
brilliant
social media,
maneuver.
but
That's
I'm
not
making
how
less
it
on
works.
social media now,
Almost
so-
all great things are the
Big
result
roots.
of a lot of time, a lot of patience. Talked about
Increases the
Warren Buffett
HP
earlier.
recovery by
How does Warren Buffett
5-10%.
become one of the richest people in the world? By value investing, which means investing
put it
and
better.
holding for a long period of time, letting time work on the money, let compounding interest work for you. So we want things fast, we want them quickly, but this is to cut out two of the most important allies in the world,
Blastoise
time
build,
and patience.
Resonant
Everything comes
God,
to him who knows
energy
how to wait, as Tolstoy
amplifier.
says. If you're rushing, if you're impatient, you will not be as
Skull bash.
successful as you can be. This is the Stoic idea of temperance, of self-discipline. Have to be patient, have to wait. Good things come
I'll
to
get
those who
this.
wait.
And then I'll boost the Resonant God.
I know that we typically talk about Stoicism here, but I thought I'd end with a quote
More
from
held
Buddha,
items.
because it's such a good one. He says, no one
You get
saves us
these
but
item
ourselves.
enhancers to upgrade
No
it.
one can, and no one may. Right? You have to get active in your own rescue, as the Stoics say, as do the Buddhists. It's your responsibility. It's on you. Blow your own nose, as Epictetus says, right?
Resonant
No one's
God.
coming to save you. There is no magical solution. There's just hard work. It's time and patience. But most of all, your own effort, focusing on the response, focusing on what's in your control, remembering that you are mortal, choosing not to rust out, but to wear out. Get to work, get moving.
Special
You can watch
attack
videos
tank.
like this all day. You can read all the books in the world, but at some point you got to put it down. You got to get up from the computer and you got to go to work. You got to do
I'm gonna
what
try
you know you have to do. That's
an
how you get
Umbreon. I
better.
don't usually play
That's how you
Umbreon.
improve. And that's what I want the final thought to leave you with today on this video. Now that you've had these quotes, and I hope you write them
usually
down, I hope you
play
put them on the
Umbreon.
wall. At the end of the day, we got to follow what Marcus Aurelius says. It's not just talk about it, but be about it. If you want to learn more about Stoic philosophy, totally for free, you can sign up for our daily Stoic email.
So
it's
it's
one free
focus
email
bound,
every
body
morning.
barrier.
The best of Stoic wisdom, dailystoic.com/email.
Mean look and wish. Where's the Umbreon? And what's the held item? Eject. And then mean look and wish.
The Stoics believed it's not what happens that's important, it's how we respond to what happens. We don't control the outside world, but we control what we do in reaction to the outside world. We control how we rise to face obstacles. We decide what we make of the
weakness policy
opportunities that
would be
life
better.
throws at us. We don't control what happens, we control how we respond. That's Stoicism. There's an
Gives you
amazing
extra
story
HP.
about Kurt Vonnegut and Joseph Heller, who wrote Catch-22 and Slaughterhouse 5. They're at the party of this
Umbreons? I don't really like playing with Umbreon because it's a defender. We got 3 defenders. Damn, it's not good. But 3 defenders. And this is ranked. So people in ranked usually play better.
I have some idea of what enough is. He says, I have enough. This idea
Like this guy's, you can see the trainer profile too. I think there are girls that play. Girly good Pokemon, yeah. It's bad to have 3 defenders because it means you don't have much attacking power. So, highly likely to lose. Basically I have to complete a quest where I have to win with Umbreon.
Then everything you get is a bonus, and the rest of your life is amazing. But if you tell yourself you'll only be happy if I'll feel better when, you'll never get there. The finish line will move, I promise you. Enough is enough. 7 Stoic don'ts, things you must stop doing right now according to the Stoics. Don't be overheard.
Oh, it's not a long distance attack too, it's a physical attack which makes it more harder too.
2 ears, 1 mouth, that's Zeno. Don't tie your identity to things you own, because those things are fragile, because those things can be taken from you at any moment. Don't compare yourself to others. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't suffer imagined troubles, as Seneca
I need
says.
to evolve into Umbreon.
Don't suffer before you need to. Don't judge others. Strict with others, tolerant with yourself. That's Marcus Aurelius. Remember, you mess up too, so don't judge other people. And finally, don't overindulge in food or drink.
I don't have long distance attack, which makes it more annoying too.
Right amount. So those are 7 Stoic don'ts stop doing right now. 3 lessons from Marcus Aurelius. Number 1, it's not what happens, it's how we respond to what happens. He says the impediment to action allows us an opportunity to move forward, to try a different action. Number 2, he says ask yourself at every moment, is this essential? Do I really need to do this? And he says when you do less, you get the double benefit of doing less better. The third thing from Marcus Aurelius, this would be the exercise of memento mori. He said you could leave life right now, let that determine what you do and say and think. He says let every action, every decision, every thought be that of a dying person. When you think about life that way, it gives you urgency, it gives you clarity, and it lets you see what actually matters. 9 short
Damn it,
rules
man.
for a better life.
That Squirtle also died too. They're low HP, so you need the Squirtle to take them out.
Effort, not results. You control the effort, you control what you put in. What comes out the other side, that's not up to you. Read every day. You should always be reading. Reading is the greatest invention there ever was. Read every day. You have to read. As General Mattis says, if you don't read, you are functionally illiterate. Strict with yourself, tolerant with others. Again, you control what you do. You control the standards you hold yourself to, but it's called self-discipline for a reason. You can't expect other people to live the same way you do. Seek out challenges. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. Push yourself. That's how you get better. By lifting heavy things is how you get stronger. Challenging yourself is how you get better. Stay a student. Always stay a student. Focus on what there is left to learn, not what you've already discovered. That's how scientists, that's how geniuses, that's how creators get better, by focusing on what there is left to learn. Cut toxic people out of your life. Life is too short. Have good boundaries. If they're not making your life better, bye. Think about that.
Damn it, man. It's 2v1. Also, he's not on attacker either, which is bad because we're both defenders.
And that's what Seneca says. It's not that life is short, it's that we waste a lot of it. And finally, and I'm repeating
repeating this one because it's so important. Focus on what you control, right? You control what you do, you control what you say, you control what you think, control what you put in. Everything else, not up to you, not worth your focus.
He's trying to win the match
It's
as
harsh,
well.
but it's true. I mean, Marcus Aurelius opens meditations with musing on how much people suck, how they lie and cheat and steal and are motivated by silly, ridiculous things. It's true, people suck. But he also says in meditations, look, the only thing that's not worthless in this life is to do what's right, is to be good. And then he says to be patient with those who aren't, right? That's what we're doing. People do suck. People are problematic. People do present countless obstacles to us. And yet that is an opportunity to practice stoicism, to practice self-discipline, to practice fairness, even in the face of unfairness. So
Why is this teammate so bad? Why is he so far away? He needs to attack them.
In this world. If you do anything that matters, people will have really strong opinions about you. That's just like a fact of life. If you don't like that, don't do anything. And we can imagine that people had strong opinions about Marcus Aurelius and Seneca and Epictetus. Anyone that's ever put themselves out there in the realm of ideas or in the arena of life, people have criticized. You have to be able to tune that out. Marcus Aurelius says we love ourselves more than other people, yet for some reason we care about their opinions more than their own. I'll get criticized for my books.
It's because we're both quite bad attackers.
That's exactly what
Umbreon, Umbreon's a bad
not only is this person's
Pokemon for
opinion
attack damage.
not worth listening to, if you heard it properly, you'd see that they were actually complimenting
It's mostly
you.
a
So
defender.
You have to be able to tune out what other people say and do. You have to focus on what you do. That's what the Stoics say. To develop kind of an inner scorecard where you understand what you were trying to do, how you judge or measure your success, and it can't have anything to do with critics, with doubters, with haters, with your parents, with your spouse. It has to be based on your own understanding of what you're trying to do, of who you're trying to be as a person. That's what matters, and that's what you measure yourself by. The Stoics are masters of one-liners, and I want to give you 5 of the best all-time Stoic one-liners. Number 1, from Epictetus, if you want to be beautiful, make beautiful choices. Number 2, from Seneca, we suffer more in imagination than reality. Number 3, from
Damn it,
Marcus
man,
Aurelius, we
2v1.
love ourselves more than other people, but
Zapdos
for some
would be
reason we
better for
care
this
about
thing.
their opinions more than our own. 4, from Marcus Aurelius, you always have the right to have no opinion about this. You can always think nothing about this. And finally, Zeno, you have 2 ears, but only 1 mouth for a reason. You have to stop putting stuff off, right? You just have to stop putting stuff off. Marcus Aurelius says, you could be good today, but instead you choose tomorrow. Epictetus asks, how
Finally
much
got
longer
them.
are you going to wait to demand the
It's
best from
2v1,
yourself?
which makes it
Stop
harder.
putting stuff off. There's this great Latin expression, just translates to, do it if you're going to do it. It's like the Nike slogan, just do it.
It's
Don't
also
put it
'cause we're
off.
both
If it
defenders,
matters,
which is
if it's
bad.
worth doing, do it now. Because the truth is, now you have for certain, you don't know that you have tomorrow. It's arrogant to think that you can get to this next year. It's arrogant to think you'll do that when you retire. Now is now. Do it now. Don't put it off. Do it now. Some things you should stop doing.
This is
according
bad.
to the Stoics. Stop complaining. Stop focusing on what you don't control. Stop acting like you're gonna live forever. Stop hearing.
This is
the
bad.
future.
It's
Stop
always
regretting
2v1, man.
what
I
you
need
don't
to
control
team up with an
Stop
attacker.
chasing fame. What good is posthumous fame? Marcus Aurelius says you'll be dead. Stop being selfish. Work for the common good. And what should you start doing? You should start being your best self, following these 4 Stoic virtues: courage, justice, temperance, wisdom. You get up early. You have to get up early, even though you don't want to. Marcus Aurelius says, what were you made to stay under the covers and be warm? No, you were put on this planet to do something. Dante
teammate is
says,
quite
under
bad.
the blankets is no way to fame. You get up early and you do something. You go for a run. You write in your journal. You sit quietly and watch the sunrise. You meditate. I don't care what you do, but a Stoic gets up early. They own the morning because owning the
Umbreon's
morning
quite
is a
good 'cause he can
critical
lock
part
in.
of owning the day. These are
Lock
6
in, the
Stoic
opponents.
keys to smashing your anxiety, to getting rid of it, to not being controlled by it. Number 1, this is the core exercise of Stoicism. Is this in my control? We worry about things. We stress
Oh,
about
damn.
things
It's
because
3 of
we're
them.
acting as if that matters, as if it makes a difference, as if it's having an impact, and of course it doesn't. Don't suffer.
What the fuck? Why is there so many of them, man? They're everywhere. See, I think I'm gonna lose because all of them quite bad.
Just think about, zoom out, think about all
And
the
I'm
things
not
you
playing
worry about,
attacker.
like how
I need to
often
play like
these things
Zapdos.
actually happen. More often than not, your worries are worse than reality.
It's basically the defender. It's really tanky, but it's really bad at dealing damage.
Other times it's zooming way in, looking at it up close, not being overwhelmed by the totality of it. But we Stoics call the discipline of perception.
That was good timing.
Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations today, I escaped my
Yeah, I need
anxiety. I discarded it. It's within me. It's a feeling inside you that you're bringing to the situation. It's your expectations. It's your worries. It's your demands. It's your fears. It's your hopes. Marcus Aurelius says, ask yourself, is this necessary?
Oh, we got the Kai Yoga.
Does it matter? Do I need to do it? Will it make a difference? Why do I even care about this? The best way the Stoics say to
That's
beat
good,
anxiety
because
is think about
if we can get the
things
Kai
that
Yoga, we might win.
before. Marcus Aurelius says, how will you meet the problems of tomorrow? With the same weapons that you have today, with the same way that you've gotten through adversity before. I think that's one lesson from the pandemic. Maybe you wondered before, could you have lived through the kinds of things that your ancestors lived through? Well, the answer is yes, of course. Seneca says, you know what you're capable of. You don't need to be anxious.
It's funny because we actually beat the Mewtwo as well.
Improved you, you made changes, you learned things. You don't have to be anxious because you're more capable than you know, and you should know how capable you are by looking at the things you have been through before. Look at your track
We might be
record.
able to
You have
win.
evidence. Some things the Stoics say you
Because
should not
as
do.
long as I can get the
Never
Kai
do.
Yoga.
One, don't be overheard complaining even to yourself. That's Marcus Aurelius. Two, don't put on airs about
Got
your
a chance of winning.
self-improvement. That's Epictetus. He says, don't talk about it, be about it. Don't overindulge in eating or drinking. Moderation is key. That's Musonius Rufus. And Zeno says, 2 ears,
That was just
1 mouth
by
for a
chance.
reason. Don't speak more than you listen. Don't do those things, and you'll have a good life. Stoic don't. Number one, don't waste time. Seneca says that the craziest thing is that we protect our property, we protect our money, but we waste our time, even though it's a truly non-renewable resource. Number two, forget about revenge. You're not going to get even with someone. They're punishing themselves. Marcus Aurelius says the best revenge is
Umbreon's pretty useful because it has a mean look which the enemy cannot run away. So we're just lucky that I think we might have won. So we got the middle boss. Yeah, we won.
Preparing in advance for what could happen and having a plan for it. Final one is a reminder from Marcus Aurelius that you don't need to have an
It
opinion
worked
about
out
this.
with
He says
Adam
you always have the power
online
of having
friends.
no opinion.
So yeah, we got the achievement.
It's not something
Oh,
you control.
your friend list my
Pointless
friend list is
competition.
full now.
Ignore it. Just let it be. Let
I might
other people be
remove
concerned
random
with it.
people
Let
if it
float
if
on
I actually
by.
have to add real people.
Caught up in it. There's
I
this
always
quote
add
by George
random
Clooney
people to the
that's
friend
a
list.
transformational moment in his career. You realize they want to
oh.
hire us. They have to hire us. That they have a problem, and that
So we
he realizes
completed
that
one
by
of
seeing
them.
himself
Yeah, I
as
didn't
the
expect to win,
solution
to be
that
honest. It
problem,
wasn't
his
looking
mindset
good.
shift.
So basically, I had to complete this thing where I had to win one ranked match with Umbreon. It's only, you didn't get 25 points is really low, but that's what I was trying to complete. And then you have Espeon, you have Scizor. I think it's just like also you have to do Blissey, Suicune, Ho-Oh.
That attitude shift, that perspective shift can be everything. Why did you expect anything different from people?
Blissey is an
Stoics
A
say,
tier
of course
Pokemon
they're
too,
gonna act
it
like this.
seems.
Look at what they believe. Look at who they are. Have you studied history? Have you met a human being before? Look, if you are disappointed in people, if you are frustrated in people, that's on you. You brought that to them. You projected that.
Yeah, so I
You
need
set
now I
yourself
need
up to be disappointed. Be
I
strict
need,
with yourself, tolerant with others. That's what the Stoics say. Don't go around
100
expecting people to be
125
anything
more.
other than they have
You
always
like this?
been, and you will
It's
not
more
be
fun against other
happier,
people
you will be
than
kinder and more patient and more
against
successful.
AI, obviously,
You have to
because
remember that your anxiety is
I
not
think
being
people are
caused by
smarter.
external things. Your
I'll
frustrations
try
are not
Blissey
being
this time, I
caused by
think.
external things. No one is responsible
So
for
it
your
says
emotions
Blissey
but
should
yourself.
use
I
a
know that's
speed.
easy to say. It's very hard to put in practice. I struggle with it all the time. But that's the
Blissey is
idea.
also
Marcus
quite
Aurelius says, I
bad at
escaped
dealing
my
damage.
anxiety today. He says, no, I
There's a
discarded it
Blissey.
because it was within
Supporter.
me. He is the cause of his own anxiety. He is what brings that to external events, not the other way around.
Special
We
attack
have to remember
caster.
that always. No one can make you upset. No one can make you mad. No one can make you sad. No one can make you feel inferior, as Eleanor Roosevelt says, without your consent. We are complicit in those emotions. We choose to have them. External things are not responsible for them. Of all the quotes we've
Maybe I'll
posted on Daily
change
Stoic,
to-
consistently the most popular is this one from Seneca. He says we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Meaning
Where's the resonant
anxiety,
god?
worry, doubt, we're sort of
Adds more
projecting
HP.
out into the future all these terrible things that might happen, and this makes us miserable. It also makes us unprepared. It makes us reject the present moment, makes us unable to do what we should be doing. So a Stoic does not suffer imagined troubles. Yes, we
Blissey is also
prepare
a
for
bad.
anything. Yes, we sometimes think about what the worst
It's
case
funny because
scenario is.
basically Umbreon has this thing where it uses Mean Look, and any Pokemon that's near it cannot run away from this circle.
anticipation of things.
Blissey's good at
Look things
healing
as they
Pokemon.
are right now. That's what we're gonna deal with.
One of my favorite
But I guess
from
Buddy
Marcus
Barrier
Aurelius
would
is
be
you
better for it.
don't have to have an opinion about
I'd have to
that. And I just think
level
about
up
that all
Buddy
the time.
Barrier.
I don't have to have an opinion about this. I can just let it be. I can ignore it. I can realize it doesn't pertain to me, or I can just see it as it is. I don't need to say that it's good or bad, fair or unfair. It just is. I'm gonna look
Well,
at it
Snorlax,
as an
Snorlax
objective
is
piece
a
of information.
defender,
It doesn't need me
so it's quite
projecting
tanky
my
as well.
thoughts or beliefs or perceptions on it. It is. You don't have to have an opinion about this.
There's this
But
amazing
Blissey,
story about
I'm
Ulysses
counting
S.
on this, what's it?
Promising young
Sylveon.
military officer.
Sylveon's not
He serves
extremely good in
honorably
this
the
game.
Mexican-American
Not
War,
terrible,
then
but
something goes wrong. He basically ends up working for his dad, selling firewood by the side of the road. And one of his old friends from West Point comes by one day and he says, "Good God, Grant, what are you doing?" And Ulysses S. Grant just looks at him and he says, "I'm solving the problem of poverty." Meaning that Grant doesn't care that he's doing his so-called menial job or that it's a humiliating occupation. All he cares about is that he's providing for his family, he's doing a good job. He knows that it doesn't say anything about him as a person. It's crazy to think that just a few years later, Grant would be the head of an enormous army, and a few years after that, he'd be the president of the United States. To accept it without arrogance, to let it go with indifference. You don't
Damn
let
it.
the lowly position change who you are, and you don't let the high position change who you
Someone
are.
likes
either.
bullying
None of it goes to your head. You know none of
it's
it
also my
goes to
Chansey
your
doesn't do much damage either, and I like playing
Everything you
the
say
attacker. I'm
yes
only doing this
you
to
were
complete the
saying
quest.
No to something else. It took me forever to realize this. I just said yes to giving a talk in Florida. It was great. They paid me. It was a cool opportunity. But in saying yes to that, I said no
His
to
damage,
being
his
at home
output is
at
really
night
bad.
with
Look
kids.
how,
I said
how
no to my
little
running
damage it
routine.
does.
I said no to my normal exercise routine, serendipitous things they don't even know about. I said no to so many things. When you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. Right? But Marcus really says when you say no to things, you get the double benefit. Not only are you not doing the inessential things that you don't need to be doing, but in saying no, you are saying yes to the things that really matter. We know the Stoics were big on routine. Seneca says life without design is erratic. So some daily practices from the Stoics that everyone can use. Wake up early, spend some time with a journal, think about value you can create for other people, for the world. Concentrate like a Roman, Marcus really says, like the thing you're doing is the last thing you're doing in your life.
Our
Work for
damage
the
output
common
is quite
good.
bad.
He says the fruit of this life is good character and acts for the common good. The schedule, keep a routine. Antoninus Pius was notorious. His day was so scheduled, his diet was so constrained. He set up a life where he didn't even have to take a lot of bathroom breaks. And
Damn
then
it,
second,
man,
he
that's
talks about
Sylveon.
putting your day up for review at
The
end
damage
of the
output
day.
is too
Stop
bad
and think,
for
what
my
could I have
character,
done better?
basically.
What can I improve? What difference did I make? How
So,
did I improve myself?
the two, I
And
think it's two
as
defenders,
we
I
go
can't
to bed,
remember.
The Stoics say, think about that this was your last day on Earth. Your life is over, and then when you wake up the next day, you're grateful.
The-
because it's
like,
all
normally I
bonus
can do
time,
more
it's
damage
all
if it's a
extra
different
you're playing with
character.
house money, and that's how the Stoics go through life with a wonderful routine, design, and life, as Seneca says, without design is erratic. 3 things I learned from Robert Greene. 1, mastery requires a long apprenticeship, either under a great master, painful trial and error, but to be great at something, it takes a very long time, and the education
No, this is
phase of it
bad.
is the longest period. Number 2, he told me once when I was thinking of leaving my job in American Apparel that life can be defined by alive time or dead time. Are you learning and getting better, or are you killing time? We have to always be learning and getting better, always focus on how we can use the moment in front of us. The third and the most important lesson
3v1.
is even if you want to be a good person, even if you want
Sylveon
to
doesn't,
be nice
he
and
can't do
friendly
enough
and
damage
generous,
by itself.
doesn't change the fact that you have to understand the laws of power,
we
you have to
gotta-
understand how people are acting
it's-
in the world. And the
It's
forces
also
that
not.
make them do
It's
it.
also because I'm in
3
Ultra
lessons
rank, which
I
is
learned
like
from Tim
below,
Ferriss.
just below
Number 1,
masters,
and I
so
learned
it's
this very
harder.
early from him. He
People
said,
play better
"Look
at
at
this
what
area.
an hour of your time is worth, and then try to pay people to do anything that's less than that amount, right? And this is so hard because if you come from a sort of a middle class background, you're used to doing stuff for yourself. It feels
Look how
reckless to pay for people. It's
slow
like
it is
time is
in
your
damage.
only non-renewable resource.
think
and so to spend it doing things that you're not the best at is a complete waste.
Basically
of time.
have to
The
be with
second thing, and this was really life-changing for me, he said, think of everything as an experiment. So as you go through life, if you're thinking about dropping out of college, don't think about it as an irrevocable life decision. Think about it as an experiment where you take a year off. If you think
about quitting your job, it's the same thing. If you think about any change in your lifestyle, moving to a new city, see it as an experiment. And the third thing is, Tim was not the first person to start a blog. He's not the first person to get a Twitter account. He's not the first person to be an angel investor. He was not the first person to start a podcast. You don't have to be first. You just have to do the thing really well. You have to do it better than most people.
Yeah, you need someone like
And
Buzzwell.
eventually
Yeah.
quality will find its audience. So those are 3 things I learned from my friend Tim Ferriss. When you meet an annoying, obnoxious, rude person, Marcus Aurelius says, ask yourself, is a world without rude, obnoxious, frustrating people possible? Is it likely? The answer is of course not. So he says, okay, you met one of those people. Why is this surprising to you? He says it takes the sting
Yeah.
of the obnoxiousness, the rudeness,
We have
the
a huge
selfishness to
lead.
realize you met one of a number, right? If it's 10%, 1 in 10
That
people
fucking
you meet
Dell
will be
Fox
annoying.
is the-
So you
is the
can't
problem.
Be surprised when you meet them. You come to terms with it. So I love this exercise because it just turns.
And also I
down
can't do
volume
that
and
much
all the
damage by
frustrations.
myself, so I have to
This is one
team
of
up
those
with
people,
someone.
I'm gonna meet them sometimes. Not gonna get too bent out of shape about it. And this is true when you meet someone who steals, when you meet someone who lies, when you meet someone who cheats. A certain percentage of people are gonna do that, and we're fooling ourselves to pretend that they won't. So when you meet them, say, "This is one of those numbers. I'm not one of those numbers."
Where's the
and then you move on.
Snorlax doing?
Great line, comparison is the
Sleeping.
thief of joy. Comes to us from Theodore Roosevelt. When you compare yourself to others, you feel like you have less, you feel like you are less. And in Meditations, Marcus says, think about how silly it is that we envy people without really thinking about who they are and what their lives are like. And then he says, think about all the people that are envious of you. Think about how you yourself would be envious of yourself if you suddenly didn't have what you have and you were someone else, right? The idea for the Stoics is to do these kind of thought exercises to combat these emotional impulses or temptations we have or destructive thought patterns. Like, you don't need to be jealous of other people. First off, because other people are probably jealous of you, and you'd be jealous of yourself if your situation was different. So the idea of just being satisfied with what you have, of accepting what you have, of letting what you have be enough, that's everything. As Epicurus says, quoted by
Soft-boiled.
Seneca, enough will never be enough for the person to whom enough is too little.
The secret to life, to happiness, to relationships, according to the Stoics, is one thing. It's taking a minute before you respond, right? The Stoics say we don't control what
Oh
happens, we
damn,
control how we
Delphox.
respond. Viktor Frankl
Delphox
talks about
is the
between
problem. It's also
stimulus
too
and
far away
response.
to
It's a
attack
moment.
too.
In this moment, in this brief instance, this is when we choose who we are, what we're going to be, what's important to us. You don't have to respond right away. You can wait. Put a second of pause in there. Just wait a beat, right? You can be angry. You can have an angry reaction. You can be angry. You can be provoked. You can be frustrated. You can be scared. You don't have to take an action based on that emotion. You have the ability to choose what you do in response. You take a beat. If you take a minute, you're probably going to respond better. Theodore Roosevelt considers inviting Booker T. Washington to the White House, the first black man ever be allowed to dine as a guest at the White House. But he hesitates because he thinks for a second
Damn,
about political
man.
consequences.
Delphox
He thinks
is the
about
problem.
controversy. He thinks about the backlash. He thinks even about some of his own Southern relatives. But then Theodore Roosevelt writes that precisely because he hesitated, he felt ashamed and he knew that he had to do it. And I think there's something about hesitation that is showing us that this is actually precisely the thing that we need to do.
Damn it.
When the Stoics talk about courage,
It
when they
took out
talk
the
about this idea
Buzzwell.
that courage is calling, we should expect
Yeah.
that sometimes we're going to hesitate.
No, well, it's actually an A/S tier, but it's mainly a support. It's not an attacker. It's mainly a support Pokemon.
This is precisely the thing that we should do, and that this is precisely the direction that we should go. You have to be willing to look stupid. That's what Epictetus says. He says, if you wish to improve, you must be willing to look clueless or stupid about some things. I think that means, one, you have to be willing to ask dumb questions. If you don't ask, you can't learn. If you're afraid of what other people think, you'll never learn what you don't know. But I think the other part is you have to be willing to not care about stuff, right? To be like, I don't care about that. I'm not following that. I'm out of touch about that. That's one part. And I think the other part is you have to be willing to be bad at stuff, right? To be at the beginner stages, to be embarrassed.
Damn, finally got rid of the
out,
fucking
to be
Delphox.
mediocre, to
This is
be
the
in
problem.
the process of rediscovering or changing or growing. So if you want to improve, the Stoics say you have to be willing to look stupid, to look embarrassed, to be ridiculous, to not be good, because that's how you get from where you are to where you want to go. If I had to give you Stoicism in the simplest definition I possibly could, I'd just say this. The Stoics believe it's not what happens that's important, it's how we respond to what happens. We don't control the outside world, but we control what we do in reaction to the outside world. We control how we rise to face obstacles. We decide what we make of the opportunities that life throws at us. We don't control what happens, we control how we respond. That's Stoicism.
You have two options. Want things to turn out a certain way, or you could welcome them the way they happen. Epictetus says. He says you could want them to turn out as you want them to, or you could decide that you want them to turn out how they've turned out. And so this is essentially the discipline. For the Stoics, this is the discipline of ascent. Are you going to wish things are a certain way, or are you going to accept them as they are? That doesn't mean you accept the injustices of the world per se, but it means if it's raining, you're happy that it's raining. If it's cloudy, you're happy that it's cloudy. If it's sunny and hot, you're happy that it's sunny and hot. If you're born short, you're happy that you're short. If you're tall, you're happy that you're born tall. You accept things as they are, you make the most of it. This is what the idea of a more thought is. Accept things.
Don't know, we might have lost. It's probably close.
Given what you've been given, and then get to work using it. That's what Stoicism is about. You don't have to let this get to you.
We beat them.
You don't have
I
to
think
let
this
it
Boswell guy is quite good.
always have the option to have no opinion.
Boswell.
You can just let it go.
Can't add.
You
We
can
can't
let it
add them
drift
actually.
by like clouds, as the Buddhists
Yeah,
talk about when
the
they talk
Boswell
about
dude.
thoughts. You don't have to let it sink in. Don't have to let it harm you. You don't have to
Mo
let it
we
get
mostly
you riled
lose.
up.
Hang
You
on.
don't have to get
My
worked
friend
up.
list
You
is
don't
full
have
in
to
this
respond.
game,
You can just
so you
let
can't
it go.
actually add new
I want you to
people.
know that. Don't have to let this get to
Maybe
you.
I'll
You can
remove
just
some
let it
people. You
go.
can remove
Stoicism is incredibly simple. It's one thing.
ultra
It's the idea
class.
that we don't control what happens.
Some people are really high
We
level.
always control how we
They must have played it
respond
since it
to
came
what
out.
happens. We decide what we're gonna make of it. We decide what we're gonna do.
Oh, this
in
guy's a master.
response to it. We
He's a
don't
full
control the
I don't
outside
even know
world.
most
We
of these
control
people. Well,
our own
I don't know
internal world, our
99% of
thoughts, our
them.
emotions, our reactions.
Um,
That's it. Very little is needed for a happy life. according to the
Expert.
Stoics.
I
With
think
Stoics,
expert is
one of the great
low,
Stoics, he's
right? I don't
excellent
know who this
4
guy is.
times. And what does he learn losing everything? He learns how much he was taking for granted. Yes, he misses
Maybe
Rome.
I
He
just
doesn't
won't
like being
add
far
any
away,
new
but he reminds
people.
himself, did I actually experience
a lot of people,
Rome while I
actually.
was there? What do I
This person's
actually
level
need to be happy?
12.
He says, I need a little
Maya
bit of food, I need
Anoshin.
water,
I don't know
need
who he is.
sunshine. I had those things in Rome. He sort of noticed that he's
So
like
move
one of those
this one.
people that lives
Online
in New York
free-
City
free-
and brags about all its amenities, but he never took advantage of them. And he realized that actually the simple life was better. The simple life was more
See.
philosophical, and that he needed very
It's
little
stupid
to be
how
happy.
you can't
And
add more
what he had
people.
was enough. It's funny, the biggest book project
Okay,
I ever
Claim,
sold, I wasn't
Blissey.
trying to think
Now
of
it's
my next
Espeon and
project, I was
Zoomeril.
trying to
Sweet
make money. I was
Coon,
actually on a
Tyranitar.
hike with my family, with my kids. We were outside, we were
So I
out in
need-
nature. I wasn't thinking about work at all.
I need
And
to
so
win
the
with
idea for my
Espeon
next
or
series, actually, a
Zoomeril.
series of 4 books popped into my head. And I've
And
been
then I
working on
need
that now
a
for
hundred.
2
I
years.
need.
It
I
was
need
great,
120
but
more
than that,
to
it
get
was creatively
Gyarados.
fulfilling and challenging. It's all these things. And that came because I took a few moments of stillness. I decided to go on the hike. I put work aside, and as it happened, work popped into my head. I'm
Espeon.
looking at the
Espeon's not
sunset
that good
on the
in this
farm, and
game.
it's
Who's
moments
Espeon?
like this, when you're actually not working, when you're consciously not thinking, that sometimes your best work, your best ideas pop into your head. That was true for the Stoics. It's true for the great artists of all time, and it's true for you and I. and
Espeon's
normal
an A
people.
tier.
You
Oh,
gotta have
it's actually
time
quite
for
high.
stillness and
So
reflection
Drive
and
Lens.
peace. Seneca talks about
This
taking
is Drive
wandering walks,
Lens.
about giving the mind over
Best
to
build is
relaxation.
Psyshock.
It's more important than you think, and in fact, it may
Guess I
be
gotta play
where
with
the biggest
Espeon then.
breakthrough of your life comes from. One of the best stories in all of Stoicism comes at the founding of Stoicism. Zeno, he's this successful merchant. He comes
What,
from
the
a long
Gyarados?
family of merchants. And he
I
suffers
used to
shipwreck.
play with
He loses
Leafeon, but
everything.
now
He
I don't
washes up in
play it
Athens.
with
He has
it
nothing.
as
And there he
often.
discovers philosophy. That's how Stoicism starts. And so reflecting on this journey,
So I gotta do
this thing that
Espeon
he never
now.
would have wished happening, changing the entire course of his life, and now history, we wouldn't be talking had he not gone through this. He says, I made a prosperous
Espeon's an
voyage when I
attacker, so
suffered
he should
a
be
shipwreck.
better
Meaning
than
the worst
Blissey.
thing that ever happened to him was actually the best thing that ever happened to him. And that's what the Stoic says. We don't control what happens. Bad stuff is going to happen, but we control how we respond to it. We
But it's
control
not
what we
accurate.
turn it into. And whatever it is, whatever metaphorical shipwreck you're going through, you can make it a prosperous voyage if you think about it that way. You have to remember that your anxiety is not being caused by external things. Your frustrations are not being caused by external things. No one is responsible for your emotions but yourself. I know that's easy to say. It's very hard to put in practice. I struggle with it all the time. But that's the idea. Marcus Aurelius says, I escaped my anxiety today. And he says, no,
I discarded it because it was within me.
Chunk.
He is the
Where's
cause
the
of
SP?
donation
Oh, someone already
value.
picked it.
He
That's
is what
annoying.
brings that to external events, not the other way around. And we have to remember
Damn
that
it.
always.
So I think
no one can make you upset. No one can make you
have to
mad,
play
no
with
one
something
can make
else.
you sad. No one can make you feel inferior. As
Oh, someone already picked
Zapdos
Zapdos too, so I'll have to play with Moltres. Man, why do they have to pick Espeon? I was trying to complete the quest.
And then nobody notices, or you do the right thing and then you see somebody else get away with
Oh,
doing the wrong
play with
thing.
Moltres.
This is frustrating, it's annoying, it's demoralizing. But Marcus realizes you can't think about
Moltres
that
is
because
very
you
good.
did
The problem is,
third
obviously, I
thing.
can't use
You
it to
did something
complete
good, that's one
the
thing.
quest.
You felt good for doing it. The third thing is recognition,
Oh.
credit, reciprocation.
We can't
acknowledgement.
leave
Don't think
easily
about
either.
that. Your job is to do the right thing, to be a good person, to do what you know is right, to do what you
So
think
basically,
the
you can't.
situation calls
I think.
for,
Oh
to do
wait.
things
Oh
other
yeah, the
people
quest
don't
you have to
do.
do it in ranked
Everything
matches,
else
not
is extra.
casual.
Do you get it sometimes? Sure, great. Enjoy it when you do, but you can't look for it.
It's
you
only
can't expect
750.
it
Yeah.
because one,
I think I
it's
only had
necessary.
like
Two,
seven
it'll
hours
disappoint
sleep.
you when you don't get it. Three, if you're doing it for that thing and you repeatedly don't get it, which is true, you won't. You'll be demoralized and you won't keep doing it. So you do it because it's the right thing. Everything else is extra.
You're in bed.
Epictetus would ask, how much longer are you going to wait to demand the best for yourself? Marcus Aurelius says, like, you could be good today, but instead you choose tomorrow. We put stuff off. This is the resistance.
But two legendary birds, tag team. Usually Zapdos is on the bottom because it's quite good in the bottom.
We say I'm going to do it
But-
tomorrow. We wait. We put it off. And the Stoics say you can't do it. You got to do it now. Seneca says all fools have this one thing in common. They're always beginning to live. They're getting ready to live. They're not doing it now. They put it off. You can't put it off. Procrastination is the enemy. It's the enemy of progress. It's the enemy of the present moment. It's the enemy of doing your best. Don't put stuff off. Don't do it later. Don't say I'm going to work out tomorrow. Don't put it off. Do it now. 5 rules from the Stoics that will help you handle rude and difficult people in your life. First and foremost, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Marcus Aurelius says you have to recognize in the wrongdoer a nature similar to your own. They are us, we are them. 2, accept that rude people are a part of life. They are inescapable. Wake up in the morning and tell yourself, I'm going to see rude people. I'm going to see idiots. I'm going to see selfish people. It's a fact of life. You can't go around being surprised when you see something you knew you were going to see. 3, the best revenge to the Stoics is living well. Marcus Aurelius says, the way you get even is by not being like that. 4, try to be indifferent. We want to live a good life, Marcus Aurelius says, and then be indifferent to what makes no difference. If other people suck, if other people get away with being awful, is that going to change us? Is that going to make us want to be different? No, it doesn't matter. 5, we want to zoom way, way, way out. When you see things from a distance out of an airplane window, it becomes so much smaller. You don't take these people
They all
so
went to the
seriously,
bottom
and you
for
move
whatever
on and you
reason.
focus on what's up to you. Marcus Aurelius didn't like people. You can't read Meditations and not see.
So yeah,
see.
like
He
I
opens
prefer to play
Meditations with
Attacker
a
versus.
meditation on how frustrating and obnoxious other people are.
Oh damn,
Even this idea,
2v1.
this idea of the
Why the
obstacle
fuck
is
did
the way
Zapdos go
back.
all the way to
Him
the bottom?
talking about other
It's actually
people,
annoying.
About how people get in our way, how people present
The
obstacles.
damn
He
Zapdos
says
player.
That in that obstacle, there's an opportunity to actually practice.
It's ranked, so
philosophy. You
most
say
people
you
are
want to be good
better
in
than.
spite of other people, to be just in the face of injustice, to be temperate in the face of intemperance that's being rewarded, to be courageous when everyone
also, you
else
can't
is
really
being
communicate,
cowardly
which
and
does
being
make it
rewarded for it. So for the Stoics,
harder. I
people
think
are
other team
frustrated,
games you
people
can
are an obstacle,
communicate.
But like all obstacles, they're also the way. There's something challenge we can rise to meet. We can be better for wrestling with other people's difficulties. So don't resent people. Use them to become better. The sad fact is that the world has always been ugly and awful. People have always been selfish and cruel and short-sighted. Marcus Aurelius is there in the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Seneca has to live under Nero's rule. In fact, 5 other terrible emperors in his lifetime. I really like this passage from Marcus Aurelius. He lists all the crappy things that he's going to experience that day, and he says, but no one can implicate me in ugliness. You can still be good. You can still be you.
Okay.
You don't have to give
Took
up.
them
You
out.
don't have to get down and dirty with it. You stay above it. You stay true to yourself. That's all you can do. You are going to die. That is a fact. We are all going to die. Death is the prophecy that never fails. Every single one of us that was born is going to die. I wear this ring on my finger. It says Memento Mori. What does that mean? Memento Mori means you're gonna die. Marcus Aurelius says you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. He says let every thought and action be that of a dying man. I promise if you live with death in mind, you will live better, you will live more fully, and you will be so much happier. The joke about Winston Churchill was that he spent his whole life
practicing his impromptu remarks. That what people thought was off the cuff, what people thought was just perfect timing, was in fact perfectly practiced and perfectly scripted. We want to think that it just happened. But great things don't usually just happen. They were practiced, they were prepared, they were meticulously done, they were boiled down to their very essence. And so you have to realize that. You're not going to be great off the cuff. You have to practice, you have to prepare, you have to go over, you have to toss out all the things that were pretty good but not good enough. When you read Meditations, it feels so perfectly done. It's almost inconceivable that this was a man's private diary. This is what he settled on after crossing out 100 extra versions. This is the best of his insights over years, decades of his life. If you want to be great, you have to practice, you have to prepare, you have to go over it over and over and over again. You have to have extremely high standards. Only then does it look effortless.
That has to be on player, man.
But the best revenge, whatever they did, however hurtful it was, the best revenge, according to the Stoics, is to not be like that. Marcus Aurelius was betrayed, he was hurt, he was schemed against, he saw awful, frustrating people, but he realized that the best revenge is to not be like that. Does that mean there's no accountability, that there's never punishments, that there's no justice? No, of course not. That is part of leadership and it's part of life. But the revenge, the way to get payback, is not to inflict your anger on other people. It's not to be like them. It's to be not like them. Because you realize that that is not only the wrong thing to do, but it's punishment to yourself. One of my favorite passages in all of Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks about being the rock that the waves crash over and eventually fall still around. There's something really special about water. I just went for this swim in Lake Michigan, but I'm just standing here by the water, listening to the waves, trying to sort of slow myself down. I have a talk I have to give later today. I have to travel later today. I have a bunch of stuff I have to do, but I want to get in that place of stillness, euthymia, as Seneca talks about, tranquility. I want to get to a place of peace, even though everything is crazy. It's slowing down around me, and I'm going to be able to do what I have to do for the day.
You have to search for this idea that struggle is difficult, or, you know, like the title of your book, the obstacle is the way. Like, getting through things is how you build a stronger foundation. It's how you develop character. It's how the mind understands how to manage difficult situations.
It's an all-rounder too, whereas a special attacker like Zapdos would be better.
Or running or fighting or whatever, and then when
No one scored on that one thing, man. What the fuck?
and books are hard,
Let me go up.
you know, and they're like halfway through, I'm like, this isn't coming together, this sucks, should I stop? I'm like, I know this feeling very well, and I know that you don't listen to this feeling, so like, fuck off, because you're gonna go through hard things in life, and you want to have cultivated a sense of like not quitting when
Yes.
things are hard.
3 key lessons from the Stoic. Number 1, amor fati. It happened, it is what it is. Fighting against it, resisting it, wishing
Who
it
the
were
fuck
otherwise,
wants this
it doesn't
render
make
at
it
this
so.
stage?
You accept it and then you work with it. You don't resent your fate, you embrace your fate, and you make the most of it. 2, it's about what we do for and with other people. Yeah, it's a philosophy of individualism, but Marcus Aurelius talks about the common good like 40 times in Meditations. He says the fruit of this life is good character and acts for the common good. It's about leaving this place a little bit better than we found it. It's not just about us, it's about what we do for others. And then 3, and I think this puts the others in perspective, is the idea of memento mori. You've been dying since the minute you were born. Life is very short, the Stoics would say. Memento mori, don't take a second, a person, an experience for granted. Be present for it, enjoy it, memento mori.
The first thing you have to do is just not make stuff worse. As Marcus Aurelius says, how much more harmful are the consequences of anger and grief than the circumstances that arouse them in us? That was today's entry in the Daily Stoic. Marcus Aurelius would have agreed
Damn
with
it,
the first
man.
rule of
Fucking
Bull,
Blissey.
which is that when you're in one, stop digging. Just don't make it worse. So often our overreactions, our emotional reactions, the way we take things personally, the way we despair, it takes a hard problem and it makes them worse. So today what I want you to do is just focus on
2 minutes left.
adding to your troubles. As Seneca says, I choose not to be a hindrance to myself. I choose not to complain about what's happened. I'm going to focus on what I can do with what happened. So the idea for the Stoics is we don't make our problems worse. We focus on what we control, how we can make them better, and we just get to work. It's impossible to learn that which you think you already know. That's Epictetus describing, I think, what ego does to us. If you think you already know something, you're prevented from learning. If you think you know, you won't ask questions. If you think you know, you can't get corrected. So actually all knowledge, all improvement comes from a place of humility. Socrates is considered wise not because of what he knew, but because of what he knew he didn't know. And the Socratic method is what? It's the asking of questions. So certainty statements are the antithesis of knowledge. Questions, openness, curiosity is the way to wisdom.
Stuff happens, right? A pandemic comes and disrupts your life. You get dumped. You get robbed. You make a mistake that costs you a business or an opportunity. Someone hurts you. Someone breaks your heart. Stuff is going to happen in life. But the question the Stoics say is, what did you learn? What did you take from this that makes you better? When we talk about this idea of the obstacle is the way, one of the ways we can always turn an obstacle into an opportunity is by learning from what caused this, by learning about ourselves before going through it, by learning how to prevent it from happening next time, by experiencing something, going through something, acquiring something through the experience that makes us better in the future. So the question today, whatever you're going through, whatever you're regretting, whatever you're dreading is, but what did I learn? What will I learn from this? How will I be better for having gone through it?
So this is what's crazy about Marcus. So Marcus lives in Rome. The Romans speak Latin, but the philosophical language at that time was
Playing with
Greek. So
other humans
Marcus
is more, a
writing
little
to
bit more
himself
fun.
in Greek. When you read those passages or you listen to them, and you're just like, that is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. Like there's this one passage where he's like, he talks about like a stalk of grain bending low under its own weight, the way an olive falls to the ground. He talks about the way that when you put bread in the oven, it breaks open on top. We don't know why that happens. It's just this like beautiful inadvertent act of nature. He's just like writing like a poet, like a great writer. And again, he's writing in his non-native tongue to himself, never expecting anyone would see it. It'd be like finding out it's like a comedian is like funny in their diary. You're just like, wow, you're just naturally that. You're not turning it on or off.
Right.
It's just like intuitively part of you. There's a great expression that you become like your friend. Show me who you spend time with. The expression goes, and I'll show you who you are. The Stoics have a slightly different tweak on that. They say you become what you give your attention to. So if you watch nothing but polarizing political news, you're going to become a polarizing politics obsessed. If you watch nothing but celebrity gossip, if you spend all your time following influencers on Instagram, you will become like that. But if you immerse yourself in great books, if you look for things that are positive, things that are empowering, that is also what you become. You become what you pay attention to. You become
I think it's a quite simple game, but it is more addicting than Champions. Oh, what happened?
We are what we eat, what we put into
Achievements.
our eyes, in our ears. So what are your influences? What are you taking in? That's going to determine who you are. And most of all, I think
Where's my Ryan Holiday?
Commander James Stockdale is shot down over Vietnam, and as he's parachuting to death or capture, he actually says to himself, leaving the world of technology, entering the world of Epictetus. The most fascinating part of Stockdale in this prison camp, where he spent 7 years being tortured near death, is he says to himself that although the optimists in the camp got crushed, the people who thought it'd be over soon, the people who thought it'd be easy, the people who thought it was right around the corner, he said, I unflinchingly accepted the reality of my situation. But he said, I also knew that if I survived, I was going to behave in such a way and respond.
Espion looks like a girl character.
This was an event that in retrospect I would not trade. And Stockdale is an incredible example of how a man in harrowing, horrible conditions turned
Oh, I suppose you use drive lens.
opportunity for great heroism and kindness.
I didn't see that properly. Drive lens would be better.
Napoleon, who famously wouldn't read his mail until 3 weeks after it arrived. He knew that most problems will resolve themselves. If you're so reachable, you will be inserting yourself into things that you don't need to be inserted in. You will be spending time on things that will resolve themselves. We can imagine Marcus Aurelius doing a similar strategy, or Epictetus, or Seneca. The idea of responding to everything in real time, to being on top of everything in real time, not only is this not a recipe for productivity, it's a recipe for misery too. You have to be willing not to know every single thing that's going on, to not be so reachable that anyone can interrupt you in your concentration at any time.
Josh Michael. I bet it's all dudes.
Sleep with your phone in the other room, leave your phone in the other room when you're going to do something important. Don't be so reachable.
Seneca said that the mind must be taken on wandering walks. He said, otherwise you'll break, you'll be too tense. I totally agree. I try to start my day with a walk, and I try to end my day with a walk. I don't even consider it exercise, although it is that. To me, it's putting the body in motion, it's slowing the mind down. I'm getting outside, I'm connected with nature. Maybe I'm having a conversation with someone else that I care about. And even though I'm moving, I'm getting closer to a place of stillness. Walking to me is a magical cure-all. If you're not doing it every day, you're not as happy or as fit. So if you're not walking every day, you're not as happy or as healthy as you could be. So listen to the Stoics and take a walk. One of the things I like to do when I come to a cemetery like this is actively think about these people who are buried here. This person behind me was born in 1870, died in 1931. The other was born in 1872 and died in 1946. I don't just like to think about what they experienced, what they saw, but I go, this is a person with hopes and dreams. This is a person, maybe they had power, maybe they had fame, maybe they wrote books, maybe they had perfect health, maybe they were beautiful. And where are they now? They're dead. They're buried in this marble box, and nobody knows and nobody cares. And this is supposed to humble us and sober us up. It's supposed to be that we don't take life for granted, but that we also don't prioritize and obsess over the wrong things. All we have is who we are in this present moment. And when I walk through a cemetery like this, it's just a very visceral reminder of the ephemerality and the shortness of life and why we can't take it for granted. If you like these Daily Stoic videos, I've been hard at work at my next project, which is my new book, Discipline is Destiny, The Power of Self-Control. You can pre-order it anywhere books are sold, but I would ask you to go to dailystoic.com/pre-order to support me and the book. I've been hard at work for 2 years on this book. I think discipline is one of the most important virtues you can have as a human being. It takes a lot of discipline to run and manage this channel. Check it out, dailystoic.com/pre-order. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our Daily Stoic email. 1 bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free, to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years, and I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email. For thousands of years, the Stoics have been writing and talking and teaching by their example the answer to our most important question, which is how to live. How to be a good person, how to make your way through a complicated and confusing world. And what the Stoics do best is make this stuff really simple. Everyone's wish is to be better, Seneca says, but we're often in the dark about how to do so. So in today's episode, that's what I want to do. I want to give you 60 Stoic lessons about how to do that, how to live, how to be a person in this confusing, overwhelming world, how to thrive in times of chaos, and how to live a life of virtue, of courage, discipline, justice, and wisdom. When Marcus Aurelius says the obstacle is the way, he's talking about something very specific. In that passage in Meditations, he's talking about difficult and obnoxious and annoying and frustrating people. He's saying they are an opportunity to practice virtue. We don't control them, we don't control what they do, we don't control what they say, but we control how we respond to those people. We control what they make us do. We control what we do. We control who we are in response to them. So frustrating people are a chance to practice patience. People who wrong us are a chance to practice forgiveness. People are a chance for us to practice our persuasive skills. The idea is that everyone we meet, even the most annoying and frustrating and obnoxious people, are a chance for us to be what we're capable of being. They're testing us, they're making us better. Your problem is that you want the third thing. Marcus Aurelius says, okay, you did something good for someone. They received that benefit. That's awesome. Transaction concluded. You don't need the third thing. Recognition, gratitude, appreciation. You don't need the world to throw you a parade. You don't need acknowledgement.
And you didn't even do anything special. You did your job, which is to do good, to be good, to help people, to be kind. You did the right thing. That's enough. It's easy to get swept away, to get carried away, to get worked up. There are forces that have always been howling and blowing at people. Today, it's the news and social media, but in the past, it was the frenzy of the mob or public opinion, floor of the Colosseum. Our job, the task of Stoicism, is to help us keep that even keel. Marcus Aurelius says to be like the rocks that the waves crash over, eventually the sea falls still around. Chrysippus, one of the early Stoics, he said, look, if I wanted to follow the mob, I wouldn't have become a philosopher. Our task, the purpose of Stoicism, is to help us slow down, to act with some restraint, to be able to reflect, to put every impression or opinion to the test, as Epictetus said, to not get swept away, to not be buffeted by forces beyond our control, to keep our bearings, to keep our values, to keep from losing our minds when everyone else around us is losing theirs. So this thing that you're anxious about, that you're dreading, that you don't want to happen, one question you can ask yourself, Marcus Aurelius says, is how does it stop you? This other person, this unfairness, this bad outcome, says, how does it stop you from acting with courage and justice and wisdom and discipline? How does it stop you from acting with the four virtues? And you realize it doesn't. Look, there can be a whole bunch of things that you don't want to happen, and they're not going to be fun if they happen. They're going to cause problems, but they can't prevent you from doing your main job, from doing what's actually important, from acting and living with virtue. Not only can these things not stop you from acting with courage and discipline and justice and wisdom, but in fact, they're opportunities to act with courage and justice and discipline and wisdom. Some people say that Marcus Aurelius' Meditations is depressing, but you know what? Marcus Aurelius' life is depressing. This is a guy who lives through a historic flood, a plague, endless wars. There's a coup. They say no parent should have to bury a child. Marcus Aurelius buries half of his children. He has to attend 6 funerals for his children. He lost his father at an early age. Later, he loses his wife. It's one thing after another for this guy, one heartbreak after another. So Marcus Aurelius' Meditations isn't depressing. The fact that he got out of bed every morning was a profound statement of hope and perseverance and resilience and optimism. That he cared about anything, that he strove to be better, that he strove to be a good person, that he didn't let it wear him down, turn him into a nihilist, that it didn't deprive him of meaning and purpose. This is the hopefulness, this is the optimism, this is the cheerfulness in Stoicism, that despite the blows of fate, the unfairness of life, we keep going, we keep striving to be good, we keep striving to be and do our best. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius meditates on the interconnectedness of all being. He talks about how everyone shares a nature common to his own. In fact, he talks about the idea of the common good like 40 times in Meditations. He said we were put here for other people. We were put here to put up with other people. He also said to do good for and with other people. One of the reasons we get lonely is we're so focused on our stuff, our problems, what's going on with us, what we want. But really, if we think about this whole human species as this interconnected thing, even our connection with animals, with the environment, that we're put here to make a small contribution to this large project, that we can help other people, and that actually one way to forget our own sufferings and loneliness and struggles is to help other people, to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. And in the midst of a plague and warfare and all the struggles of Marcus's life, he never lost track of that, and he always insisted that he was put here to help and be of service to other people. Is a world without dishonest people possible? Is a world without annoying people possible? Marcus Aurelius asked himself this question in his journal 2,000 years ago, and he says, look, the answer is of course no. He says, so when you meet one of those people, go, look, this was statistically bound to happen. This is one of those people. They're a percentage of the whole. And we can apply this same exercise. Look, is a world where everyone likes you possible? Is a world without delayed planes possible? Are you going to hit every green light? No, of course not. So this is one of them. Just accept it. This is one of them. It was statistically bound to happen. Don't get worked up about it. Don't take it personally, and certainly don't be surprised.
Oh my
it was
God,
bound
what is
to
up
happen.
with this
You're weak
nastiness?
if you lose your temper. Stoicism was a masculine philosophy, but Marcus Aurelius pointed out how sort of pathetic it is that we get overwhelmed by our emotions and we lash out at people. Men sometimes judge other men for crying, but it's strange that we don't judge each other for losing our temper, which actually does hurt people, which is of less purpose. When you feel that sort of rage or anger coming on, the Stoics say, get control of yourself, get command of yourself. Say, is this who I want to be? Is this what being a mature adult is? And the answer is almost certainly no. The grudge you're holding, it's meaningless. Marcus Aurelius says, look at the people who held these grudges, who raged about things, who held on to things. He says, where are they now? They're dead and gone. The grudge went nowhere. And the same is going to happen to your thing. Whatever it is you're upset about, however significant it was for you, eventually it disappears along with you. So how can you work on letting it go? How can you move on? How can you process? How can you not carry it around? How can you not let it consume you? Nobody's born a saint. Even the people that we admire so much, that we look up to, they weren't born that way. They became that way. It's about the striving to be better than we are that makes us great. When you see someone who's cool under pressure, when you see someone who's generous, when you see someone who forgives, when you see someone who doesn't have a big ego, don't tell yourself, oh, they're just naturally better than me. That's letting yourself off the hook, and it's also unfair to them because it's ignoring all the work that goes into it, how they're striving to be that way. If you take Marcus Aurelius as this perfectly formed philosopher king, you're missing that he was writing in Meditations. The purpose of him writing Meditations was to be the person he was aspiring to be. And so we don't want to see these people as being born that way because they weren't, they were working at it. And there was people in their life. For Marcus, it's Antoninus, or his philosophy teacher Rusticus, who shaped and inspired and helped him become who he was meant to be. And the same is true for us. Marcus Aurelius was a master of the morning. I think you have to be a successful person. You think that being your own boss or being rich or powerful or important will give you a lot of freedom, and it does, but it also demands so much discipline from you because so much is counting on you. One of the most interesting passages in Meditations is Marcus Aurelius talking to himself about why he has to get up early in the morning. He says, but it's so much nicer here under the covers. And then he says, but is this what you were put here to do? To huddle under the blankets and stay warm? No, it's not. He says, you have a duty to go do. And he says, look at the plants and the animals and the birds and the bees getting up and doing what their nature demands. And so that's what Marcus Aurelius tried to do. He tried to get up early. He says, at dawn when you awake, he gets up early, he seizes the day, he owns the morning. I think it's probably there in the morning that he's carving out some time to do a little journaling, to do a little thinking, to be intentional about the kind of person that he wants to be in the course of that day. And that's what survives to us in Meditations. And then he tries to get after what he has to do. He says, concentrate like a Roman, do this thing in front of you like it's the last thing you are doing in your life. And that's great advice for all of us. Whatever time we woke up in the morning, let's seize the day, seize the morning, and get after it. In book 11 of Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks about something that must have been very common for him, which is that people didn't like him. People cursed him, they criticized him, they questioned his integrity, his commitment, all these things. So in book 11:13, he says, someone despises me, that's their problem. Mine, he says, not to do or say anything despicable. He says, someone hates me, their problem. Mine is to be patient and cheerful with everyone, including them, ready to show them their mistake, not spitefully, or to show off my own self-control, but in an honest, upright way. That's what we should be like inside, he says, and never let the gods catch us feeling anger or resentment. If someone doesn't like you, that's their problem. And the important thing is that you don't let it change you, you don't let it affect you, don't let it make you like them. You just lock on to what you have to do, and you try to be patient and kind, you try to think better and do better for other people than in fact they might ever even think of doing for you. Marcus Aurelius in Meditations says the things you think about determine the quality of your mind. He says your life is dyed by the color of your thoughts. That's such a perfect way to put it. He's not saying like the law of attraction, we attract these things. No, he's saying like if all you look for is the bad in people, all you're gonna see is the bad in people. If all you see is darkness and awfulness and evil, that's what your world is gonna look like. So the Stoics are saying that what we think about, what we look for in this world determines what we're gonna be able to see. And that is the discipline of perception. That's the power that we have. Our mind guides what our life will look like. It's the lenses through which we look at the world. If you decide to see agency and power in yourself and in every situation you're in, you'll find it, even in the darkest, hardest of circumstances. If you look for shittiness, you'll see shittiness. If you look for goodness, you'll see goodness. It's as simple as that. People don't seem to understand this one really important thing. It's that you have a superpower. You have the power, Marcus Aurelius says, to have no opinion. He says, remember, events, things are not asking to be judged by you. You don't have to have an opinion about this, he says. You can just see it as it is. You can think nothing of it. You don't have to label it. You don't have to put it in categories. You don't have to say it's fair or unfair, positive or negative, smart or dumb. Just accept it as it is. The Stoics try to see the world as objective. Try not to insert opinions or judgments on top of things, because this is the path to peace. It's the path to wisdom. And of course, being agnostic in this way allows you to get to work doing what you need to do rather than wasting your time labeling, judging, and having opinions about stuff that is not up to you. It's unfortunate that this happened. You didn't want it to
I see
happen.
as
You
the
didn't
support.
choose for it to happen, but it did happen. Marcus Aurelius writes that to himself in Meditations. He says, it's unfortunate that this happened. But then he catches himself and he goes, no, it's fortunate that it happened to me. He means that, I think, in part because it didn't happen to someone else. But what he really means is, it's fortunate that it happened to me because he'd trained for stuff like this, right? Marcus Aurelius' reign is one difficult thing after another. There's a plague, there's floods, there's everything that could go wrong does. And he's talking of those. We said, it's unfortunate this happened. No, it's fortunate to me. And he says, I've remained unharmed by it. Because that's what Stoic philosophy is about. This idea that we're not harmed by external things. We respond to those external things. That's what we control. That's what we focus on. So whatever it is that you're going through, whatever just happened, it's not unfortunate that it happened to you. It's fortunate that it happened to you instead of someone else. And it's fortunate that you know how to deal with it. It's wrong to think of Stoicism just as a philosophy for adversity. Yeah, it's true. Zeno founds Stoicism in a disaster. There are Stoics who are tortured, Stoics who are imprisoned, Stoics who deal with poverty. But Marcus really finds himself the emperor of Rome. Extreme power, extreme wealth, extreme fame. And he uses Meditations to see that as an opportunity to practice virtue. He says, you can live well even in a palace. He talks to himself about accepting it with indifference, letting it go without arrogance. One of the things he talks about repeatedly in Meditations is not being Caesarified, dyed purple by the purple cloak of the emperor. So we shouldn't just see Stoicism as a philosophy that helps us deal with the difficulties and the painful parts of life, but also as a philosophy that helps us from being corrupted by it, that makes us better when we achieve success, when we have things. That's part of Stoicism too. Basically, nothing lasts. That's the very Stoic idea. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, Alexander the Great and his mule driver, same thing happened to both. They were both buried in the same earth. There's that Latin saying, sic transit gloria, right? All glory is fleeting. We think that if we become famous or popular or important, right, this says something about us, it makes us immortal, but it doesn't. You're eventually, inevitably, invariably forgotten. Nothing lasts. It doesn't matter. You could be the biggest thing in the world, and then one day you're not. Suddenly you're not. One of my books, Stillness, hit #1, and then you know what happened the next week? Someone else was there, right? I've had a good run, but it'll go away eventually. It inevitably, invariably, always does. So what does matter then? The Stoics would say just being a good person, doing good work, focusing on what you control. That's it. We don't know a lot about the policies that Marcus enacts as emperor, but we know of a couple. One, he passes a law that makes life easier for slaves, some protections for them. And then another, he demands that the gladiators be given wooden swords to practice and fight with, basically to take a very dangerous, fatal sport and make it not so dangerous. I like this idea of Stoicism being, at least in part, about standing up for the little guy. Marcus says that one of the things he learns from the Stoics is this idea of a society of equals, of equal laws, of a ruler who protects the rights of their subjects. I just love the idea that Marcus is talking about that in theory, and then he is in a position to do something about it, and he does. Not enough. None of us do enough. He reads Epictetus, he sees the brilliance of this slave who becomes a philosopher, and yeah, he makes the life easier for slaves, but he never questions the institution of slavery itself. But I do generally like the idea that Marcus did his best to practice what he preached. So for the last 5 years, I've carried this thing in my pocket. Some people think it's morbid, some people think it's weird, some people think it's unnecessary, but it's one of the most important, powerful, philosophical reminders I think there could be. It's this coin. It says, Memento Mori. On the back has a quote from Marcus Aurelius. It says, you could leave life right now. The second half of that quote is, let that determine what you do and say and think. The Stoics practice this idea of memento mori. Seneca writes so much about death. There's a translation of his works just called How to Die. In fact, in the ancient world, the whole point of philosophy, they said, was to learn how to die, to wrestle with the ephemerality of existence, with the inevitability of death. And so I have this little coin in my pocket. It reminds me not to waste time, not take people or things for granted, to focus on what's actually important, to not think too much of myself, to certainly not think that I am invincible or immortal. And it's just a lovely Stoic practice that I think about always. and so should you. It doesn't matter if you're cold or tired, if you're hungry or well rested. It doesn't matter the situation at all, Marcus Aurelius says. It's just that you do the right thing, because the rest doesn't matter. That's your job. The Stoics say your job is to do right. That's what the virtue of justice is about. There's no excuses, there's no explanations. The Stoics' virtue was the main thing. That was what we are put here to do. It doesn't matter what other people do or say. Marcus Aurelius writes to himself in Meditations, my job is to be good. Also to do good, to help other people, to be a force for good in the world, to leave this place better than you found it. That's the ultimate habit. That's the habit that trumps all the other ones, and it's something you have to let guide and inspire all your actions and choices.
Seneca has this great line. He says, we can't choose our parents, but we can choose whose children we would like to be. And she basically chooses which side of the family tree she's going to be descended from. You know, like, and so it doesn't really matter where you come from or what you did or what your parents did. You have this ability to like sort of choose whose footsteps you're going to follow in. And
I love that idea.
Yeah.
So where do you see grace with Stoicism?
I mean, one of the things Marcus Aurelius talks about a lot is this idea of revenge. And, you know, he says the best revenge is to not be like that. The sort of penultimate moment in his life. So he's ill and near death. And his most trusted general, basically sensing that the emperor was weak, names himself emperor. So he starts a palace coup. And Marcus is not as sick as they thought, and he recovers. And so now he's faced with this terrible dilemma. There can't be two emperors, and this person has put everything into danger and turmoil. And so, I mean, we know what his predecessors would have done in this situation. Hadrian comes to power and just liquidates, you know, and Marcus decides not to do that. He can't ignore it. He can't just let this happen, but he decides, he says, this is an opportunity. He says, we can teach future generations there's a way to even deal with civil wars, which I just think is this amazing sort of way of thinking about it. And they go to restore order, and ultimately the other general, this guy named Avidius Cassius, is struck down by an assassin, and they bring Marcus Aurelius' head, and they think the emperor is going to be happy and reward them, and he breaks down in tears because they've stolen from him the opportunity for clemency. And so he sends this message to the Senate, and he says, not a single person is to be put to death for this rebellion. He says, do not stain my reign in blood. Let it never happen. And just this idea, like when Marcus really says the obstacle is the way,
yeah,
I think people have taken that, because that's how I wrote the first book. They've taken the obstacle as the way to mean, here's how you get ahead in business. Here's how you deal with these little disadvantages. You turn them into springboards. And that is part of it. But that famous passage in Meditations, where he says, you know, the impediment to action advances action, what stands in the way becomes way. He's talking about other people. He's talking about frustrating, obnoxious, dishonest, evil people. He's saying that he says bad people are an opportunity to practice virtue. And so I think, to me, that's grace is only possible if there is first the thing you don't want to happen. You know, like if everyone was wonderful to each other and everything went perfectly, there would be no opportunity for grace. And so I think Stoicism would say that these things that you don't want to happen, these things that shouldn't happen, these things that are unfair to happen, these awful, dark, terrible things that human beings do to each other, the only good thing about them is who we can be in response to them. If we don't let them destroy our character and make us like the people that did the thing.
One of the things the Stoics talk about is how when you really love what you do, you forget sometimes even to wash and eat. I don't know about forgetting to wash, but I do forget to eat all the time. I get busy, I get caught up in what I'm doing. I love what I'm doing. I'm also running around like crazy. I have kids, I have multiple businesses, and skipped meals, they sneak up on you. And that's where today's sponsor comes in. Huel is the world's leading complete nutrition brand, and right now you can try it with an exclusive offer from Daily Stoic. You can get 15% off off plus a free gift for new customers with code DailyStoic if you go to Huel.com. That's Huel, Huel.com. Huel is great. There's no cooking, no prep. We keep a bunch here at the Daily Stoic offices for our employees. It's got 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and no sweeteners, all in one handy bottle. They come in chocolate and vanilla. It's smooth and easy to drink. Huel is a perfectly balanced meal designed by experts to provide all the nutrients your body needs from a meal. Plus, it actually tastes good and it's affordable. Take the leap and try Huel with our exclusive offer for new customers. That's 15% off plus a free gift. Use the code DailyStoic at Huel.com. Unlock a healthier, easy way to eat with Huel. You want power, you want control, you want influence, and yet you neglect the most valuable empire there is. The greatest empire, Seneca said, is command of oneself. Your thoughts, your opinions, your actions, your urges. Command of oneself is the greatest empire. Self-command, self-discipline, self-control. That's real power. Think of how many powerful people, how many important people, how many people who ruled great armies or nations didn't have that. They were slaves to their desires, to their ambitions, to their need for more and more and more. And if you have control of yourself, then you have more than they will ever have. What's the secret to the good life? Seneca said in a single word, it's euthymia, which he defined as the sense, the path that you're on, and not being distracted by the paths that crisscross yours. And he says, and this is the important part, he says, especially not distracted by those who are hopelessly lost. Right? So it's a sense of who you are, what you're supposed to be doing, and then being that person doing that thing and ignoring everyone and everything else. You have two choices, Seneca says. You can laugh or cry. Democritus, one of the philosophers, he cried. He despaired at how awful and evil the world was. Seneca pointed out Heraclitus, he laughed at it. We think of the Stoics as humorless, but they weren't. Instead of despairing, instead of being angry, instead of being depressed, instead of any of those negative emotions, they decided to laugh at the pain that life can inflict on us because it's the one part of it we control. We control our response to it, so we might as well find humor in it instead of pain and suffering and anger. This tombstone right here has a little epitaph. It says, I'd rather wear out than rust out. Theodore Roosevelt's father used to say that to him. It became one of his mottos, but it reminds me of this thing from Seneca. Seneca says, how much life do you have to show for all of those years? He's talking about how people, they live to a big number, but what do they have to show for it? So what do you have to show for the time that you have spent on this planet? Because that's one of the things that Seneca says. It's not that you die once at 80 or 90 or whatever. He says you're dying every day. So I'm 37 as I say this. Have I lived 37 years? I think so. I think I've really lived those years. That's the question. Are you wearing yourself out? Do you have something to show for the time you've been lucky enough to give? You've been lucky enough to get? What do you have to show for it? How are you living? It's better to wear out than rust out. There's a tension in Stoicism. So on the one hand, Seneca says we should imagine all the things that could possibly happen. This is premeditatio malorum. It says the unexpected blow lands heaviest. If you're just naively going through the world expecting everything to be wonderful, never considering that this might happen or that might happen, you're gonna be caught off guard and it's gonna rattle you and hurt you worse than if you had some ability to anticipate this. At the same time, he says he who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. He was talking about the way that we can sort of spiral and catastrophize. So it's important when we think about this premeditatio malorum, the Stoic idea of anticipating and considering what happens, it's not to torture ourselves. It's not just to go down this spiral of negativity and doomerism. It's to think proactively. I'll give you an example. Napoleon said that 3 times a day, a general should say to themselves, what if the enemy appeared over here? What if the enemy appeared over here? What if the enemy appeared over here? He wasn't saying that he just wanted his generals to be really anxious and worried all the time. He was having them run through the thought exercises. If this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do this. So when we think about this Stoic practice, it's not just for generalized anxiety or worry. It's constructive. Okay, if this happens, here's what I'm going to do. If this happens, here's what I'm going to do. It's focusing on how we might respond to this. So it should actually be empowering in some way, as opposed to disempowering and scary and alarming. You're thinking, here are the constructive things I can do about these hypotheticals. I believe that I have agency and power to solve this scenario if it were to happen. Death is the one certainty. It's the one thing that will happen to every person that's ever been born. It's the prophecy that never fails, they say. And yet, how many people in this cemetery
were surprised by it? How many people were caught off guard? How many people thought, oh, I thought I had more time? And how many of these people wasted enormous amounts of their time, as we all do? Seneca says we protect our property, we protect our money, and yet we're so frivolous with our time. The one thing we should be the strictest misers about, he says, we just freely hand out to people, we let it be wasted because we think we have so much of it, and we don't. Eventually, we all come to the end, and not just eventually, could be sooner than you think. Memento mori, the Stoics say, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think.
Just reading a book is not enough. You have to reread the book. Seneca says we have to linger on the works of the master thinkers. He's talking about reading it once and again and again and again, because each time we read the book, we find something new. We bring something new to it, we take something new out of it. It's not just that we suffer more in imagination than we do in reality, as Seneca says. It's that we add suffering, right? So we're dreading this thing that might happen. Indeed, it might happen. But by thinking about it, walking ourselves through it, going over it over and over and over again, living in it right now as if it will happen. What we're effectively doing is borrowing that suffering. We're like, I want to deal with it now. I want to sit in it now. I want to feel it for longer. So we have to remember that this use of our creativity, the way we're thinking about the thing over and over again, we're living in it, we're actually just adding suffering on top of the thing that may or may not actually even happen. You're not going to be successful because you haven't defined what success is. You haven't really thought about where you're trying to go. Seneca says that if you don't know what port you're sailing towards, no wind is favorable. If you don't take the time to really go, where am I trying to go? What does that look like? You're not going to be able to make the individual day-to-day, part-by-part decisions that will allow you to actually get there. You won't know how to respond properly to the things, the opportunities, and to the obstacles that you face along the way. It's strange that the Stoics have this reputation for being unfeeling, for being emotionless, because actually 4 of Seneca's best and most moving pieces of writing are actually known as his consolations to people who have lost someone, and he's consoling them in their grief. And I actually read these essays whenever I've lost someone or I'm trying to comfort someone who's lost someone. The part that hit me the most, he's writing this letter to the daughter of a friend who has died. He's saying, look, your father loved you very much. What do you think he would want from you right now? Of course, he wouldn't want you to be happy that he's dead, but would he want his memory of you, Seneca says, to make you miserable? No, it's the exact opposite. He'd want you to think about him and be happy, to remember good times, to be filled with joy. It's such a wonderful little insight about grief. And it's such a good insight to the Stoics too, because if the Stoics were unfeeling and didn't have emotions, Seneca would just say, get over it, don't feel it. But that's not what he's saying at all. Instead, he came up with this great way of thinking about it. Every new year, Seneca started the year off with the same thing. He would throw himself into the Tiber River, the freezing river in Rome, on the 1st of January. There's 2 things he's getting out of it. One, it's like a fresh start. He's washing himself clean of who he was the year before, metaphorically, literally wiping the slate clean. But 2, I think he's starting the year off by doing something hard and painful and unpleasant and weird, something that requires willpower. His famous line about we treat the body rigorously so that it's not disobedient to the mind, he's starting the year off by asserting who's in charge. He's saying, I'm in charge, I'm so in charge, I'm hurling myself into this freezing river even though I really don't want to. And that's such a great, important Stoic lesson. It's something we all have to practice. It's very easy for your day just to get filled up. There's a passage in one of Seneca's essays where he's talking about these busy Romans who are just running around town all day. And he said, but if you ask them what are they actually doing, would they have a good answer? He calls this sort of busy idleness. I could very easily find my days just getting filled up with email, getting filled up with just stuff. But I know that I'm not doing my job, that I'm not moving the ball forward if I'm not doing what's called deep work every day. The ability to focus, to lock in, to have large, uninterrupted blocks of focus is the most essential thing that you can do. For me, I try to do that really early. I try to spend 1 to 2 to 3 hours of uninterrupted work. Not administrative work, not responding to stuff, catching up on stuff. You need to have uninterrupted blocks of deep work, of focus, where you are locked in and you're actually doing what it is that you do. In recovery circles, they have this great acronym, HALT. It stands for hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. The point is, when you're feeling those things, you're less likely to be able to be the strong-willed, disciplined,
healthy, safe, smart person that you want to be. The Stoics weren't superhumans. In fact, a big part of Stoicism is that kind of self-awareness, monitoring why you're feeling what you're feeling, stopping when you feel that feeling and going, why am I feeling this way? So if you're mad at yourself for falling off, if you're mad at yourself for not being the disciplined, stoic, and complete and total self-command of themselves, stop and think about that acronym. Ask yourself, hey, what's actually going on with me? Seneca says that philosophy doesn't take away natural feeling, but it doesn't matter how many books you've read, how steeped in stoicism you are. If you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, you're not
playing
going to
it
be
longer
your best
than I
self. And
need to be
thinking
playing
about
it.
that is a really, really important part of making better decisions.
Stoicism.
I remember Tim Ferriss told me one time that he, like Seneca, practices poverty. It seems weird, especially 'cause
Overcoming
Tim is very, very
anxiety,
successful, but
problem
maybe that's the
solved.
point. Tim was pointing out that one of
Welcome to Solved, everybody. I'm your host, Mark Manson, and today we are ranking anti-anxiety interventions from the worst to the best, according to the current science. Have you ever tried to put out a kitchen fire with a glass of water and then stood there wondering why the kitchen is somehow more on fire than before? No, this has never happened, but apparently this has happened to Drew Burney, so we're running with it. Because that's kind of what most people are doing with their anxiety, reaching for something that feels like relief, watching it work just well enough to keep reaching for it, and then ending up worse than where they started. Now, most of the interventions that people swear by, the supplements, the apps, the techniques, all of the stuff that we're going to get into in this episode, they are not chosen because they're the most effective. They're chosen because they feel easy and they feel quick. And we're going to talk quite a bit about that, about the relationship between the quick fix and the actual long-term solution. We've picked 17 of the most common practices, supplements, and interventions that people use to combat their anxiety. Here they are in alphabetical order: adaptogens, alcohol, benzodiazepines, breathwork, CBD, digital detoxes, journaling, physical exercise, magnesium, meditation, probiotics, psychedelics, therapy, sleep, socializing, SSRIs, and your favorite, yoga. We're going to break down each of these 17 interventions into how well they work, how efficient they work, how long-lasting the benefits are, whether there are any benefits or not, and how strong the actual research behind them is. As always with these ranking episodes, there are surprises and there are interesting patterns that emerge. And as always here at Solved, we categorize everything into 4 categories. Things that legitimately work, actually good things to do. The sort of depends category, the stuff that maybe works for some people, not for others, maybe works in some situations, but not every situation. There's the not helping but not hurting category either. This is where you get a lot of your placebo effects or just things that are, the effect is so minuscule that like you're not really doing anything, but you're not hurting anything either. And then finally, there's the bullshit category, which is the pseudoscience, the stuff that is potentially harming you, and the stuff that is counterproductive. We will start with the bullshit category, work our way up to the legitimate fixes, and end at the #1 intervention for anxiety in the world based on the current science. You might be surprised, you might not. There's definitely some interesting caveats either way. Anxiety seems ever present these days, Drew. It seems like everyone and their dog has anxiety. I use that saying a lot, everyone and their dog, but like in the case of anxiety,
literally,
I can't tell you how many friends I have. They're like, oh, my dog has anxiety. I have to go home. I'm like, when did this become a thing?
And they're maybe even on meds too, their dogs. Yeah. Yep.
Is this how far we've come?
This is where we're at.
This is where we're at. All right. Everyone and their dog has anxiety, so we will inevitably get into many of the mechanisms and processes behind anxiety. We'll get into a lot of the cultural stigma and labeling around anxiety. We will get into how anxiety is perceived and treated today versus, say, generations past. And basically, by the end of the episode, listeners, you should have a deeper, more comprehensive, and more nuanced understanding of anxiety, how it works, and how to actually resolve it than you ever had before. For those of you who are new here, I am the 3-time #1 New York Times bestselling author, Mark Manson, and this is my co-host, lead researcher, producer, and all-around sick man, Drew Burney.
In more ways than one.
Yes. And this is the Solve Podcast, where we are the most over-researched and comprehensive personal growth and life advice podcast in the world. If you love the show, please like and subscribe, leave a comment, share with some friends. Follow us at solvedpodcast.com.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Before we dive into the rankings, Drew, I think we should lay a little bit of groundwork and talk about what is anxiety, what makes it unique. I do think it is a unique emotion in some ways. It is a little bit different than most other emotions that we experience. The American Psychological Association defines anxiety as, quote, an emotion characterized by apprehension and somatic symptoms of tension in which an individual anticipates impending danger, catastrophe, or misfortune. What's interesting about anxiety, I think, is that it's future-based. And because it's future-based, there's a certain amount of cognitive...
This podcast. I don't have anxiety problems.
There's a way to create beautiful designs, beautiful websites, beautiful apps, beautiful motion, and I just learned about it. And it's through this thing called Google MD. It's using skills, and the entire process of this is what we explain on this podcast. I had my friend Meng To, who's one of the best designers I know, come on and share his entire workflow to how to create jaw-dropping, beautiful designs that by the end of this episode, you will become a designer. You're gonna be able to create better design than 99.99% of this planet. And what does that mean? That means that your startup, your idea, your app is going to have a higher chance of getting people to install it, to buy it, to share it. And we all can use that. So enjoy the episode, and I'll see you in there. Meng, welcome back. Second time on the pod. By the end of this episode, what are people going to get out of this?
Google just came out with Design.md. And this is one way to create a blueprint to take one beautiful design, whether you made it or not, and then spread throughout all the formats and the mediums for your startup idea, right? So you can turn a beautiful design system that is created by a master in their craft, like a designer, and then you can turn that into motion design, a landing page, different sections of the landing page, mobile design, and so on. So a lot of people struggle right now with, this idea, they start really strong with one shot, and then suddenly they get into the other pages and they suddenly have something more and more generic. So this is what we're going to be learning. I'm going to teach you all the tricks, remix, iterate, what is a design system, typography, colors, all the things that people struggle in design.
Perfect. In your world, I feel like a lot of people are talking about Design.md. In my world, not that many people are talking about it, but they want to be able to create jaw-dropping, beautiful designs, even if they're not a designer, because they're, we're using agents now, we're building startups, we're taking ideas out of our head, but we don't want a purple vibe-coded website or app. We want something that's beautiful, that's consistent. And so I'm excited for you to explain what Design.md is. I'm excited for you to explain how you can actually get inspired by other designers and use some of their systems to create something of your own. Meng, thank you so much for being generous with your sauce and tactics and tips and tricks. There's no one I look up to more than you in this regard. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to mention something before we start. People don't realize how hard it is to get the right distribution, the marketing. And I want to thank you, Greg, because, remember the first time I came to your podcast, I started with a $3,000 MRR, and it shot up to $15,000 MRR just by going through your podcast. And obviously there's a ton of value over time. So, to those who don't know, like going to, Greg's podcast is like the bucket list, like the number one thing you want to, reach towards to. And yeah, I prepared presentation, slides and all that stuff because Replit just introduced slides and, we started doing, hyper frames. We started doing remotion. So I prepared all of this. As a designer, I feel very strongly about this. So let me just share my screen. first things first, I realize a lot of people are vibe coding their apps, they're vibe coding their startup marketing, and so on. Everything I do today, including this tool that I'm showing you, which is my own Notion with slides, is vibe coded, and I made it by myself. So I also want to say that all of these images are all generated using the context of the title, and I'm using the new GPT image too. So with that said, you know, I prepared the slides and I want to go through one by one. What is design.md? So, but first of all, you know, I just want to also preface on what we're going to be discussing, you know, the things that I want to teach everyone about design and how we get there, and then we're going to end with a demo. So these are the kind of 5 main points I want to go through. And then we're going to get started. Design, as I mentioned before, design.md is just open source, and I can find the tweet right here. They have a 10-minute video, you can watch it. Essentially what it means is that just the same way a lot of people are using agents.md or skill.md or soul.md for those who are using Cloudbot, or in this case it's OpenCloud now. So basically this is for designers. And if you want to take the soul of the design and you want to bring that to the agent, and you want to bring a design system, the colors, the typography that makes a design beautiful, well, you port it and you put it all into an MD file, and then you put it into your prompt as an attachment, and then boom, you have a beautiful design. So this is what design.md, and you will see extremely efficient ways to use this across multiple medium, not just web design, but also, like motion design nowadays and slides. So, for example,
Quick break in the pod to let you know about a free workshop I'm doing that answers some of your biggest questions. The first is, in the AI age, what are some categories that are ripe for startup ideas? I'm gonna outline a bunch of those different categories, the ones that I think the most opportunity is. Second is, there's a million AI tools out there. Which are the ones that matter when I'm trying to build a business? I'll walk you through that. And lastly, how do you actually build a business with some of these AI tools? So I'm actually gonna show you live how I do this with my ideabrowser.com team, and I can't wait to see you there. It's this Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern. And if you go to the show notes, if you go to the description, you can click a link, RSVP, and learn a few things. I hope it'll get your creative juices flowing, and I'll see you back at the pod.
I'm gonna give you just some quick examples of what I created. So for example, when you have a design, right, you can sort of like take one design
Remember what the Stoics say, that the whole world is a temple of the gods. I mean, look at that sunset. Look at this beach. Look at this life.
It hit me at some point during the craziness of the pandemic that I was an anxious person. I mean, I knew I used to get anxious about specific things, a flight, an important meeting, getting up on stage in front of people. But when all that went away, like everyone else, you're stuck in your house and you realize you're still anxious. And of course you're anxious about what's happening in the world, but you're just generally anxious. The anxiety is in you. You might not think of the Stoics as anxious people, partly because the reputation of the Stoics is that they're invulnerable, that they're invincible, that they have no emotions. But we know that Marcus Aurelius struggled with anxiety, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have written so many reminders to himself about how to deal with it. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've written now 12 books about Stoic philosophy, which have sold more than 5 million copies, over 30 languages. I've spoken to everyone from the NBA to the NFL, sitting senators and special forces operators. And I myself deal with anxiety like any normal person. So in today's episode, I want to talk about a bunch of tried and tested strategies for reducing, addressing, alleviating, hopefully eliminating anxiety
in your life. I know they've worked for me. It's definitely an ongoing battle, as it was for Marcus Aurelius, as it was for Seneca, but these strategies work. And so here in today's episode are some Stoic strategies for reducing anxiety. I hope you like them.
Little things are not small. George Washington's favorite expression was, many mickles make a muckle. I think Zeno said it better. He said, well-being is realized by small steps, but it's no small thing. Marcus Aurelius says, we assemble our life action by action, step by step. No one can stop you from that. So today, as you get discouraged, as you look at this goal that's way, way off in the distance, don't focus on that. Focus on the immediate task in front of you. Concentrate like a Roman, as Marcus Aurelius says. Do this thing in front of you as if it's the only thing that matters, as if it's the last thing that you're doing in your life. And that adds up. It's no small thing. Many mickles make a muckle, as Washington said. Stuff adds up. That's how you get there, one step at a time, one day at a time, one action at a time, one insight at a time. Just go now. Marcus Aurelius says, just remember you're lucky to be alive in this moment. Even if things are crazy and insane and awful in the world, they're also wonderful because you're getting to experience them. And to take that for granted, to be bitter or jaded or cynical about that, it's to waste this gift you've been given. And there's a reason they call it the present. It is a gift. And look, even if this is not the most wonderful time to be alive, it's the only time in which you are alive. So we focus on what we control, which is our perceptions, our opinion about things, that we control, not when and where we are. We try to make the most of it. We try to accept it. We try to be grateful for it. And that's how we find happiness now in this present moment, no matter what's happening in the world. One of my favorite quotes from Marcus Aurelius, he says, you know, you don't have to have an opinion about that. And I just think about that all the time. I don't have to have an opinion about this. I can just let it be. I can ignore it. I can realize it doesn't pertain to me, or I can just see it as it is. I don't need to say that it's good or bad, fair or unfair. It just is. I'm gonna look at it as an objective piece of information. It doesn't need me projecting my thoughts or beliefs or perceptions on it. It is. You don't have to have an opinion about this. The key to tranquility and peace, Marcus Aurelius says, is when you stop caring what other people say, what other people think, what other people are doing. He says the tranquility that comes when you care about only what you do and say. The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say or think or do, only what you do. A Stoic is not someone who stuffs their emotions down. That's not it at all. The Stoics process their emotions. This is why they journaled. Socrates went around asking these questions. This is why Seneca would write these letters to his friend Lucilius. We even have some of Marcus Aurelius's letters that survive. The Stoics were not stuffing their emotions down, pretending they don't have them. They were exploring them. The Stoics talk about taking an emotion when it hits you and putting it up to the test, observing it, meditating on it, processing it, getting to the bottom of it. You know, if you just ignore your emotions, if you just conquer them, to me, it's like putting it on a credit card. Sure, you're not having to pay for it now, but eventually it's going to come due and the interest is going to make it even more expensive. So don't shut your emotions down. Deal with them, process them, explore them, get through them. Don't be ruled by them. In ignoring them, you are guaranteeing that later it's going to be an even bigger deal and you're going to be even more powerless over that emotion. So work on your emotions. Do not fall into this trap that the Stoics suppress their emotions. They domesticate them, as Nassim Taleb says. But first, that requires facing them and exploring them and coming to terms with them. Seneca points out that we suffer more in imagination than in reality, meaning that all the things we're anxious about, the things we worry about, the things we spend a lot of time hoping won't happen, most of them never do happen. There's that great Twain quote where he talks about how he's suffered through many things in life and how many of them have never actually happened. Because that's what he means. In our mind, we're torturing ourselves. We're worried that this could happen and that could happen. We're worried about this possibility or that possibility. But the reality is,
Now is now. You don't control whether that will happen or not. What you do control is now. You, of course, control how prepared you are for the adversity of the future, the uncertainty of the future. But what you mainly control is the present moment. Take advantage of the present moment. Don't give up the present moment because you're really worried and off thinking about what could and almost certainly will not happen in the future. No one can harm you, at least according to the Stoics. They can hurt you, they can say cruel things, they can attack you, they can cut you, they can make you bleed. But to the Stoics, harm was a choice. You decide to see yourself as harmed by it. You remember Eleanor Roosevelt, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. We choose to feel harmed. You are hurt the moment you believe yourself to be, Epictetus said. Marcus Aurelius says, don't want to be harmed, don't choose to feel harmed. We control our emotions, we control our opinions, we control the story we tell ourselves about what happened. And that's why the Stoics said you are complicit when you feel harmed. You choose to see it that way. I do this one thing every single day, and you can see I'm a little sweaty right now. I just went on a long walk with my kids. This is the property there. We just went on this long walk around our property. We talked, we threw sticks, we told stories, we were just outside. There's this great expression from Nietzsche. He says, only ideas had when walking have any worth. And I think that's right. Even Seneca talks about how the mind must be given over to wandering walks. He says fields that are not allowed to rest will not bear plants. And he even says that, you know, the mind will break like an anvil if not rested. And so this is really important. For me, walking is physical activity, it is exercise, but it's really about letting my mind rest. I leave my phone at home, I leave my thoughts at home, I leave my work at home, and I just go outside and I walk. And I don't even consider it exercise. It's exercise for my mind. It's time I spend with my family. It's time I spend on my property. It's time I spend outdoors. It's time I spend practicing gratitude and appreciation. This is a thing I do every day without fail, whether it's in a parking lot or on a beautiful beach somewhere. I go outside and take a walk, and so should you. People ask, like, what is the best way to start journaling? And the best way to start journaling is to start journaling. Look, there's a bunch of different ones you can do. I like the 1 line a day journal. This is just like a Moleskine. This is a gratitude journal that I like. This is the Daily Stoic journal. But it doesn't really matter. Journal on your phone, journal on a scrap of paper, on the back of your to-do list. It doesn't matter. But the idea is that you journal every single day. Just do it, right? Just get started. The best time to have started journaling is a long time ago. The second best time is right now. So if you want to start journaling, start journaling. Epictetus tells us that every situation has two handles. He says there's the handle that will bear weight and the handle that won't. He says you could look at it as your brother has wronged you, he's screwed you over, he's hurt you. Or you could say, I only have one brother. This is my brother. I'm going to forgive this person. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be better. We're going to be better for having gone through this. So this idea that every situation, you can choose to see it as the way that disempowers you, that makes you the victim, or you can choose to see it as the opportunity for growth, as the thing that will make you better, as the thing that will make you stronger for having to wrestle with. So I just love this idea. And it comes from a person who's not speaking about this idly. Like, you and I are so privileged compared to Epictetus, who's born a slave in Rome. He spends 30 years in slavery. But he doesn't see this as a huge disadvantage. He sees it as a learning experience, as a fate that he's struggling with that's making him stronger. He says, you've been paired with a tough opponent, and this is what's making you Olympic class material. That's Epictetus seeing the right handle in his own situation. So whatever you experience today, think about this. This has two handles. Which one am I going to pick? The one that will bear weight, that will make me better, or the one that won't bear weight, that will make me worse? If you're struggling with anxiety, if you want to do a deep dive into this like I did, I highly recommend the Daily Stoic Slay Your Stress Challenge. It's our most in-depth collection of Stoic strategies, lessons, challenges that will help you reduce stress, anxiety, worry, all those toxic, roiling emotions that we all deal with. It's one of the best things we did here at Daily Stoic. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/stress. And of course, if you're a Daily Stoic Life member, you get this challenge and all the other ones for free. I'd love to have you at dailystoic.com/stress.
You can't waste your time thinking about what other people are doing or saying, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations. He says, unless, of course, it impacts the common good. He's saying, because when you're focused on what other people are thinking, what other people are doing, what you're neglecting is what you're thinking, what you're doing, what's going on in here, which is the one thing that you actually have some control over. And this is a critical Stoic lesson. We focus on what we control so we can make a difference there. One of the main things we don't control, what the Stoics talk about a lot, is what other people think and say about us. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've not only written all these books about Stoic philosophy, I've been lucky enough to talk about it in the NBA and the NFL, sitting senators and special forces leaders. And it's key that we learn how to not care what other people say and think. We can imagine Marcus Aurelius has his share of critics. He also has the people whose approval he craves. He says to himself, tranquility comes when you stop caring what other people say and think and care only about what you do and say and think. And in today's episode, we're going to talk about the Stoic art of not caring what other people think. We don't compare ourselves to others because we don't control other people. The Stoics say it's what's in your control versus what's outside of your control. What's inside your control is the work that you do, the situations that you're in. And when you start to say, oh, but that person has more than me, or why do they have that? Now you're getting into envy and jealousy. You're stealing joy and happiness from yourself. Marcus Aurelius says that happiness is about tying yourself to what you do and say, not what other people do and say. Stoics have this word euthymia, which means tranquility. And Seneca says, well, what is that tranquility? How does one get it, right? It's not you retreat to the mountains or a monastery or some beautiful resort, right? He says euthymia in the course of life has to come from something else. He defines this euthymia as, he says, a sense of the path that you're on without being distracted by the paths that crisscross yours, even from those, especially from those who are hopelessly lost. So you think about the interchanges and the connections, you think about all the other companies doing what you do, going in similar directions, think about what's happening in the industry, in the world. It's very easy to get distracted, right? When I was at American Apparel, I watched Dove destroy a $1 billion company because instead of doing what he did well, what the company was meant to do, he started doing what Forever 21 was doing and Urban Outfitters was doing and H&M was doing, right? He lacked the discipline to stay on his path. He got distracted by the paths of those who crisscrossed him, even when some of those companies ultimately also were headed towards bankruptcy or having to reinvent themselves. So it takes a lot of discipline to know what you do, right? What makes you great, what your principles are, what your place in the market is, and to stay on that, and to not get distracted, right? To not get distracted by every shiny other thing. And so euthymia is not just a recipe for personal happiness, tranquility, but it's also a recipe for success, right? Staying in your lane, staying on your tracks, doing what you set out to do, adhering to your strategic plan, your mission, your principles. This takes an enormous amount of discipline. Epictetus said that we have to put every impression to the test. Your therapist might say, you have to ask yourself, is this assumption true, right? Because the reality is a lot of what we implicitly or instantly believe in a situation is preposterous. Sometimes we're telling ourselves that people don't like us, but if we actually look at their behavior, they actually do like us. Or if we actually ask them, they would say that they do, right? We make these assumptions, and these assumptions, it turns out, are not really based on anything. So we have to put that impression up to the test. We have to ask ourselves, is this actually true? Why do I believe it? What evidence do I have for it? And this should help us from falling prey to false impressions, false beliefs, false assumptions. Let's go to what's true, not what our mind made up in a moment of weakness or doubt or confusion. I moved to New Orleans more than 10 years ago. I lived in this little apartment building. And one of the things I did when I moved here was I didn't tell a single person that I was writing a book for two Stoic reasons. Number one, I found out afterwards that a bunch of my friends here thought that I just didn't have a job. They thought I was basically just a bum. They had no idea I was working on a book, which is an important Stoic concept. Epictetus says, if you wish to improve, if you wish to become good at something, you must be content to be seen as stupid or foolish. I didn't care what anyone thought about me. I knew the work that I was doing. I knew that it would pay off eventually. And when the announcement came out, everyone was surprised. Oh, Ryan was working on something. He wasn't just hanging out in his apartment. And then number two, a Stoic doesn't talk about it. A Stoic
is about it. I've always believed that talking about what you're doing and doing it fight for the same resources. So I didn't want to get credit for writing a book. I didn't want people to ask me about the book. I didn't want validation for the book. I wanted to spend every day actually working on the project. That's what paid off. That's what put me on the track that I eventually got on. That's why I never talk about what I'm doing until after I've done it, and you probably shouldn't either.
In one of the greatest essays ever written, I think one of her most stoic pieces of writing, the novelist Joan Didion, this is actually her table, I'm sitting in a chair that was once in her house. She said that self-respect frees us from the expectations of others. She says it gives us back to ourselves, and that's the great singular power of self-respect. You realize that respect isn't something you get from other people. Respect comes from in here, right? And by respecting oneself, holding oneself to a certain standard, having a certain character, knowing one's worth and value, what you will do, what you won't do, from this emanates a kind of confidence that makes one worthy of respect. The Stoics have this great concept. It's actually in a play about Cato. His founding fathers were fond of it. They were saying nothing can guarantee you success, but there's something better still that's deserving it, being worthy of it. And I think that's the idea. Having respect of other people is great. Obviously, Cato appreciated the fact that people saw him as Cato. But what mattered was that he was actually worthy of it, that he lived a life, that he was a person worthy of that success. And that starts from how he saw himself. That starts from the character that he cultivated. And the same is true for us. If good work comes from being present, it's preventing your ability from actually being great on the television show that you're on. You're spending energy out in the world on stuff that doesn't matter instead of being like, I'm going to be the best that I can be in the thing that I am.
100%. If you are constantly dwelling on other people's opinions, if you are constantly dwelling on other people's success, it will 100% diminish your capability of doing good work. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it, because the mind has a certain amount of bandwidth. And the way I always express this when I talk to people about it, I go, look at it like a number. If you had 100 bandwidth, like if your bandwidth was 100, and then someone said something mean to you on Twitter, and you read that and responded, and you're going back and forth, now how much do you have? I bet you got about 30 is gone. 30% is just dedicated to this thing. It might be 40. Now, whatever work you are actually trying to do is greatly diminished because you don't have the focus.
Sometimes because of issues from our childhood, things we're struggling with, maybe just we're going through a hard time, we can get in a bad or even a dangerous feedback loop. We're not just consumed with what other people think of us, even our own thoughts are giving us trouble. And that's where the sponsor of today's video comes in. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and accessible. And this is a really important mission because when it comes to doing what's best for us, we can look for excuses, obstacles can get in the way, and then we don't take advantage of things that would be really helpful. With BetterHelp's easy-to-use platform, you can find the right professional therapist for you in as little as a few days. And if you don't fit with a therapist, which can happen all the time in therapy, I've had that myself, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. If something is interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals, whether you have a mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or you're just going through a hard time, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. You can click the link in this video's description or visit betterhelp.com/dailystoic. When you find yourself being criticized by someone, Marcus Aurelius says you have to get inside of them, look in their soul, look at what kind of person they are, he says. And then you'll find you won't strain to impress them so much, right? It's like that line in Fight Club about how we spend all our time and energy trying to impress people who we don't even like, who we don't even respect. It's kind of insane if you think about it. So when you think about the approval of the people that you are craving, that you are chasing, and you realize who they are, you realize what they actually value, you realize how wrong they are all the time, it discounts the amount of energy and focus you're going to spend on trying to make them like you. His point was that we too often accept the disapproval of, say, a hater without actually seeing who this hater is. What have they ever actually done, right? Do they have any real expertise here at all?
Do they know what we're trying to do, right? They're judging us for a mistake that we made, for a weakness that we have, but maybe their weaknesses are way worse, right? That's a very silly way to do it. So you have to look at this person whose approval you want. You feel like you're no good because you didn't go to Harvard. Look at the people who have gone to Harvard, right? Look at the people who have not gone to Harvard. Does this actually say anything about you? Look at the problems, the mistakes that institution had made, and is it really that important for it to reflect on you?
Zeno's the founder of Stoicism. He had this social anxiety. Someone had said he was sort of stubby, he had weird legs, kind of a weird appearance. And he had this mentor, this philosopher mentor named Crates. And Crates realized that Zeno was too self-conscious. He cared too much about what other people thought about him, and he thought people were looking at him all the time. So he asked him to carry this large cauldron of soup across town. And he knew that Zeno would be mortified at the idea, so he caught Zeno kind of like trying to sneak around, take it on these back roads, or do it at night. So Crates was following him, and right as he was in front of some people, he hit the pot with his staff, and it spilled the soup all over Zeno. And of course, Zeno was all embarrassed, and he ran off. And he said, "You know, where are you going, my friend? Don't you realize nothing has happened to you?" And his point was that no harm has actually befallen you just because some people are looking askew at you, or none of these people know who you are. They don't care. They're immediately going to forget this event. So I think what the Stoics realize is that, one, naturally we're self-conscious. So they're not denying that you care what other people think or how you're being seen, but they actively practiced not being shamed by these things. Cato, for instance, would walk around bareheaded, he would walk around barefooted, he wore ratty clothes, even though he could afford the finest garments. And he did this because he was trying to make himself immune. He's trying to inoculate himself against caring about what other people think. And so I think the real benefit of that, if you look at Cato's life, is that towards the end, when everyone was so afraid of Julius Caesar, when everyone was going along with what Julius Caesar wanted to do, Cato was the one who was comfortable standing alone. He was comfortable being the odd man out. He was comfortable, people being mad at him and saying, "Why can't you go along to get along? Why are you being like this? Why are you being such an asshole?" He had the strength and the confidence to do the right thing when everyone else was afraid, because he'd actively practiced not caring so much about what other people think. So look, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying I don't catch myself doing it too, but it's something you work on and you get better at. And so it's important to realize that Stoicism then is a practice, it's a process, it's not just a bunch of ideas, it's something you engage in the way that Crates was for Zeno, and of course the way that Cato was in his philosophical practice as well.
It's strange, we not only care about other people's opinions, we care about the opinions of people in the future who we will never meet, who will be dead before or ever walk this earth. Marcus Aurelius says, people who long for posthumous fame, they forget not only are they not going to be around to enjoy it, but the people in the future will be just as dumb and silly and ridiculous and obsessed with fads and valuing the wrong things as people right now. So what matters is what you think. He says we love ourselves more than other people, but we care about their opinion more than our own. It's insane. You know what's right. You know what you value. You know what's important. You know what your principles are. That's what you have to measure yourself against. What you're capable of, what you're trying to do. External approval, external validation, external results, that's secondary. How many views this does, that's not important. Did I say what I wanted to say? Did I do what I wanted to do? Did I bring my best self to it? That's what matters. It's one of the most frustrating things in the entire world. You do the right thing, you treat people well, you hold yourself to a certain high standards, and then what happens? People talk shit about you. People steal from you. People screw you over. That's how it goes. Kipling says, "Can you bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools?" Marcus Aurelius says they'll cut you with knives, they'll stab you in the back, they'll shower you with curses, they'll argue in bad faith. But then he says, but what? Does that cut your mind off from clearness and sanity and self-control and justice? No. To the Stoics, it doesn't matter what other people do. It doesn't matter if you're not recognized and rewarded for doing the right thing. You stay on the path that you know is true and good. You stay true and good anyway, because to betray it is to add insult on top of injury. When someone criticizes me, I do this exercise from Marcus Aurelius. He says, think about this person. Think about what they just submitted to. Think about who they are. Think about what they're addicted to. Think about what they've ever accomplished. And what you realize is that this person whose opinion you were about to let supersede your own evaluation of yourself and your work is actually worse than meaningless. They're like the opposite of who you're trying to be. So it's good that they don't like what you're doing. You don't want their approval. Focus on what you think, focus on who you want to be. As he says, we love ourselves more than other people, but then for some reason we care about other people's opinions more than our own. That's insanity. You got to focus on who you are, on your own internal scorecard, on your sense of self. That's what you measure yourself against, not the nonsense of other people, not the worthless opinions, these people who, quite frankly, you don't respect anyway. If you want more wisdom inspired from the Stoics, I send out one Stoic-themed email every single morning, totally for free. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. No spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I think it's the best thing that I do, and it's a community of hundreds of thousands of Stoics all over the world. We'd love to have you at dailystoic.com/email. The Stoics didn't dance around the truth. In fact, Marcus Aurelius hated people who said, let me be honest with you. He said, no, it should be written on your forehead that what you say is what you mean. If it's not true, don't say it. But conversely, I think also, if it is true, you have to say it. Nobody said the truth would be easy, but that doesn't make it any less essential. And that's what I'm going to talk about in today's video. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what the Stoics think you need to hear. You gotta stop saying maybe when what you really mean is no, and you definitely have to stop saying yes to so many things. The question Marcus Aurelius said we need to ask is this thing necessary? Because he said so much of what we do is not necessary, it's not essential, and we have to eliminate it if we want to do the essential things better. We do too many things because people ask, we do too many things because we've always done them, we do too many things because we are afraid to say no. Marcus Aurelius, when he woke up and he wanted to stay in bed, he said, is this what you were put here for, to huddle under the covers and stay warm? No, he said, go and do what your nature, what your potential demands. Most things are not in your control. It would be nicer if they were, but they aren't. So you have to practice acceptance. The Stoics call this the art of acquiescence. They call this resignation. There's all the things happening in the world and the tiny bit of them that are in your control. The Stoics need you to accept that the world does not revolve around you, that you are not important, but that doesn't mean you're powerless, right? The Stoics say you don't control what happens, but you control how you respond to what happens. Do not be a know-it-all. The thing about being a know-it-all is that you're right. It becomes impossible for you to learn anything else. Epictetus' line was, it is impossible to learn that which you think you already know. Humility is the way to learn and get better. The people you meet are gonna suck. This is the harsh truth that Marcus Aurelius opens meditations with. He says they're gonna be jealous and annoying and difficult and stupid. They're gonna be all these things. We know they're going to be these things. We have to go into the day with our eyes wide open. That's the harsh truth part of it. But the uplifting part, the happy part of it is the second part. He says, but they can't implicate you in ugliness. And he says, more importantly, remember that you're made to work together, that life is incomplete without those kinds of people, and that we're related and that we share an affinity and a bond for each other. We can't be surprised by it. We can't let it suck us down, and we can't let it change us for the negative. We still have to be good. We still have to do our job. We still have to play our part. Ambition is a form of insanity, right? At the essence of Stoic philosophy is focusing on what we control. We don't control what other people say or do or think. I try to write really good books. I've had to do a lot of work to realize I don't control whether they become a bestseller or not. The New York Times decides that. Marcus Aurelius explains this perfectly. He says, ambition is when we tie our happiness to what other people do or say or decide. He says sanity is when we tie it to our own action. So I have to define success as writing the best book that I'm capable of fulfilling my own artistic vision. Everything else, right, what the gatekeepers decide, what the audience decides, when they decide it, that has to be seen as extra unless I want to go insane. You and most people are illiterate. Not literally illiterate, but functionally illiterate. General James Mattis, former Secretary of Defense, 4-star general in the Marines, he says, if you haven't read hundreds of books, you are functionally illiterate. Epictetus said, it doesn't matter that you read, it matters what you read. I would argue it matters how you read. Are you reading diligently? Are you reading the master thinkers? Are you rereading the master thinkers, as Seneca said we have to do? We have to come back to the core texts over and over and over again, really understand them, really bring them into our DNA. We can't just be satisfied getting the gist of things, as Marcus Aurelius learned from his philosophy teacher. We have to read deeply, we have to read intensely, we have to read and reread. We have to turn those words into our own words, that is to say, synthesize and then apply them to our lives. And most people just plain aren't doing that, which is why it has been said that there is no difference between someone who does not read and someone who cannot read, right? It's how you read and how much you read and how much work you put in that ultimately determines whether you are literate or not. Does this thing actually matter? What you have planned for the day, what you've been signed up for, does it actually matter? Marcus Aurelius says we have to constantly be asking ourselves, is this thing essential? Because when we eliminate the essential, we get to do the essential things better. You got to exercise. You have to be active. And now, we're not exercising for vanity purposes. We're not building muscles so we can look jacked, right? We are trying to cultivate strength, physical and mental. Seneca said we treat the body rigorously so that it's not disobedient to the mind. We are cultivating discipline. When you think of a philosopher, you don't think of an athlete, but in the ancient world, many of them were. Chrysippus was a runner. Cleanthes was a boxer. Marcus Aurelius was a wrestler. I run and swim and bike. The point is, get active, get moving. You need a strong mind in a strong body, and that means doing it every day. You've probably heard of 8 Sleep by now because I talk about it all the time. I woke up on my 8 Sleep mattress pad this morning and I've slept on one for years. 8 Sleep is a company that is about improving your sleep, and they have dramatically improved mine. The Pod 5 is the newest generation of 8 Sleep's signature product, the Pod, which is a smart mattress cover that you put right on top of your existing mattress. Their results are up to 1 hour of additional quality sleep per night. 8 Sleep also just came out with their new Pod pillow cover. It syncs with your Pod system and automatically adjusts your head and neck temperature in real time based on your sleep patterns. And like the mattress cover, you slip it over any pillow you already love. Just head over to 8sleep.com/dailystoic now and use code dailystoic to get $350 off your very own Pod 5 Ultra. And the best part is you still get 30 days to try it at home and return it if you don't like it. I think you'll love it. Your body will thank you for this investment in better sleep. 8 Sleep ships to many countries worldwide, and you can see all the details at 8sleep.com/dailystoic. If you're not journaling, you are not practicing Stoicism. Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, all the ancient Stoics praised the benefits of journaling. Putting it down on the page, working it out on the page. That is to say, instead of on other people, instead of just having it pinging around inside your head. You gotta be reflecting, you gotta be analyzing, you gotta be exploring. You have to be repeating over and over again the lessons from the ancients and the values you are trying to apply in your life. How does Marcus Aurelius become Marcus Aurelius? Through his journal. We see in Meditations Marcus Aurelius fighting to be the person that philosophy tried to make him. He is journaling as an active philosophical practice, which you must do also. You have to be reading, not a little bit, but all the time. We must linger on the works of the master thinkers, Seneca said. Over and over again, we have to return to them. The Stoics aren't something you have read. They are something you need to be reading all of your life. And in fact, there is no good life without study and reflection and wisdom. You have to read, and not just read, but read actively, read strenuously. As Epictetus says, it's not enough to read, you have to read the right things in the right way. Go for a walk. I'm not saying walking will solve all your problems. I'm saying very few of your problems will be made worse for walking. Seneca said we need to take these wandering outdoor walks so that the mind can be nourished and refreshed by open air and deep breathing. It calms you down, it gets you out of your head, it gets you out of your room, it gets you outdoors into the world, into the beauty of the natural world. It gets your mind moving. It will make you better. Stop looking for approval. When you are tempted to look outside yourself for approval, Epictetus says, you have compromised your integrity. If you need a witness, he said, be your own. Marcus Aurelius said, it's the craziest thing in the world. We love ourselves more than other people, but for some reason we care about other people's opinions more than our own. You have to stop complaining, not just out loud, but in your own mind too. Marcus Aurelius said, let no one overhear you complaining, not even yourself. Complaining doesn't make things better, it only makes you feel worse. Stop wasting your time. Death is coming for us all, but not at the end of our life, Seneca said. No, we are dying every day. Every minute that passes is as good as dead to us. It is gone forever. How much time have you already wasted on your phone today? How much time have you wasted ruminating on the past or worrying about the future? Now is now. It is the only thing you have for certain. Memento mori. You are mortal. Live and act accordingly. Stop doing it the easy way. Look, when you have two choices in life, the Stoics say you should choose the one that challenges you the most. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks about practicing holding the reins of his horse in his non-dominant hand. He wanted to get used to doing it the way that was not easy or natural to him. This is a metaphor for doing the difficult thing. Take the long way, take the way you're less comfortable with, try it a new way, try it with your non-dominant hand, and watch as you get better. Stop meddling in other people's business. Mistakes, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations, should be left to their makers. They're on their own journey. They're doing their own thing. You have enough to focus on. When you're perfect, when you are flawless, then you can get up in other people's business. But for now, work on your own enlightenment and your own improvement. Stop talking so much. Just shut up. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, said that. We are getting in our own way. When we are talking, you know what we're doing? We're not listening. You have to stop puffing yourself up. Stop putting on airs. Don't talk about it, the Stoics say. Embody it. The number one impediment to growth and knowledge, Zeno said, was conceit. Ego is the enemy. When you are puffing yourselves up, when you're proud of all that you have accomplished, you know what you're doing? You're not getting better. You're not growing. You're becoming self-satisfied and complacent instead of focusing on all the work that you have to do, on all the things you still have in common with other people. You got to stop looking for the third thing. Look, you've done something good. That's great, Marcus Aurelius said. Someone has benefited from it. It's made the world better. He says, but why, like a fool, do we look for the third thing on top of that? Why do we want credit? Why do we want a favor in return? We did the right thing. We did the nice thing because it was right, because it was nice, because we are generous. We do not need acknowledgement. We do not need a thank you. And we definitely don't need to be paid back. That wasn't why we did it. If we get those things, great, but stop looking for them. Stop following the mob. You got to think for yourself. Chrysippus, one of the early Stoics, said, look, if I wanted to be part of a mob, I would not have become a philosopher. We have to think for ourselves. We have to go to first principles. Whenever you are on the side of the majority, Mark Twain said, pause and reflect. That doesn't mean it's always wrong, but you must think for yourself first. Stop thinking about legacy. Stop thinking about fame. You're not going to be able to enjoy posthumous fame. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius notes that you won't be around to enjoy what people think of you after you are dead. The fact that we are talking about him right now, 2,000 years later, you know what good it does him? Nothing. In Meditations, he points out that Alexander the Great and the man's mule driver both die. They're both buried in the same ground. They are equally ignorant of what the future thinks of them now. Stop extrapolating. Marcus Aurelius, who lived in dangerous times of high infant mortality, he says, my child is sick, but not that they might die of it. Right? He's saying stop there. Extrapolation is what makes us so miserable. It's what makes us so anxious. It's what makes us so scared. He says, don't let your imagination be crushed by life as a whole. He says, stick with the situation at hand. That is enough. Focus on what's in front of you. Tomorrow will take care of itself. So look, if you liked the ideas in this video and you want a little more wisdom in your life, that's what the new book is about. Wisdom Takes Work. And it is a lot of work. This is the work of one's life. That's the new book. It's the 4th book in the Stoic Virtue series, and you can grab it anywhere books are sold. Stop seeking perfection. You will never get there. Although Epictetus taught some great students and met powerful and important people, he said he never expected to meet a full sage. But he said he was plenty happy to meet someone who was just trying to get better every day. It's not things that upset us, Epictetus says. It is our opinion about things. Things are not asking to be judged by you, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations. They are. You're the one that's extrapolating. You're the one that's having opinions. You're the ones who said it was supposed to be a certain way, and now guess what? You're upset that it's not that way. We spend so much time worried about how bad things are going to be. We torture ourselves more than the thing that we're worried about. Seneca says, he who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. And in fact, he said we suffer more in our imaginations than we do in reality. Think about it. What are all the things that make you anxious have in common? You are the common ingredient in all of them. That's why Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations that he doesn't escape his anxiety. He discards it because it is within him. It's the fault of his perceptions, nothing outside himself. It's not about you. It doesn't affect you at all. It's not things that upset us, Epictetus says. It's our opinions about things. You have decided that this is about you. You have decided that this harms you. You have decided that it was rude. You have decided that they were trying to hurt your feelings. Stop taking it personally. It's not about you. Make time for some deep work and focus and reflection. In Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, he says you have to concentrate on this task before you like a Roman. He says do it like it's the last thing you're doing in your life. I would say do it like it's the only thing in your life. Put the phone away, close all the tabs in your browser, don't multitask, lock in and focus for a large, uninterrupted block. This is what Marcus Aurelius is doing